Look at this, guys. We have a relevant travel earth thing. Hold on. Palestine, or from Eritrea to Palestine. I'm gonna need Egypt. And then just Sudan, right? Hell yeah. Well, that was really easy. United Arab Emirates to Ivory Coast. Okay. So Saudi Arabia. We're gonna need Israel, and then we're gonna need Jordan, right? Is that the... Yeah. Then we're gonna need Egypt, and then Libya, and then probably Algeria, and then Mali. Let's fucking go. Okay, I did not expect to get that. Hell yeah. Super fucking easy. Alright. Luxembourg, South Korea. Oh, I don't know. So I'm assuming not Norway, North Korea, and then Russia. And then probably, I don't know if it'd be faster to go through like Ukraine and then Hungary. It might be, we'll try Ukraine. Ukraine, Hungary. It wasn't Hungary? What do I need? Poland? Poland, and then Germany. Okay. Oh, that makes sense, because I was going to do Hungary and then Austria, but, you know. I guess Poland gets you there faster. Alright, one more. Nepal to Yemen. Okay, so Saudi Arabia again. And then Iraq. And then Iran. And then Afghanistan. And then not Pakistan. China? Hell yeah. It's so fucking easy. I'm so fucking goated. Alright. Okay, today, chat. I don't know how many people are here. We have a question I need answered, okay? Was the 67 war, the 6-day war, a defensive war on behalf of Israel? This actually matters a lot from international law, because this question determines whether or not Israel's occupation is lawfully created. Because if it was a defensive war, then it was a lawfully created occupation, and Israel's allowed to make certain demands and like negotiate the end of the occupation. But if it wasn't a defensive war, then it's an illegal occupation, and Israel has to withdraw without any negotiations. They just have to immediately cease the illegal activity, which would be the occupation itself. So sample text, I don't know if he's here. Give me this good article to read. Oh wait, PDF format, I wonder if that's better. Oh, it's probably better to read it like this. Okay. Oh, but now it looks a lot longer. I guess this looks pretty long too. Okay. Jesus. Did Israel want the 6-Day War? By this guy, who I think is a former Israeli ambassador. Oh, it's one of those PDFs. Awesome, dude. B. Oren, right? Former Israeli ambassador to the United States, yeah. And I guess he goes through, I think he says in here, he goes through the newly declassified documents to see if Israel wanted the 6-Day War or not. All right, Jesus. I don't even have anything fun for us to do on stream today. That's crazy, you know. I just got a bunch of shit to read, but y'all are gonna enjoy it. Apparently, Israel was bombing Lebanon today, according to the Russian bot on X. I wouldn't really surprise. I mean, they've been exchanging rocket fire for since like October 8th. Israel, Lebanon, bombing. It was imposed new sanctions on Iran. Yeah, but Israel and Lebanon have been exchanging rocket fire for a while now. Hezbollah announces the targeting of a gathering of Israeli soldiers. Yeah, Hezbollah retargeted a movement of Israeli soldiers. Israel army retargeted Hezbollah members. What's this? A drone targeted a house with a missile. Yeah. An army drone targeted a house on outskirts of a town. Yeah, they've been exchanging rocket fire. This Israel Broadcast Authority. The second stage of the Rafah invasion will be the establishment of displacement sites before the ground operation. Oh, no way. Just go here. Got whatever. Okay, well, if it's going to embed in Arabic, then I don't want to embed it. Jesus, this just came up on my recommended. Andrew Wilson versus College Feminist.
I would disagree that we need social pressure to keep. I mean, I'm sure you'll reference the decline in birth rate and decline in the birth rates. Birth rate? I don't really know, but I think that it's a biological impulse to have kids. I don't think people are going to stop having kids.
But they're stopping having kids.
Maybe at a slower rate.
No, at a huge rate. Like South Korea, you know what the birth rate is there?
And I've heard in South Korea, it's below. It's a movement.
It's below single replacement.
Yeah, and I've heard that's an intentional movement on the part of women, which, I mean, that could be an example of women exerting force.
Wait, I thought we didn't need pressure.
Is that really an intentional movement on behalf of women? Isn't it just a case that for old developing countries, birth rates decline? Why are birth rates so low in Korea? Towns around employment, housing, and childcare. The government has tried some initiatives. Especially now when housing costs are soaring, the job market is oversaturated, and marriage rates are plummeting. I can't believe that not having children is the current situation in Korea, she wrote, but this is the reality. Why did she say it's an intentional movement on behalf of a woman? think it's just everything here just says it's related to the cost of living. So what is this loading? Why is this fucked? 1.7. Jesus. Even father's business leader. Hey, we have an idea. Let's make them work even longer weeks. That ought to help, right? True. They should just. How hard is it to immigrate to Korea? How hard to immigrate to Korea? Applicants must pass a Korean language proficiency test. Interview with immigration officers. I mean, I would guess it's not that easy. Probably, it might not be as hard as going to the U.S., but I would guess Korea is not super open to immigrants. That'd be my guess. Okay. Let me mute my browser. Start the music. Start my music. If Spotify would load, that would be really cool. There we go. Okay. Let's start. My camera's like, it's fucked. I don't know. Look better? I don't know. It looks better. I don't know. It's pointed a bit more down than it usually is, but I can't really fix it. Might be able to fix it. Okay. Did Israel want the 6-Day War? Now it's too high up, I feel like. I don't know. Whatever. Fuck it. Okay. Great wars in history eventually become great wars about history. Only a few years after the last soldier leaves the battlefield, accepted truths about the nature of a military conflict and the motivations for it invariably come under assault by revisionists and counter-revisionists whose vehemence can rival that of the original combatants. Few of these historiographical struggles are as bitter as the one now being waged over the Arab-Israeli wars, in which a force of self-proclaimed new historians has laid siege to previously unassailable descriptions of the creation and survival of the Jewish state. The unusual ferocity of the debate over the Arab-Israeli history is directly related to the singularly high stakes involved. The adversaries not merely vying for space on university bookshelves, but grappling with issues that have a profound impact on the lives of millions of people: Israel's security, the rights of Palestinian refugees, and the future of Jerusalem. The new historians make no attempt to disguise their agenda. Jan Pape, a Haifa University historian active in the Hadash Communist Party, has recently published a 3-part series, what amounts to a manifesto, in the Journal of Palestine Studies. Pape portrays a new history, a persuasive revolutionary movement that has taken root in all fields of intellectual life. Arts and media. Its goal, he declares, is to reconsider the validity of the quest for the Jewish nation-state in what is being used in what used to be geographic Palestine, beginning with Simha Flapfans, I don't know, the birth of Israel, 1987, and continuing through that guy's collusion across the Jordan, and 1948 and after by Benny Morris. The new historians have set out to explode what they call the myth surrounding Israel's establishment and first decade of existence. In its 1948 War of Independence, for example, Israel is accused of uprooting thousands of Palestinians, one expression of deeply ingrained Zionist proclivity for transfer, and then plotting with Arab reactionaries to deny them a state. They definitely did engage in some amount of transfer. The Arab leaders of the day stood in line to make peace with Israel, the claim goes, but the Jewish state refused. Instead, it embarked on a campaign of unjustified and gratuitously violent retaliatory raids, culminating in the 1956 war, when Israel conspired with imperialist powers Britain and France in an unprovoked attack against Egypt. Published by leading academics and widely acclaimed by the reviewers, the new historians' radical interpretations have largely supplanted the traditional Zionist histories. The success would not have been possible without the diplomatic documents made available at various government archives under the 30-year declassification rule, allowing access to previously classified material, a rule observed by most Western democracies. Papers released by Britain's Public Record Office and the United States National Archives, for example, provide fresh insights into the diplomacy of the 1940s and 50s, particularly in relation to the Arab countries whose archives remain closed indefinitely. When it comes to Arab-Israeli history, no collection can rival the Israeli State Archives, which, in addition to the wealth of first-hand accounts and constraints, is particularly liberal in its declassification policy. These documents, tenuously read and selectively cited, have marshaled to substantiate the most radical of revisionist theories about the 1948 War of Independence and the 1956 Sinai Campaign. Within the 30th anniversary of the Six-Day War, now behind us, the same methodology is about to be applied to the smashing the myths of 1967. The historical controversy over 1967 will be especially brutal. The belief that the Six-Day War was opposed on Israel by the alliance of Arab states bent on its destruction, and that Israel's conquest of territories was the result of a legitimate exercise of the right to defend itself in a war which it did everything in its power to avoid, has been sacrosanct for Zionists across the political spectrum. That the final disposition of those territories continues to be the focus of Israel's internal policy debates and of ongoing international negotiations makes the 1967 war a hugely inviting target for radical reinterpretation. With the revisionist approach lauded regularly in the Israeli press, the first shots in this battle are already being fired. Prime example is the assertion of Hamim Hanegbi, political columnist for Daily whatever in the newspaper. The war of June 1967 has not been fully researched, and much about it remains classified. Perhaps the proper time has not yet come. Israeli hearts may still be unprepared for the difficulty involved in criticizing the war that was viewed not only as the greatest military victory in Israel's history, as an example to the world, but principally as a sign from the heaven, the footsteps of Messiah, and a harbinger of redemption. It must be remembered that in 1967, the army was still commanded by the former members of the Palma, the elite fighting unit of Israel's War of Independence, who were burning to exploit the Six-Day War to compete with what was denied to them in 1947, to take over Palestinians' remaining territories, and through the power of conquest, realize the true Greater Israel. In the academic world, the initiative has come from the social sciences rather than the history departments. According to this school, the Six-Day War erupted not as a result of Arab belligerency, but in reaction to socio-economic factors within Israel as a tactic by the nation's leaders to distract attention from their failed domestic policies. It is conspicuously anomalous to the counter in the mid-60s as a period of recession and unemployment in the midst of 2 decades of rapid economic growth, writes political columnist Michael Shalab. Beginning in the autumn of 1966, unemployment reached double-digit levels. Recovery began only in the wake of a belated expansionary policies initiated in response to growing citizen unrest. Political scientist Yuval Thaled and sociologist Levy agree, asserting the process of escalation that started in 1964 was not necessary in a sense that it did not stem from the existence of the Arab-Israeli conflict. The force of Israelis' reactions in those years expressed a certain strategy, compensating for the state's retreat from its social principles. These authors seem to share the belief, which is strongly implied, if not openly asserted, that the Arab actions had little to do with the outbreak of hostilities in 1967, and that Israel not only failed to prevent the war, but actively encouraged it. The massing of Egyptian troops into Sinai, the expulsion of the UNICEF, and the closing of the Strait of Tehran, the Arab defense pacts, and the public commitments to eradicate Zionism, all were either provoked or blown out of proportion by Israel for its own purposes of internal coercion, territorial expansion, or other ulterior motives. It is to such motives that the Oxford-based Israeli historian Avi Shalom refers when he asserts that Egyptian President Ghulam Abdel Nasser was perceived by Israeli hardliners as Israel's most dangerous enemy. Accordingly, military pressure was used in 1956 and 1967 in vain attempts to engineer his downfall. But can these conclusions stand up to straightforward historical scrutiny? Can the assertion that Israel wanted a war, or did little to nothing to avert it, or even instigated it, be sustained by the Israeli declassified, I need more channel points, Israeli declassified documents from the period, the favored weapons of the new historians? I mean, I feel like, I don't know how fast you get channel points, but I feel like you should have quite a few channel points by now, Poland. What do you need channel points for? What do you even... I'm just reading right now. Redeeming no swearing is not going to do much. Unless you want an ad break. Newly released files from the Israeli State Archives, reviewed here as part of a study in progress of the war, on the war that will eventually incorporate American... Just 20? How much... Do you only have 20? Really? Eventually incorporate American and British papers as well, reveal a great deal about Israeli policymaking and the diplomacy at the time, and about what Israel's leaders thought, feared, and strove during their 3 weeks of intense diplomatic efforts leading up to June 5th, 1967. But far from even hinting at that Israel deliberately brought about the conflict, the records show that Israel was desperate to avoid war, and up until the eve of battle, pursued every avenue in an effort to avert it, even at great strategic and economic cost to the nation. No, I need 20 more. Oh, we should get... What? You get that in like a minute or something, don't you? Can't I can I edit how fast you get them? I don't think I can. It'd be funny if I could, because I would just hugely inflate the economy. Well, I thought you could do certain things. Like I thought you could 10 every 5 minutes. Can't I like make you place bets with them and stuff? Like can't I make you gamble them? Channel points, gambling, Twitch. Channel point predictions. How to start channel point prediction. Use the chat command /prediction. Oh. Hold on, what should I make the prediction? I don't know. I'm gonna name it gambling. So can you bet Hold on, wait, can you bet channel points now? Pull and put all of your channel points in black. If you say the letter E. How do I put your channel points in black? And I need to see if I can. I think you have to click on the prediction thing at top. I don't think the commands work for that. Set up gambling command. How did you lose 20? How do I choose the winner? I don't think I can choose the winner till the time is up. I don't think you didn't lose them yet. You bet them, and if you win the bet, which I'm gonna choose black. Hold on, I want to set this up. I lost 20. You haven't lost them yet. You just bet them. Chatbot. 8-ball. Wait, what does 8-ball do? Wait, we don't need 8-ball. What? Oh, modules. Okay, modules. I don't. You might have to upstream Elements Pro or something to do it. I don't know. I don't know. I can enable 8-ball, but now if you do 8-ball, it might work. Or not. Cool. It doesn't work. I don't know. I don't use stream elements ever, so I don't think it does. I don't think it. Like, I don't think the bot is in my chat. I don't know how to add it to my chat. Oops, shit. When do we start swearing? I mean, I'll swear if there's like, I don't know, chatters I can yell at. But like right now we're just reading, so there's nothing I need to swear at. Recently declassified document show Israel did everything it could to avoid. Listen, I'm sure someone will join at some point, and I'll be yelling at them. We release files from the Israeli State Archives reviewed here. Reveal a great deal about Israel's policy making. BRB. Okay. To the even battle, even at substantial cost to the nation. One might say the Six-Day War was mainly about water, at issue with the rights to use the Jordan River and free navigation through the Straits of Tiran. Both points of friction soon after Israel's independence. The conflicts over these two bodies of water were merely presenting problems. Beneath them surged the dark currents of inter-Arab rivalries, Soviet mechanisms, and the visceral antagonism that the existence of Israel invoked among its neighbors. The immediate source of conflict grew out of the Israeli efforts to divert the waters of the Jordan River to irrigate the Negev. After vigorous American attempts to negotiate a solution to the problem were rejected by the Arabs, Israel in 1964 unilaterally revived its diversion project along the Syrian border. Israel's decision coincided with an unprecedented nadir in inter-Arab politics when Arab regimes were viciously driven by ideological and dynastic struggles and bogged down backing opposing sides in Yemen's interminable civil war. Nasser, Egypt's ambitious and charismatic president, saw Israel's Jordan River initiative as an opportunity to rally the fractured Arab states under his leadership as an excuse to extradite his beleaguered forces from Yemen. But the fact that Nasser welcomed heightened tensions with Israel did not mean he wanted war. Not yet, anyway. Not until Egypt was fully prepared for it. Okay, so Israel began its diversion of the Jordan River. Irrigate Negev. In 1964, after attempts, say, Vigorous American attempts to negotiate a solution to the problem rejected by the Arabs. Okay. Egypt's President Nasser saw Israel's Jordan River Initiative as an opportunity to rally the fractured Arab states. His leadership. Although he did not want war yet. The fact that Nasser welcomed heightened tensions with Israel did not mean he wanted a war, not yet anyway, not until Israel was fully prepared for it. In the interim, he made a show of belligerency by establishing the Palestinian Liberation Organization and by approving Syrian plan to deny Israel virtually any water by diverting the Jordan River as its source. Both of these policies backfired. Refusing to sit idly as its water supply dried up, Israel bombed the Syrian earthworks in July 1966. And under peace by the creation of the largely symbolic PLO, the Palestinian group Al-Fatah began conducting terrorist operations across Israel's northern border and later from Jordan in the south. I need to know, I'd be curious. Oh, you sent this in Discord poll, David. This is, hold on, from my understanding, this is mostly true. The most controversial one is going to be the 6-Day War, which is the one we're reading about now. Because Israel attacked first in the 6-Day War. But it was only after, well, I mean, we're reading about it right now, so you'll learn more. But it was only after Egypt expelled the UNICEF troops on the border. Egypt started mobilizing its troops on the border. And they closed the straits to Tehran. And now we're also reading about how, fuck, what was it? The Jordan River. But the 6-Day War is going to be the most controversial one. But like every other one, yeah, basically is totally started by the Arabs, yeah. But then people also say, like, the fact that, like, it's technically true that, like, the Arabs were the ones that rejected this partition, right? But Israel was also the one that had people immigrate there and then form their own state. What's the yellow flag? That says Hezbollah. It's a militant group in Lebanon, largely funded by Iran. Like 1948, Israel being attacked is quite odd. Well, so, I mean, Israel accepted the partition. The Arabs didn't. Yeah. So that's why. That's the justification for saying Israel was attacked. Now, they were the ones, again, that moved there and decided to make their own state and a territory that wasn't really theirs. But yeah. I also don't know. I don't know enough about the war of attrition. Following the 6-Day War, let's use diplomatic to resolve issues, blah, blah, blah. As they proclaim the official launch of the war treaty, the attrition. I mean, this was, yeah. It would be complicated just because you could argue, like, if Israel attacked first in the 6-Day War, and took Egyptian territory, then Egypt launching like an attack to take that back. You could argue maybe it wasn't really, they weren't really the ones starting it. Anyway. One of these policies backfired, refusing to sit idly as water supply dried up. Israel bombed Assyrian earthworks in July 1966, and unappeased by the creation of a largely symbolic payload, the Palestinian group Al Fatah began conducting terrorist operations across Israel's northern border, and later from Jordan and south. These events set in motion a spiraling escalation, leading to the signing of a mutual defense treaty between Syria and Egypt on November 4th, 1966. 1 week later, Israel launched a large-scale reprisal against the West Bank village of Samu, believed to be a stronghold of terrorist activity. Then, in a dogfight on April 7, 1967, Israeli fighters shot down 6 Syrian MiGs. The Arab leadership, Nasser, Jordan's King Hussein, and the radical Ba'athist regime in Syria began beating one another for his not answering to the Zionist aggression. Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol and IDF Chief of Staff Rabin, I know how to pronounce Rabin, began to warn of military action against Syria if the provocations continued. These warnings were repeated and amplified by the Arab media, which increasingly clamored for war. I need to know more about the specifics about like who was in the right for diverting the Jordan River. Like, I guess the Arabs were the ones that rejected negotiations, he said, but I don't know. Maybe they were in the right to reject those negotiations, because maybe it was... I need to know. I need to know, like, was this against international law? Or, like, what was it? It's an Arab League plan to divert 3 sources of the Jordan River. Oh, well, this is, I want to know about Israel's plan. The 1949 armistice agreements created 3 demilitarized zones at the Israeli-Syria border. The southernmost and the largest stretched from the southeastern part of the Sea, Galilee, towards the Yarmouk River, where the borders of Jordan and Syria converge. The issue of water sharing from the Jordan Yarmouk system turned out to be a major problem between Israel, Syria, and Jordan. Small-scale war-related skirmishes had occurred in following the 1949 agreements. July 1953, Israel began construction of its intake for its national water carrier at the Daughters of Jacob Ridge in the demilitarized zone. Were they allowed to do that? Syria protested the UN, and Syrian artillery units opened fire on the construction site. The UN Security Council voted to allow Israel to resume work. Oh, okay. This was vetoed by the Soviet Union. Oh, okay. The Israelis then moved the intake to an economically inferior site, the Sea Gully. Oh, so Israel listened to the UN. In 1955, the United States broke a deal. The Jordan Valley Unified Water Plan was accepted by the technical committees of both the Israel and Arab League, but the Arab League Council decided on the 11th of October not to ratify the plan. Yeah, so he mentioned that. According to most observers, including the U.S. envoy, the Arab non-adoption of the plan was not total rejection. While they failed to approve it politically, they nevertheless seemed determined to adhere to the technical details of the agreement. Moreover, it continued to be taken seriously by the Arab leaders. Though the unified plan failed to be ratified, both Jordan and Israel undertook to operate within their allocation limits. So why? How I need to know, which is like who? Oh no, it seems like the UN said, "Hey, Israel, you can't fucking do that here," and then Israel moved it somewhere else. See, I declassified documents. Okay. Read a little bit. These events set in motion spiraling escalation leading to the signing of mutual defense pact between Syria and Egypt on November 4th, 1966. One week later, Israel launched a large-scale reprisal raid against a West Bank village of Samu, believed to be a stronghold of terrorist activity. Hope I win the poll. I went all in. You went all in? Oh my god. I don't even know how to choose the option. But you're so base for going all in, though. Hold on, let me just Google it. How to end eviction on Twitch. Select end submission. How do I do that? Slash. You can end the poll. I don't have that button. On the creator dashboard. That's not a real button. Which is lying to me. That's not a button that exists. Is there a command? No, that's not a command. How do I manage the prediction? There's a manage goals button, but there's not a manage prediction button. Hold on. There's... Okay, where's manage prediction? Oh, there we go. End submission. Choose outcome. Did you win? I think you just got everything. I don't think it actually gives you any more. I think you just got it back. I don't think you actually win anything. Because only you bet. Yeah, you didn't get anything. Well, damn, I can't hugely inflate the non-fawn points economy. That's a shame. I thought I could. I don't know, if I had more viewers, I kind of could, because I could create a class of really rich people and really poor people. That'd be cool. That'd be awesome. It'll begin an operation. West Bank village of Stuma, was it? It's Samu. It's ought to be terrorist activities. Okay. Then in a dogfight on April 7th, Israeli jets shot down 6 Syrian MiGs. The Arab leadership, he also doesn't say who instigated the dogfight. It's possible Israel instigated that dogfight, right? Israeli jets shot down 6 Syrian MiGs. The Arab leadership began berating one another for not answering to the Zionist aggression. Israeli Prime Minister began to warn of military action against Syria. Provocations continued. The Arab states began berating. Oh, god damn it. Oh my god. No. 20 minutes? Are you kidding me? Okay, 8:24. For not responding to the Zionist aggression. He says for not responding to the Zionist aggression, and then and then later, like literally the next sentence, he says, Israel warned of war if the provocation could continue. Which makes it sound like Syria was the one provoking. Israel warned of war. Syrian provocations continue. Good night, Poland. Thanks for stopping by. These warnings were repeated and amplified by Arab media, which increasingly clamored for war. Still, it does not mean a full-blown war is necessary in the offing. The turning point came on May 11th when the Soviet Union began to furnish Egypt with false intelligence reports of Israeli preparations for war, described as 13 brigades, 40,000 troops, hundreds of tanks scattered on the northern border. Israel's objective, Moscow warned, was to topple the Syrian regime. Many theories have been forwarded to explain the motivation behind these reports. It would seem that elements in the Kremlin leadership were not so much interested in sparking a war as they were in pressing Arab states into closer alliance with Egypt as a way to extend Moscow's influence in the region. And Nasser was quick to exploit the opportunity. Though informed by his own military leaders that there was no danger of attack, Syria itself was not on alert. He seized the warning as a pretext to order Egyptian forces into the Sinai Peninsula, giving Egypt direct military access to both the Israeli border and perhaps even more important, to the Straits of Tiran. Okay, so on May 11th, Soviet Union began giving Egypt false intelligence reports warning of Israeli preparations for war. And although told by his own military intelligence that these reports were fake, and despite the fact that even Syria itself is not on alert, Nasser ordered troops into the Sinai. How do you spell Sinai? Giving Egypt direct military access to the Israeli border, and perhaps, more importantly, the Straits of Trinidad. Straits of Tiran, the narrow Red Sea passage leading to Israel's southern port of Eilat, had long been a sensitive point for Israel. In 1950, Israel had blocked the straits to Israeli-bound ships, and successive attempts by Israel to challenge the blockade in the UN failed, as did its efforts to convince the maritime powers to continue shipping to Eilat. Along with Palestinian terror attacks from Gaza, it was Egypt's denial of access to the Indian Ocean and points east that had impelled Israel to launch its Sinai campaign of October 1956. Its forces succeeded in opening the straits, and in return for withdrawing its troops, Israel received the American firm public recognition of Israel's right to act in self-defense against any attempts to renew the blockade. More troops into Sinai. Egypt now, again, had access to the, I guess, I don't want to say they always had access, but they the TETI which it had closed to Israeli ships before. In what, 1950, they said. After Israel's Sinai, how do you spell Sinai again? 1956. Let's reopen the straits. Israel received from the American a firm public recognition of Israel's against any further closings of the straits. And then this is 12, okay. What page are we on? We're on 8. Well documented in U.S. National Archives. For example, that in fucking Hebrew. Why don't I have the translate this page option? There's gotta be an English one, right? How do I find this? Okay, whatever. Oh shit, what was it, page 8? Okay. Israel's right referred to ship by UNICEF troops stationed in the Sinai Peninsula. In particular, that's Ramel, whatever the Egyptian coast of restricted around. By replacing the UNICEF troops in the Sinai with Egyptian troops in May 1967, Nasser would achieve two significant long-sought goals. A dramatic improvement in Israel's own strategic position vis-a-vis Israel, and a compelling rejoinder to his enemies within the Arab world, the Jordanians and Assadis, who had accused him of hiding behind the skirts of the UN. On May 14th, long columns of Egyptian infantry and armor crossed the Suez Canal into the Sinai, soon doubling the numbers of Egyptian forces there. UN observers attested to the absence of any signs of mobilization in Israel, and the Israelis themselves invited Soviet representatives on tour on the to the northern border. Their diplomatic channels, Israel assured Nasser that it had no belligerent intent. The Mossad, Israel's secret service agency, even tried to reactivate a secret communication conduit it maintained with the senior Egyptian Air Force commander until July of 1966. The Egyptians had summarily cut the connection and now thoroughly rebuffed Israel's attempt to renew it. Israel tried to assure Nasser it had no intents for war, and even invited the Soviet Union a tour of its northern border. Diplomatic channels of Jerusalem and the Mossad. Yeah, okay, we read that. None of Egypt's efforts had any effects. Egypt's buildup continued apace. On May 16th, Egypt ordered UNICEF troops to evacuate from the Sinai and concentrate in Gaza, purportedly for their own safety. Jesus. United Nations Security General, you thought, might have resisted the move, or at least requested a General Assembly review of the UNICEF's mandate. Instead, the Secretary General, a weak figure with a fondness for non-aligned leaders, promptly complied with Nasser's demand. He took it a step further and removed the UNICEF troops from Gaza as well. These developments caught Israel, at the height of its Independence Day celebrations, completely off guard. Although the IDF had contingency plans in the event of renewed conflict on the Egyptian border, and on the Jordanian and Syrian fronts as well, Israel had grown accustomed to the Arab world, an Arab world that was deeply divided and capable of little more than rhetoric. Now suddenly, the international force that had served as a buffer for over a decade had been evicted, and thousands of Egyptian troops were pouring into the Sinai. The situation caused deep concern in Israel, though not yet panic. The government's consensus at that point was that Nasser had no interest in bloodshed, only a public relations victory to shore up his prestige. At worst, he wanted to provoke Israel into starting a war itself, and so incur international censor. To avoid this trap, Prime Minister Levi Eshkol, who held the defense portfolio, resisted the advice of the IDF Chief of Staff, Rabin, to call up reserves. Instead, he merely placed the army in a higher state of alert. The Prime Minister tried to project an image of confidence and calm, all while concealing his own sense of foreboding. There will be war, he confided to his closest advisor. I tell you, there will be war. Throughout the crisis that was beginning to unfold, Eshkol was set on finding a diplomatic solution that would diffuse the tension and restore the status quo in the Sinai. The bulk of the task would naturally fall to his foreign minister, Abba Eban, or something, I don't know, and to the Israeli diplomat corps. Eban realized that with the UN compromise and the Europeans adverse to antagonizing the Arabs, the only hope for a solution lay with the United States. He had some reason for optimism. President Lyndon Johnson was strongly sympathetic to the Jewish state, authorizing economic and military aid to Israel against the advice of both the State Department and the Pentagon. Johnson had marked an antipathy for Nasser. He regarded him as an integrate Soviet stooge and had cut off all but symbolic aid to the Egyptians. But Johnson's ability to maneuver in the Middle East was severely limited by the war in Vietnam, which had stapled much of the American prestige and had deeply divided its people. Even as they looked to Washington, Israeli diplomats were well aware Johnson's political weakness at home hadn't emboldened the Soviets to act as they did, and Nasser was banking on American impotence. On May 17, 1967, in the first of what would become a series of intense meetings on the crisis, Israel's ambassador to Washington, Abraham Harman, received assurance from the United States Under Secretary of State Eugene Rostow that the Jewish state did not stand alone. The United States agreed to intervene with the Russians, dispatching its UN ambassador, Arthur Goldberg, to meet with the Soviet counterpart, Nikolai Ferenko, to urge restraint on Moscow. In return for the American effort, Rostow asked that Israel consult with Washington before taking any military steps. Legally, the Egyptians were within their rights in transferring troops to their own sovereign territory in the Sinai, Rostow concluded, and a preemptive strike by Israel at this stage would be a very serious mistake. Rostow's word had a disquieting resonance for Israeli leaders who remembered the 1956 Suez Crisis. Then the Eisenhower administration had threatened to levy economic sanctions on Israel if it failed to withdraw from the Sinai and Gaza. Now the Johnson administration was willing to work towards returning the UNICEF troops contingent to the Sinai and evacuating the Egyptian troops, but was equally committed to preventing an Israeli military initiative. That determination was underscored in a May 17 letter from President Johnson to Prime Minister Eshkol. The president was explicit. I cannot accept any responsibility on behalf of the United States for situations which arise as a result of actions we are not consulted. The admonition conceded coincided with the further reinforcement of Egyptian troops in Sinai and reports of Egyptian naval vessels moving into attack positions in both the Red Sea and Mediterranean. Arab leaders and their state-controlled media, meanwhile, were whipping up a war frenzy. In Syria, foreign minister that declared that the withdrawal of the UN forces means make way, our forces are on their way to battle. Jesus, hold on. Meanwhile, Arab leaders in their state-controlled media. I don't want to use the same terminology. Whipping up a war frenzy. What's a better way to say that? Okay, we're on page 10. According to then Defense Minister Hafez al-Assad, the Syrian army had its finger in the trigger and demanded that the battle be expedited. Oh shit, I should remember what page it was on. Page 7. Fuck. Cairo radio challenged this guy to combat, trial air weapons. They will spell Israel's death and annihilation. While its counterpart in Amman proclaimed Jordan's readiness to wage the battle of destiny with the enemy, Israel's response was to begin a call up reserves, 18,000 men on May 17th, and an additional 17,000 the following day. Assuming it's going to be the same book. It wasn't. Oh, wait, 26. Did I take 26 or did I? I did take 26, okay. Israel's response was to begin a call up reserves, 18,000 men on May 17th, and an additional 17,000 following day. Israel began calling up reserves. Say 18,000 first day. 18,000. May 17th. A further 17,000. 17,000. Next day. As Israeli diplomats in Washington explained, the decision did not indicate any hostile intent. It was merely a necessary precaution, and they asked assurances to that effect be conveyed to Cairo and Damascus. Israel claimed did not. It was a necessary caution. And did not have any belligerent intent. And even asked that message to be conveyed. He felt belligerent. That's hostile. Israeli diplomats in Washington explained decision to not have announced alternative military caution. Meanwhile, a more direct approach was made to the Soviets. Aban summoned Alexander Chovakin, the Soviet ambassador to Israel, hoping to persuade Moscow of Israel's goodwill and desire to avoid war with Egypt. Instead, the foreign minister was treated to a harangue in which Chovakin ascribed an entire crisis to a CIA plot and Israeli propaganda. Aban had no greater success with Youthant, who had announced his intention to visit Cairo in an attempt to defuse the crisis. Why not stop in Syria and Egypt as well, Aban suggested, and mediate a comprehensive solution? The answer was a flat no. The Secretary General's only business was with Nasser. Oh wait, hold on. Some of that UN stuff might be more relevant. Because I've heard before, Israel attacked like a few days before some meetings were supposed to happen to defuse the situation. But that does change, obviously, if this guy who like previously rejected the negotiations. Yeah. Okay. This was Secretary General. Okay. Announced he would meet with Nasser to try and defuse the situation, but refused to meet with Israel, Syria, or I guess, but rejected Israel's offer. Well, so okay. You thought was a weak leader who favored non-aligned states. And had previously, I guess, but previously lied with Nasser's order to Seth. Oh. Sinai. Yeah, we're talking about whether it's a defensive war or not right now, because there's a lot of whether or not the occupation is legal or not hinges on whether or not the war is defensive. To remove troops from Sinai, and even took it a step further by removing from Gaza as well. Its diplomatic options narrowing, Israel turned to the United States. The ambassador, Harman's first effort, had been less than promising. Contrary to its pledges to take firm action to rein in Nasser and revive UNICEF, the White House had taken no significant steps in either direction. American diplomacy seemed to extend only so far as seeking a Security Council review of the situation, something Israel regarded as an utter waste of time. Simultaneously, administrative officials from the president on down were going out of their way to warn Israel the perils of acting alone. Secretary of State Dean Rusk went even further, suggesting that the UN forces be redeployed, this time not only on the Egyptian soil, but on the Israeli side of the border as well. Increasingly, it appeared the administration was not only willing to accept the new disposition in the Sinai, but might even ask Israel to pay a price for maintaining it. As the first week of the crisis neared its end, Israel faced not only an unanticipated increase in air belligerence, but an equally unexpected doubt about Americans' resolve to honor its commitments. As Harman summarized it for Foreign Minister Aban, insofar as the American goal is to avoid military confrontation, and insofar as they are convinced that there is no chance in moving Nasser and the Soviets to take any steps that might be interpreted as retreat, we have to be prepared for the possibility that the United States will pressure us to make concessions on issues that they believe are not critical to us. There is the danger that the United States believes that it can impose its will on us. On May 18th, in an effort to both convey Israel's lack of hostile intent and to demarcate the limits of its patience, Prime Minister Eshkol informed the Americans that Israel would make no military move unless the Egyptians take action close to the Straits. Similar undertakings were made to the British and French as well. The implicit quid pro quo was that if the Straits were blocked, the United States would fulfill its commitment of the 1957 to give Israel its full backing and reopen them. The administration seemed responsive to Eskol's call. Meeting with Efron Evron, the chief of Israel's diplomatic mission in Washington, Under Secretary Rostow declared that the 1957 agreements are alive, just as our commitments are. He went on to emphasize, however, that the mere presence of Israeli troops was insufficient, was insufficient to justify the war, so long as Nasser had not actually closed the Straits. Do you think Egypt occupying the Sinai and closing the Straits of Tiran means it was defensive or even was preemptive? The problem is I don't know the exact definition of defensive, like what the UN considers defensive, but I mean probably, right? Egypt literally blockading like one of your ports. I think you're justified in taking defensive measures to reopen them. And when all the Arab states are signing mutual defense treaties and mobilizing troops, I think it's still going to be defensive. What we're reading right now is arguing it was defensive. So Gaza rebuffed. Well, I think international law was violated in both these acts by Egypt, so I feel like it makes sense. Yeah. I guess take notes. Other diplomatic channels closed. Israel turned to the U.S. Although you have seemed unwilling to take steps in either direction. Only offering a review of the situation. Did they offer it, or did they say they just suggested it? Seeking. He's seeking. By the UN security. So. Administrative officials, but the president going out of their way to warn Israel to Paris acting alone. Heard Benny Morris say that the Egyptian holding a large standing army in Sinai would put pressure on Israel's economy because Israel would be forced to hold a large defensive force, so Israel had no choice. Yeah, I've heard that. This should go over this, yeah. Because they had the they had to take like almost 40,000 people up in reserves as a, I mean, they called it a necessary precaution before the war started. May 18th. Prime Minister, that guy, informed the Americans that Israel would make no military move unless... Egyptians took action to close the straits. Who has reaffirmed its commitment to the 57 agreements, stating when I emphasize, however, that the mere presence of Egyptian troops was insufficient to justify the war zone as Nasser would not close the straits. They emphasized the mere presence of Egyptian troops in the Sinai wasn't enough to justify war, as long as Nasser does not close the straits. I think a more sophisticated pro-Palestinian argument might talk about how Israel's act of retribution for Palestinian terrorism in Syria and the West Bank went overboard sometimes and provoked nasty and dangerous people. I haven't read a ton about that, but yeah, it's talked about how one of the well, it's talking about two things. One, Israel trying to divert the Jordan River, which Syria didn't like. And then two, yeah, they're like raids in the West Bank to combat what they perceived as terrorism. Yeah. Read Shlomo Ben Abi's book. Thought that was a big deal. I'm really didn't we? This was by Shlomo Ben Abi, right? Oh, yeah, Shlomo Ben Abi. Scars of War. Did you read Scars of War? I read a little bit of Scars of War. but I never finished it or anything. I mean, you can see we got to chapter 2. Scars of War, Wounds of Peace. I'm halfway through that. Yeah. How long does he talk about the? I might read like the chapter on the 67th War. If you think it's useful. When I emphasize, however, okay, blah 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 blah. He also rebuffed everyone's request that a ship from the United States Sixth Fleet, then in the Red Sea vicinity, make a demonstrative voyage to the Straits of Alat, saying that the fleet's presence in the Middle East was unscheduled, and that it was already resented by the Arabs, absent a blockade of Alat. Am I pronouncing that right? Elat? I'm assuming it's Alat. I don't know, you could probably get the same info from multiple sources, yeah. Johnson's administration was unwilling to endorse any measures other than a Security Council debate and a Secretary General's visit to Cairo. The administration wanted to exhaust all possible options of international mediation, going so far as to invite Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin to cooperate in a joint initiative of two powers to prevent the dispute between Israel and the United Arab Republic in Syria from drifting into war. The Israelis chose to abide by the administration's approach. Though stunned by the size of Egyptian mobilization just far, 80,000 men and 600 tanks in less than 3 days, they continue to send insurgents to Nasir via the Americans, other countries' peaceful intentions. Okay. Johnson administration. Want to exhaust all possible options of international mediation. Don't you think it's reminiscent of Iran and Israel now? I mean, kinda, yeah. But I don't know. I think Iran. I think Egypt was definitely more willing to go to war with Israel than Iran seems to be willing to actually go to war with Israel. I don't know if Iran's actually that willing to go to war with Israel. I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see Iran's position in the Middle East getting any better if they don't go to war with Israel. But I do think Iran's position in the Middle East gets better if they try to. Well, it depends who's in charge of Iran. I was gonna say. They realistically, Iran would be a much better country if they just like negotiated with the U.S. for like sanctions relief in exchange for non-nuclear proliferation. Like they probably get like the sanctions are fucking Iran up. So I don't know. I'm no foreign policy expert. Okay, the administration wanted to exist. Going so far to invite Soviet Premier. Yeah, the relative power of Egypt in the region was much greater. Now nuclear. Yeah. $32. Okay, $32. Oh, I didn't. We're in page 12. Yeah. Israeli chose to abide by the administration's approach. Though stunned by the size of Egyptian mobilization, 80,000 men and 600 tanks in 3 days, they continue to send insurgents to Nasir via the Americans of the countries in peaceful intention. The thrust of Israel's policy was to wait and see if any results you thought would achieve in Egypt, at the same time seeking tangible signs of America's backing with the request that the United States supply 20 warplanes to the Israeli Air Force. Neither Jonathan nor Youthan's course of action appeared promising, however, and the mood in the Israeli government darkened considerably. On May 21st, Eskil told his cabinet, "I believe Egyptians plan to stop Israeli shipping or bomb the atomic reactor and Dioma. I don't know. A general attack is liable to follow. Rabin, similarly glum, warned that it will be a hard war, there will be many casualties, and recommended that Israel take the minimal step of calling up more reserves, while continuing to pursue its diplomatic options to the end. Yay, non-font stream. Listen, I've been pretty good about streaming. I was a little late yesterday, but I've been decent about it. I haven't been as good at making shorts though. I kind of fell off my shorts game. I haven't made it. I only made it short in 3 days. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Heeding this advice, Eshkol addressed the Knesset in the next few days on the need for reciprocal respect for the sovereignty, integrity, and international rights of all Middle East nations. Again, Eshkol used the opportunity to attempt to defuse the crisis. No, I just got my favorite people watching my second favorite. Second favorite. I'm joking. That's valid. Okay. I'm glad you're here. The opportunity to attempt to defuse the crisis. He purposely stopped short of condemning Egypt's build-up in the Sinai, and later... Yeah, sorry, I'm cheating on you. Listen, okay? You're a sub, okay? You're a sub. You get respect. You get respect for being a sub, okay? I would never insult the sub, but I'm behind the song. He purposely stood short of condemning Egypt's build-up in the Sinai, and later... and later secretly sent Yuthon another message for Nasir urging him to refrain from any action in Tehran. Okay, I got distracted. I need to write down. I need to write down that. Okay. Israel continued to form Egypt of its peaceful tensions through Washington and Astonishing was good today. He was debating Israelis' love, really? I saw him doing a debate on Israel. Was it like when you say debating Israelis, do you mean he was yelling at Israelis in his chat, or like he had like random Israeli chatters come on stream, or was it actually someone who could provide good pushback against him? Son doesn't debate, he yells and cries. I know it was kind of a cheap plan to stop. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Rabin. Hold on. Okay, this is confusing me. Because there was an Israeli prime minister also with the last name Rabin. But this wasn't the prime minister at the time. This is a different guy. This is a different guy. He was chief of staff, IDF chief of staff at the time. Okay. Oh, what's up, Ophelia? So it is the same guy. He was just chief of staff, then he was prime minister. Okay. I need to remember that. Okay. I adopted a Benji Pure strategy. Only debating college kids, essentially. Yeah, that's what Hassan seems to do. Such a debate, not fun. I am a college kid. There might be like some specific things. Like I don't even know. I don't know if Hassan actually knows how some of the international law stuff works, but I am one of the college kids that he would, yeah. It might be like, I don't know what he would do. I don't know if I pulled out the Dolus Eventialis. I don't know. I don't know what he would say. Or if I pulled out the lawfully created occupation. Way more fucking intelligent. Most of it was informed people, to be honest. True. Thanks, Ophelia. Just because I can sit at home and goon and read all day. Or both at the same time. I don't think someone would want to debate legit. Yeah. Listen, if we get to well, that's my sub goal. 10 goals or 10 subs, and I'll debate a slot. 10 subs is enough pull to do it, right? 10 subs and I'll do it. Everyone needs your prime sub right now. Okay, wait. Where was we? Hollow Husk, what the hell? Thanks, Hollow Husk. Jesus. Hollow Husk, you're my one. And I'm your second favorite streamer? Jesus, Hollow Husk, thanks. Oh my god, you're now A-Dragon's a sub. I think A-Dragon's lurking right now. Yo, let's go. 1 bit. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Ophelia. I love you too, Ophelia. Thanks for calling me smart. Thank you. I'm not very financially responsible. Listen, now you have so many badges next to your name. Does that even do anything? It does, yeah.
Love you.
They're giving you money now. Thank you, Hollow Husk. You're, they call it a whale, right? Someone who spends like a ton of money. Your donation. Wow. I'm gonna do it one by one, Ophelia. Our whales. Thank you for being my whale. Hollow Husk. I love you. I love whales. All donations to stream go to you.
I got way more bits in the wallet.
Oh, thanks, Ophelia. Maybe I should make the bits not last as long because yeah. I want TT. Well, I mean, I'll still have TTS, but like they last so long because I have the alerts set up to last so long. Like,
you get one at a time.
Thanks, Ophelia. Like, this just stays here forever. I forget how Twitch bits work. Oh, you are the #1 bit leader for that. Yes, give me money to steal bit leaders. That is so positive about the race realistic propensity of people. True. Okay, alerts. Bits. Okay, instead of 30 seconds, we'll do like 20 seconds. I'm so okay. If Ophelia's got to keep donating 1 bits, maybe I should do like 15 seconds.
I don't even know why I have these.
Why is it all? It also says thanks for the super chat. Hold on. All right. See, more ancient than
these bits are more ancient than Deutsche Mark.
I love Jerome Powell. I love the free money. Oh my god, you have more?
And had a lot of champagne.
Fuck race or relative problem, most people. So true, Ophelia. What a hot take. Then,
fuck race realists and pro-Hamas people.
IDF Chief of Staff. I want to do this. Israel takes the middle step, calling over more reserves.
I will from now on only chat when I cheer one bit.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Ophelia. And 35, so I think I need to go to page 35 too. This
Long
is,
live
I mean,
Israel.
listen, okay. This is like #1 non-font supporter behavior, Ophelia. So this is pretty cool from my perspective. Or actually #2, because I mean, Hollow Huts with the gifted sub. Oh my god, that's the #1 supporter. I gave you $10. I qualified it. Okay, listen. Blah 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 blah. Rest of Israel's policy was to wait and see what, if any, you thoughts of results achieved in Egypt. Neither Johnson nor you thought. Yo, I'm going crazy. Yo, 10
Yo, I'm
bits.
going
Let's
crazy.
fucking go. Yo, a dime? Hell fucking yeah. Holy shit. Thanks, Ophelia. Don't you ever fucking quit. Don't. Hollow Huts, you're #1. Okay. At the maybe I should do it. Maybe I should do like monthly non-fun supporter things. Top five non-fun ops and top 10 non-fun supporters of the month. That'd be interesting. That's their Israel's fault. He was blah blah blah. Okay. Leader Johnson, Noryuthon's course of action appeared promising. However, the mood in Israel's government darkened considerably. On May 21st, Ecuador's cabinet, I believe it, Egypt plans to stop Israeli shipping or bomb the atomic. Okay, we read this. Okay, yeah. Such conciliatory gestures. Oh wait, did we stop reading here? Okay, heating this device. Oh, we read this. God, I feel like your bits distracted me. Urging him to restrain from any action. Okay, I kind of want this though. It doesn't have the date. Okay, god damn it. There's so many. I keep thinking like someone sent a message in chat because I keep seeing like the bit animation and I just see something moving out of my peripheral vision and I'm like, oh, someone said something. It's just it's awesome bits animation. Were we on 12? Such conciliatory gestures by Israeli leaders designed to modify the Egyptians and entrench them in mediation had the opposite effect. Nasser took them as signs of weakness, emboldened by Israel's failure to respond to UNICEF's ouster, and dazzled by the praise being helped on him throughout the Arab world. He took the steps that would vastly increase the chances of armed conflict. On May 22nd, what you thought was en route to Cairo, Nasser visited one of his air bases in Sinai, telling a raft assembly of fighter pilots, "The Jews threaten war, and we say that welcome." He announced a renewal of the Tehran blockade. May 22nd. This guy still en route. You rather fight for Israel or Ukraine? Definitely for Ukraine, because yeah, I mean, at least Israel has like the settlements I'll criticize, and then Israel seems to mess up a bit more than Ukraine does. Yeah. Also realistically, okay, just realistically, like, Israel's government is not going to fall because of, well, if all the Arab states attack, it might. But I don't think Israel's actual existence is, like, threatened in this current conflict. Not with just Hamas, at least. Ukraine is so cold, though. I mean, that's true. Oh, and it's, like, muddy, too. Yeah, it's, like, cold and muddy. Yeah. And it seems like Ukraine needs more of the support right now because they're basically in a stalemate. Whereas, Nazi's decision to close its race was a defining moment in the crisis. By the late 1960s, as the port town of the Red Sea had become a vital factor for Israel's economy, as a center of commerce and shipping, the terminus for imports of Iranian oil and other essential goods for exports of Israel products to Africa, Asia, and beyond. More than the financial blow dealt to Israel, however, the blocking of Israel's access to the Red Sea was an immense political victory for Nasser. It was an overt act of war, one that bolstered his popularity in the Arab world, and thus his ability to wage an actual armed conflict. Until then, the Israeli government had been willing to live with the expulsion of the UNICEF, and even with the Egyptian army's buildup in Sinai, but now the stakes had changed dramatically. No longer being knee-deep in a trench in 0-degree weather. I mean, that's true. It's not like being the IDF has to face fucked up shit too. I don't know how the IDF does their stuff though. Like I know, like in our wars in like Iraq and stuff, we did like deployments, right? So you would deploy for 6 months or whatever, and then you would come back, right? And then later you might deploy again. But does Israel do that? Because I would guess that right now Ukraine doesn't really do that, and you're more or less just in the military until you die or the war's over. I don't understand. I don't know how it works. Ukraine running out soldiers. What is it? Death age in Ukraine. Yeah. Also, I'm horrified of those drones. I think it's mostly the Ukrainians using them against the Russians, but I mean the Russians could be using them too. I don't know. Those drones that have like explosives on them that'll follow you and blow you up. I'm terrified of those. I wouldn't want to deal with those. Yeah. No longer a matter of potential military clash along Israel's southern border, the threat had become, as Chief of Staff Rabin observed, a question of to be or not to be. Nasser himself drove the point home in a speech to his National Assembly. If we have been able to restore the conditions to what they were before 1956, God will surely help and urge us to restore the situation to what it was in 1948. We are now ready to confront Israel. We are now ready to deal with the entire Palestine question. The issue now at the hands of the Gulf of I don't know how to pronounce that. That Gulf, the Straits of Tiran, or the withdrawal of UNICEF, but the aggression that took place in Palestine in 1948 with the collaboration of the British and the United States. Israeli leaders have been bracing themselves for the closure of the Straits of Tiran since the onset of the crisis. When we reach that river, we'll be looking for a life preserver. It's called equipped. But once it became reality, Nasser's moved sowed panic. We're going to war against Egypt and Syria by ourselves. Rabin told the Prime Minister the next morning, making clear that no military assistance would be forthcoming from any enemy. Erez Weizmann, the chief IDF of IDF operations, agreed, adding that Israel and the Arabs had come to the brink of total war. Briefing the cabinet later, the IDF chief, that guy, noted that Nasser has moved from a position of reluctance to go to war to a position of willingness to become entangled in total war, and even to initiate one at the time he sees fit. To respond to the new situation, Rabin proposed staging a lightning airstrike against the Egyptian air forces Israel's Air Force had been rehearsing the attack, codenamed Moked, for several years, followed by an armored thrust into Gaza and western Sinai. The areas captured would later be exchanged for the reopening of the Tehran and the reinstatement of UNICEF. The longer Israel waited, Rabin explained, the bigger and better fortified Egypt's resistance would become. If Israel is forced to attack an entrenched and fully prepared army, its casualties would be that much higher, as perhaps 50,000. Meanwhile, Israel's power deterrence would be lost, and Nasser would be in a position to attack at will. Okay. Israel feared Bill took this as a sign of Nasser's willingness for total war. Nasser is been able to restore. Okay. Stop. Israel is also worried that the longer it waited, the more fortified Egypt's army would become. And they worried their power of deterrence would be lost. Allowing Nasser the opportunity to launch a war at will. Although the military establishment had become certain that war was now inevitable, most of the government remained unconvinced, with some exceptions, mostly vocally Prime Minister of Labour, a member of I don't know. I need to. Do you consider yourself a Zionist? Only in a sense that I believe the Israeli state has a right to exist now. If that makes me a Zionist, then I guess I'm a Zionist. But I would not consider myself a Zionist in that I think Israel has a right to own the Golan Heights or the West Bank or Gaza. I don't think Israel's entitled to Greater Israel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Israel should be expanding. The majority expressed strong reservations. They preferred to continue searching for a diplomatic solution, despite the cost of delay. Leading this camp were Education and Culture Minister and Interior Minister. Jeez, I don't know how to pronounce this stuff. The National Religious Party. Even if it succeeded, they argue, an airstrike would leave northern Israel totally exposed to Syrian attack. Moreover, Israel would be going to war without a firm American commitment to its defense. I'm willing to fight, Spiro observed, but not to commit suicide. Caught between opposing factions was Prime Minister Levi Eshkol, who had to contend with growing public disapproval of its handling of the crisis. Pressure is mounting both within and outside the cabinet to form a national unity government with the opposition leader, that guy, and had to have Eshkol replaced as a defense minister with a more reputable figure. Oh,
this is a Zionist stream Israel.
This is how I get my Mossad money. I'm just gonna call you X and V. Ophelia donates it to me one bit at a time. She gets it from the Mossad, straight from the Mossad. So this is Alan, and a flamboyant former IDF chief of staff, of Ben Gurion's breakaway Rafi faction, but Eskil held fast to the diplomatic corps, sanctioning a last-ditch initiative. Foreign Minister Bond would embark on a 3-day sweep through Western capitals to find out where the powers, and the United States in particular, would rally to Israel's defense. The principal diplomatic goal of Bond and Israeli representatives in Washington was a commitment from the United States, and if possible, France and Britain, to reopen the straits. The only measure, as far as Israel was concerned, that would prevent war. Okay. Israel began making diplomatic efforts and attempts to get the US and maybe Britain and France to agree to back it in opening the straits in an attempt to avoid total war. Foreign minister. I want to be specific. To this end, they pursued a brinkmanship-style policy, intimidating the possibility of an Israeli preemptive strike as a means of prodding the United States to take decisive action against Nasir. In describing this device as an unconditional and paramount interest, the Israelis were looking for an unqualified public commitment from the United States to lift a blockade by itself if necessary, and to uphold Israel's right to self-defense. Then, on May 23rd, President Johnson gave the Israelis hope to that. Jeez, okay, we're reading that one again, chat. Then on May 23rd, President Johnson gave the Israelis reason to hope that a diplomatic solution could still be achieved. There are some initial reports of multiple explosions in Iran and elsewhere, so lots of potential destruction beyond abstract political entities. Like right now? What do you mean? It might be ISIS again. Explosions heard in Iran, Syria, Iraq. Okay, well, that's all we have right now. I'm just like Hassan. I don't like covering breaking news, okay? I don't like doing it. In a wire to Eskil, Johnson asked that Israel refrain from taking any military action over the next 48 hours, during which time his administration would pursue alternative avenues. The problems discussed in your letter to me are occupying the attention of the highest official in the government. Why would Israel bomb Iraq? Well, I think if they were to bomb Iraq, they would be bombing like ICGC? Iranian Revolutionary Corps Guards? Yeah, IRGC. Okay, IRGC like positions in Iraq, because there are IRGC and IRGC affiliated groups stationed in Iraq. If Israel were to bomb Iraq, that would probably be what they were attacking. Because like the consulate that they bombed was in Syria. IRGC. I need to remember that. Okay. IRGC. Thanked Prime Minister for his assurance regarding the precautionary nature of Israeli mobilization, and reiterated his adherence to previous American pledges to Israel and his determination to resolve the crisis in the United Nations or outside it. Okay, May 23rd, President Johnson. Asked that Israel refrain from taking any military action over the next 48 hours, during which time its administration will pursue alternative avenues. Is there, is the what? One of the 5 branches of the, oh, yeah. Specializing in unconventional warfare and military intelligence. Responsible for extraterritorial operations. They support non-state actors, including Hezbollah, Hamas, yeah. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, fuck. You gotta take a little bit. I need to get a bookshelf because I don't have an actual bookshelf. I just have books stacked up on my dresser. Like you can see that pile of books over there. They're just books stacked up. It's not an actual bookshelf. Okay, this book was at the very bottom. When I took a AP Comparative Government class, and this is the textbook from it. This is the nice new textbook. I stole it. I never gave it back. I was supposed to give it back. I didn't give it back. And I have it. And one of the countries I went over was Iran. There's probably shit in here about the IRGC. I don't know what in here. Political violence. Political. Chapter 5 is on Iran. Audiobooks gives a better, more crazed intellectual vibe. True. I don't know. There's definitely shit in here about the IRGC. I don't know. Because it goes over like how Iran's government works and everything. For Fox Intellectual is true. Yo, what the fuck? Pussy Riot. I was just flipping through the index. 486 on page 486 is a Pussy Riot. I gotta fucking see this. What the fuck? Hold on, it's about China. Wait, where is it? It doesn't. I don't see anything about a Pussy Riot on here. Hold on. I should open up my second monitor first because it says Pussy Riot. A musical group? Pussy Riot activists lend star power campaign to Hong Kong freedoms. Dude, this group seems awesome. Yeah, I must have misread. 468. This is page 468. What the hell? Oh, okay. What's Pussy Riot? I don't see it. I don't know. Oh. The return of Orthodox Christianity as a quasi-state religion has been accompanied by attacks on liberal activism, such as the arrest of 4 members of the punk band Pussy Riot, several of whom were jailed in 2012 for charges on religious hatred. Jesus. They were arrested in Russia. Song about the Sochi Olympics. Awesome. Dude, what the fuck?
On Wednesday, members of
voice
Russian punk
anymore
group
to put
Pussy
this.
Riot tried to perform an anti-Kremlin protest song in Sochi as their cameras rolled. But WSJ's Olga Razumovskaya reports that within seconds of starting their performance, they were attacked by a group of 15 to 20 Cossacks, who beat them with batons and horsewhips. Cossacks are Russian traditionalists who often serve as auxiliary police.
What the hell? Dude, that's awesome. Dude, these people are fucking based. I don't know. I probably can't play much of this because it's copyrighted. Crazy footage like Russian police beating the fuck out of. I know, it's wild. Yo, no way, Trump. Okay, that's interesting. That's awesome, man. Government's like the mob. The Russian government is French. Hot take, guys. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, he thanked the Prime Minister for his assurance regarding the precautionary nature of Israel mobilization and reiterated his adherence to previous American pledges to Israel and his determination to resolve the crisis in the United Nations or outside it. This carefully chosen phrase alluded to a British proposal for sending a convoy of ships, one from each of the 40 maritime powers through the Straits. The plan, later dubbed the Red Sea Regatta, seemed the ideal way to simultaneously challenge the blockade, pacify Israel, and satisfy a Congress opposed to any action that would risk involving the country in another Vietnam. In fact, it was the only way since the administration had ruled out unilateral American action. Just to make sure I score out the message, the United States rejected Israel's appeal for 20 warplanes, instead approved a shipment of gas mask. Hey, we're not gonna give you any warplanes, but here's a bunch of fucking gas masks. Good luck. Hope we don't die in the fucking trenches full of mustard gas. Dude, that's awesome. The tie between the world of crime and authoritarianism is well documented. Mussolini, yeah, and Stalin both began as criminals. Well, Putin was a KGB guy, right? Yeah, he was in a KGB. Prime Minister. I think the Prime Minister is regarding it. Who are you talking about? Who's he here? President Johnson or this? Here's President. What's up? Sorry, I didn't see your chat. Until I don't know how to pronounce that one. Yo, duck quack! No fucking way. I love duck sound effect HD. My browser's muted right now, so you're gonna hear it. But that's awesome, dude. I don't remember every president's Israel policy. So was it Bush? I think Bush won. Bush Senior, Israel aid, settlement. I think Bush 1 was like the only one to actually get a settlements freeze, right? Bush was held the loan guarantees until he was satisfied with the money borrowed from U.S. assistance would not go towards Israeli settlements and territories. This was based, okay? And to be fair, I think like Obama tried to do it, and Obama was undercut by Congress when he did it. The problem is there's a lot of like Congress is pretty pro-Israel, so it's hard for the president to like condition aid on shit. Cleaning out the closest to state style. Oh, well, that is true. Yeah. And I guess the Oslo Accord did have a settlement freeze in it, right? Oh, there was no explicit reference to a settlement freeze? I thought I had one. This is good. Gaza war. Can I even show this on Twitch? Dude, I love that in our modern day and age, propaganda wars are fought through which side has the better TikTok edits. I thought I had a settlement freeze. I think Oslo had something settlements that was involved. I thought the problem was that Oslo had a settlement freeze, but then Israel didn't technically build what they called settlements. They like expanded current neighborhoods, right? And they had illegal outposts that were built without permission from the Israeli government that were then retroactively legalized later. I thought Everpost / Destiny most misleading paragraph Wikipedia. This is over my head. I don't know. You also cite this paragraph also Accords. Well, Perez had limited settlement construction at the request of the U.S. Secretary of State. Netanyahu continued construction within existing Israeli settlements. Okay. So it's just the U.S. Secretary of State requested that they stop building new settlements. But it wasn't explicitly in the Oslo agreements, and then they kind of kept doing it anyway. Limited settlement construction at the request of U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. And then it turns out they didn't actually stop. They didn't actually slow down that much. Because they're staring the fifth Aliyah or whatever. God, I still can't fucking believe. God damn it, fifth Aliyah. Is it post-Soviet Italia? Whatever. Carefully chosen phrase alluded to a British proposal for sending a convoy of ships, one from each of the 40 maritime powers to the Straits, planned, later dubbed a Red Sea Regatta, seemed the ideal way to simultaneously challenge the blockade, pacify Israel, and satisfy Congress that was opposed to any Vietnam, new Vietnam, whatever. In fact, it was the only way since the administration ruled out unilateral American action. Just to make that shoulder got the message, the United States rejected Israel's appeal for 20 warplanes and approved a shipment of gas masks. How would you respond to someone saying, everything Israel does is bad because the settlements, that's what Hamas clearly is not fighting against the settlements. Hamas's charter does not say the Israeli settlements are bad and we're going to fight against the settlements, and their actions also don't show that, because they didn't attack settlements, they attacked the kibbutzim on the kibbutz, outside of Gaza, and the fucking Nova Music Festival. And they've been launching rockets into Tel Aviv. I don't like both their words and actions just don't support that. Like their charter doesn't. I know people like to, do the meme of the 2017 charter all accepts 2 states, but in reality, it doesn't. The reason Article 20 says that, if you actually read it, the first half of it openly rejects it. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, and then it literally goes over in Article 2, Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, it's blah 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 in the south, is an integral territorial unit. It couldn't attack settlements, to be fair. I don't think they have a problem killing settlers. They wouldn't have any problem killing settlers, you're right. But if they actually cared about the settlements, they would be attacking the settlements. I know some of their rockets can reach the settlements, at least supposedly, right? Don't their rockets, can't they cover most of Israel? Awesome. So what? I don't know how many. Okay. Yeah, they can reach into the settlements if they really wanted to. Not these ones though. They can just reach. Yeah. You probably still oppose Hamas even if they state a goal. Yeah, well, it would depend exactly how if Hamas was in theory a political organization that didn't do terrorism and just opposed the settlements, and then I wouldn't have a problem with them. But even if they did oppose the settlements, if they did that through terrorism, through the way that they behave now, like they did it through war crimes, basically. Yeah. It's just, yeah. We could imagine a Hamas that didn't commit war crimes and that was only actually opposed to the settlements and not anything else. But that Hamas is just so far away from Hamas. The Americans were working out the details of the Regatta plan. A bomb set off in Europe. In France, Israel's major backer in 1956 campaign told its chief military supplier. Since then, the reception was called. Hold on, I do want to mention. Okay. However, the administration ruled out a unilateral action. Favor of the Red Sea. Got it. But wouldn't there some level of Palestinian? It would. Okay. Again, some level of violence might be okay, but it would have to be not war crimes. Yeah, it'd have to be not directed at civilians. It'd have to be directed at the. I would say, on the spectrum of legitimate targets to non-legitimate targets, the settlements would be a little closer to legitimate targets than like the regular Israeli civilians. But even then, the settlers are still like civilians under international law. Like, yeah. But I mean, there'd be some level of maybe acceptable violence. The problem is, it seems like you probably would agree with me here. If Palestinians weren't violent, okay, there'd probably be a two-state solution already. Like, I don't think Israel could resist. If there was a Palestinian Gandhi, Israel would have to accept a two-state solution. If Israel didn't have any violence that justified its settlement expansion in the eyes of the world, that justifies its attacks in the eyes of the world, like there'd be no way Israel could resist the international and domestic pressure to accept a two-state solution with a Palestinian Gandhi. Oh, how the fuck do I pronounce this? Once set off Europe. In France, Israel's major backer. The reception was cold. Description. Exception. The had all but I'm just gonna call it I don't know. Had all but ignored Israel's communications on a crisis. What is this? Okay, this doesn't make sense to me because it's nonsense words. Oh, it's a street in France. Okay, why didn't you just use Paris? Just use Paris, man. I would understand what you're talking about if you use Paris and not the name of a fucking street in Paris. Then why do you say like Washington and not what is it, Pennsylvania Street that the White House is on? Paris had would ignored Israel's communications in a crisis. To Bonn, President Charles de Gaulle denigrated the international regatta idea. Oh, really, Piglord17? Oh, thank you so much, Piglord17, for the follow. Wow, Piglord17. Thank you so much. Wow, are you new here? Assisting. That's the only, you know it. Oh yeah. Oh, I can tell that you're new because it doesn't say first time chat, and you're also a mod, and also you've been a mod, and also you've been followed, and also I know you in real life. Insisting that the only solution delay in a 4-power initiative was working with the USSR. This is my first stream. That's just not true. That's just not. I can pull up us playing Fortnite together, man, from like years ago. Loving the content. I'm sure you are. If I just go to like my channel, let's go to like live. Let's start by oldest. You're in this was a year ago. You're in this. Thank you, Halas. I love the Aquarius map. You're not in this, but you're in. You do have a ton of badges because you're the #1 non-FOD supporter. What was I gonna say? Oh, you know what I should do? I should probably. Is Ophelia still here? Ophelia, tell me if she's still here. Bonn president, insisting that the only solution lay in a 4-power initiative involving the USSR. I don't think Ophelia is still here. Damn it! I was gonna give her VIP if she was still here, because she gave me bits. Well, the Straits might once have constituted a French interest. That was 1957, and it's now 1967. There was little room for debate. At its next stop, oh hey, you do have VIP. I just give VIP to anyone who gives me money. I'll do it once Affiliate's back. I'm sure she'll be in your next stream or later tonight. I have money to give. You've given me money already, man. I mean, I'm not gonna say no, but be financially responsible. Non-fun OnlyFans win. Listen, realistically, if I thought there was a large demand for my OnlyFans, I would probably do it, but there isn't. I'm a random skinny white guy. It's not even that attractive. I'm an 18-year-old kid who lives fancy. So am I. Listen, if my options were between like streaming, like not doing an OnlyFans and getting a real job, or I can do an OnlyFans and then just stream all day, I would do the OnlyFans and just stream all day. Just so everyone knows. You know, if it gets to that point, I'll do it. But I don't think anyone would pay for it. I don't think anyone would want it. Also, I don't think my parents would like it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the violence from the settlers justifies trying to kill all Israelis. Plus, the reality is that 500 or so settlers will have to become part of Israel in a two-state solution with land swaps. That's true. So trying to wipe them off the map doesn't make sense. The reality is Palestinians don't have the resources to fight against Israel without terrorism. That's been true since the 70s. Better just to try peace. I mean, I agree. Okay. I agree with you. But there are certain things that Palestinians could do that like the fact, like Hamas isn't. I've gone over this. You've been here when I've argued with Chad about this. Nothing is forcing Hamas to hide with civilians. They could if Hamas wanted to. It has resources where it could build, military bases not in the basements of civilian buildings. Like it, yeah. President. Insisted the only solution was to lay a four-power initiative involving the USSR. You know what? I could just become a I could set up Twitter bots, drive a ton of people to my OnlyFans. I don't think so. I think if they built military bases at IDF, I mean that's true. Okay, that's true. The IDF would have an easier time wiping out Hamas if they didn't co-locate with civilians. But that doesn't. I mean, you would agree it doesn't justify it. I'm sure. But I don't think that's part of the feasibility thing under international law. Pretty sure passive precautions, even if it makes it easier for Israel to attack you, pretty sure you still have to do it. Just because it makes it easier for Israel to attack you doesn't mean it's not feasible for you to do it. Unless I mean, I don't know. I guess I would need to read. I probably need to learn a little more about what feasible means in that context. Stopping short of rejecting the idea of Israeli preemptive strike. Prime Minister... Oh, did I skip a step? Oh, yeah. Well, Koptanok is pro-Israel, so he's obviously not going to, say that, but... As next stop, London. Abana joined a warm reception. If the results of the visit were only slightly encouraging, while stopping short of rejecting the idea of Israeli preemptive strike, Israeli Prime Minister Harold Wilson confined his remarks to expressing support for international action to open the straits, and for continued efforts to talk sense into the Soviets. In London, what was his name? I might just copy all this. I don't want to reword some of it. Prime Minister Having encountered reluctance on the part of both France and Britain to take direct action, Aban would now face the ultimate test in Washington, where he would arrive on May 25th. Aban succinctly stated for Ambassador Harman the goal of his visit. We have to be clear that with the United States, that Israel has decided not to make peace with the closure of the straits. Before we take the necessary steps to defend our rights, we want to explore over the next 2 days alternative measures, especially to clarify the willingness of the United States to assure freedom of passage immediately. We cannot be satisfied with an American declaration that leaves the strait in Nasser's hands. Bond stated on May 25th to be American. Was it American or Ambassador Harman? Wait. I guess there's a question then of if you can only win or survive by co-locating with civilians, should you just surrender? Well, you should just surrender. That's what you should do morally. Legally, I don't know exactly how it works. The answer is almost certainly less, but should we really expect, given the situation? Ultimately, the Palestinians want to fight. They want to do so effectively. Yeah. Were we on 13? No. Oh, we were way further in than I thought. Hold on. We're on page 17. So we're like halfway through. Except the notes begin on page 32. Oh, so we're not that far. At stake upon continued was not only the possibility of war, but the credibility of American commitments. In the 24 hours leading up to Aban's visit, Israeli representatives labored frantically to reach a modus operandi of the Americans, working through the UN Ambassador Goldberg, Supreme Court Justice, why would they work from the Supreme Court? Democratic activist Arthur Krim, and anyone who had the presidency here. These efforts failed to impress the Americans, who responded by again urging forbearance upon Israel, advising it to play out all the options, and not to forfeit the international perception of Nasser as a bad guy. Rostow, Goldberg, and the administration officials repeated their government's intention to live up to the commitments, to stand up to Nasser and the Soviets, and to take concrete action to end a blockade. But just as adamantly, they stressed the limits of Johnson's latitude, his congressional constraints, and the need to work through the UN. They even expressed resentment at the mounting pressure being exerted on the White House by Israel's supporters in the United States. At this stage, Israel's hope for preventing the war rested on convincing the Americans to take action on its Iran blockade. Responsibility of this task fell to Foreign Minister Aban. Brilliant operator, Aban had previously served as Israel's ambassador to the United States and the UN. It was widely felt poses the moral authority necessary to convince the Americans to act. Immediately upon landing in New York, hold on, what's this guy's name again? Okay. Oh, I already have it. We already went over this. Okay. The stakes of a Bond's visit were raised as he received the first of several highly classified and agitated telegrams from Jerusalem informing him that Egyptians would launch a surprise attack in 2 days' time. The Arabs are planning a total offensive, the message began. The main problem was not the Straits. The problem is Israel's very existence. The deterioration of the West's position is encouraging the Arabs. In each hour that passes, increases their appetite. You should debate me on what? What do we disagree on, Ophelia? Aren't you drunk right now, too? Oh, also, Ophelia, you gave me bits, so I'm going to VIP you. On your mom. Good one, bro. I think you actually gave me like, what, 20 cents? But you know what? That's VIP worthy. Okay. Those 20 cents came from my heart. That's true. I would. Nah, that's not true. I'll ask. But 20 cents is 20 cents. We all. Well, it's free money. I mean, it's free money. $0.20 a second. Okay. Bond received highly classified documents warning him the Egyptians would launch a surprise attack 2 days time. Israel's very existence. Blah 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 blah. Specifically, Bond was instructed to seek American pronouncement, equating aggression against Israel with aggression against the United States. The new demand appears to show Israel in a panicky light. The later events would prove that the assessment was correct. It befell Bond to present his radically revised assessment. Hold on, radically revised assessment to the Americans. Dean Rusk was the first official scheduled to meet him, and Jesus fucking Christ, we're reading that one again, chat. Okay, Dean Rusk was the first official scheduled to meet him, and of all Johnson's senior advisors, the one least sympathetic to Israel. Still, the Secretary of State did not reject out of hand Israel's request for direct American guarantees, saying he would promptly refer to the White House. Less reserved was Undersecretary of State Rostow, the Bond's host for dinner that evening at the State Department. The President, Rostow stated, could not guarantee Israel's security without congressional approval, and that the chances of attaining that under the circumstances were scant. Seeing the futility of pursuing this, Bond conceded. Nonetheless, he continued his pitch for direct American action to prevent war, saying he needed to return to Israel with a firm plan of execution from the Americans. The implication being that, without such a plan, force would have to be used. Rostow's only response was that the maritime powers could continue to prepare their options. A statement would soon be issued, which he hoped would suffice to deter Nasser. The following morning, Friday, May 26th, Bond received a phone call from Rusk. The President, Rusk said, had asked to post... Oh, holy shit, you subbed, Ophelia. Thank you, Ophelia. Thank you. Fuck you? Okay, fuck you too then. What was that for? Love you too, Ophelia. What a wonderful community I've built. Thank you, Ophelia. I mean, I already VIP'd you, but thank you. This dynamic is very abusive. Listen, no, the dynamic is very chill. Okay, everyone, we're chill here. We're awesome. The non-fun empire has the best community. Listen, even if it gets bad, it will never be as bad as Hassan's, and that's what matters. We will never be as bad as Hassan's community. I learned it from my mom. Break the cycle, Ophelia. Come on. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Following morning, May 26th. But I have to be mean, so people don't accuse me of grooming or something. Oh, that's true. Well, hey, I'm just streaming here. Don't I have the power? I'm the big guy streamer. You have to put into US work to be worse in the Sans community. I'm a female, so I have power. That's kind of accurate. No less, blah blah, firm pen of execution. Okay. Societies these days. The following morning, Friday, May 26th, a bond received a phone call from Rusk. From news of the most stable currency, accurate. The President Rusk said, had asked him to postpone a meeting from Abana Sunday. Invest now. Jeez, I keep getting distracted by you guys. The reason you thought was due back from Cairo. The President wanted to read his report first. Bond refused the request, however, explaining that he had to be back for his cabinet meeting in Israel on a Sunday, perhaps the most crucial cabinet meeting in our history. The decision would be taken based on what President Johnson conveys to me. I tell you frankly that I think we are in for hostilities next week. Bond concluded, there will be an active blockade that will be resisted. Ross's reply was terse. I get you, he said, and hung up. I love all these little icons next to my name. Yeah, it's your badges for giving me free money. I feel special now. Read Murray Rothbard. Who is this? Oh, this I've seen him before. We're not really doing economic stuff right now. We have a little bit of economic stuff to do later. I am working hard. Thank you, Ophelia. I don't think I'm just gonna read this random guy. I don't know. Maybe to refund my sub. Haven't seen any feet. I'm very disappointed. Do you support Hamas? No. Hot take. I don't actually. Rothbard is a fucking idiot. I don't know enough about him, but I don't really like Austrians. I can come on us through in a minute. Thanks, Ophelia. Leading the erosion of anarcho-capitalism. Bro believes in Austrian economics. I don't know enough about this guy specifically, but I'm not very Austrian. See if this guy's in here. Is the only true economics. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's probably where I put it from because I read this before. You believe in the state. Oh no, my chat's turning into capitalism versus communism discourse, except it's an anarcho-capitalist versus an authoritarian. Oh no, oh no. but you don't. I don't understand. You're Katie Boer. You're anarcho-capitalist. Do you think you're MK Ultra? True. What do you think of market failures like monopolies and monopsonies? Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of any market failures? Hold on. Why am I forgetting my list of market failures? Monopoly. There's credence goods. There's Why do I only remember monopolies and credence goods? Credence goods isn't even one of the big ones. Oh, negative externalities. What are we even talking about? We're talking about market failures right now, basically. What do you think of negative externalities then, Katie Borg? It's even like libertarians are for antitrust regulations. Market has competition. I don't know how to say because I'm not from USA. Yeah, but you understand. Not only there are also natural monopolies. That's another market failure. You understand firms can abuse monopoly power without any antitrust regulation, right? Like firms will make monopolies, and that monopoly is able to outcompete any new startup because it can. What's the term? It can market as yeah, like there's been monopolies in the past. Standard Oil too. Like Standard Oil would just buy up any new firms that tried to outcompete it. Monopolies can just buy firms, and they can also there's a term for what I'm thinking of. They can price their stuff where they can at a loss, right? Where they make a loss, but they can sustain a loss. Whereas a new firm can't sustain selling at that low because they don't have enough money in the bank. There's a term for that. Monopoly selling at loss. No, what's that? Predatory pricing. It's a commercial pricing strategy that involves the use of large-scale undercutting to eliminate to eliminate competition. This is where an industry dominant firm with sizable market power would deliberately reduce the price of a product or service to loss-making levels to attract all consumers to create a monopoly. It's probably like anarcho-cal 13 134. And like this isn't like an idea that's actually taken seriously like in any like economic schools. Anyone with like a basic standing in microeconomics will be able to tell you about market failures, about the need to tax negative externalities, about credence goods, and about common resources. Oh, common resources. That's another big one. Tragedy of the commons. How do you prevent that? Yeah, so that would be the big things I would say. How do you prevent monopolies? What do you do about natural monopolies? How do you prevent the tragedy of the commons? Is monopoly bad? It depends. It is true. It does depend. If the monopoly maintains the quality and price of a good, there is no reason for it to fall. But if it changes the price and quality of good, another market will come. You realize you actually don't understand economics. You realize, let's say another firm comes on the market. The monopoly has enough market power to just buy that firm. Also, there are barriers to entry. Firms can't just come on the market to start producing things. There are barriers to entry. And depending on what the monopoly is on, the barrier to entry, it can be really high. Monopolies, barriers to entry. You realize, any monopoly is They're somewhat respected economists who consider themselves anarcho-capitalists, I think, Ryan. I mean, I don't know what they mean by anarcho-capitalists, but I mean, you might be right. He's literally just like quoting someone. It's like a very, if you actually took an economics class, I have. They teach about this stuff in there. There are barriers to entry. Yeah. And also there are natural monopolies where it's just more efficient for one firm to do it. So like, power lines would be an example. A bridge would be an example. Telecommunications, utilities, oil and gas, railway and subway transportation. Monopoly can dictate worth without any reason people, yeah. But even if it buys the market, another market will come and break the monopoly. They'll just buy that one too. What do you think? What do you mean, bro? Who will profit? Is a monopolist or whoever broke the monopoly? Love Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk. Inflation, let's go. And then there are also natural monopolies. And then I would also ask about natural monopolies and the tragedy of the commons. How are you going to prevent those two things? Let's watch a just short explainer video. So maybe natural monopolies, and also negative externalities. Best view? No way. Best viewers in bots? No way. Look, natural monopoly. Literally, if you took an economics class, you would understand. You would like look at these graphs and you would know what they mean. Good one, Red. Good one, Red Yellow. Good one. Fucking owned him.
Monopolies. Natural monopolies face large and continuous economies of scale. They are characterized by high fixed costs of supply, including large-scale infrastructure such as cables, pipelines, and networks.
But in a total free market, no. What do you mean in a total free market?
Unregulated, they can make excessive supernormal profits, but because they often supply essential public utilities such as water and electricity, they may operate against the public's interest. So, what can be done? One problem of intervention is to avoid duplicating the infrastructure, so opening up to competition is costly and wasteful. It is possible to have the ownership and maintenance of the infrastructure controlled separately from the operating companies, as often happens in the case of railways, gas, and electricity supply. Infrastructure could be owned by a private operator or come under public ownership or public control. However, this can create conflicts of objectives between parts of the industry. For example, operating companies may focus on maximizing returns for shareholders, while the owners of the infrastructure may be more concerned with safety. In the UK, energy companies have been price capped, and although not pure monopolies, they have a large degree of monopoly power. For a regulator, deciding the level of the cap is difficult, and setting it too high can force the firm into...
By the way, everyone arguing in chat right now, I have a Discord. You can argue over there too. I mean, I want you to argue in my chat for now because it drives up engagement, you know? But just in the future, you can argue in my Discord. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. And it's in the panels below. Fuck you. Okay, Ophelia. Fuck you too. You're in my Discord. Screw you. By the way, I need to make sub badges, and I don't know how to do that. I need to I think Botrix lets you do it if you pay. Go premium. Premium rank in Discord. Premium Discord support. Premium channels in Discord. I'm just hurt because you diss my loot channel. I have nothing. I don't have a problem with your nudes channel. The problem was the false advertising. Okay, it's advertised as a nudes channel. It was actually a nudes channel. The problem isn't the content. The problem is the false advertising, because the content's good, but the false advertising is bad. But I don't know. All this getting cares about. I just care about the false advertising. Exactly. This is real. That's the only reason I started streaming, you know? Down bad for real, true. I don't think I don't know. I thought I could. Premium. What a premium. What a premium widget. That is the only reason I started streaming. Clip that. I offered him pics and he cries because he can't. Listen, it was the false advertising is what I was upset about. I wasn't even that mean about it, okay? I didn't offer anything. I mean, you didn't. I don't know. What do you mean you didn't offer anything? I mean, you just invited me to the channel. When I made you, I think I had you as like number whatever non-font supporter, and then you just gave me access to this channel. And then I said, let's go. And then someone in chat said, I think it was like Zach in chat wanted to join. And I told them about the false advertising. Yeah, it sounded like it. Wait, did I just go? Okay, Botrix, sub, roll, Discord.
If someone is going to subscribe to your Twitch channel, it means they like and want to support your content. And in this, maybe subscribe and check out my other content. How to link that server to your Twitch account and then edit roles and create roles for subscribers. So let's get back over to the computer. So head over to the server that you want linked to your Twitch, click the drop down arrow and click integrations on the menu.
Okay, server settings. Integrations, where is that? Integrations.
So you'll want to integrate your Twitch and
I don't see that. Hold on.
review what is displaying on your profile in this area. The amount of people who I have had to give a quick heads up to because they have their entire full name and personal information linked to their Discord and it's being displayed on their profile from Facebook or Spotify or something is a bit worrying. And almost every single one.
Why don't I have that? Why is that button not there for me? There's no.
One of them has free.
Anyone in the United States can make any amount of money if they put the work in. Go to communist somewhere you see where you get paid X amount of dollars and nothing more. True. We love people who are lazy and don't want to work. That is true.
Okay, so let's get into the first step and get over to the computer. So the first step you're going to need to do, whether you're a subscriber hoping to join a streamer's Discord or if you're a streamer, is connect your Twitch to your Discord. This is crucial. So open up Discord, hit the cogwheel to go to your user settings and click connections. When you're in here, you can click Twitch and follow the steps to connect your Twitch account. Once you're done, you'll see something like mine here. See, I have it already linked, so these are all in your profile in this area. The amount of people who I have had to give a quick heads up to because they have their entire full name, a bit worrying, and almost on the account. I think how to link that server to your Twitch account. So you'll want to integrate your Twitch.
That button's just not there. Do I need to be like a
for subscribers? So let's get back.
Bigger server or something? Disconnect and reconnect your Twitch account. Okay. Disconnect. Twitch. Uh-oh. Authorize. And then I restart Discord. Oh, the shit's fucked up. Okay. Server settings. Integrations. Twitch. Enable. I literally believe the others. Alright. It should work now? Yeah, now you guys have roles. Woohoo. Okay, hold on. Let me... server settings. Let me make them special or something. Look at my chat. It's just arguing while I'm doing this. Settings. Wait, okay, roles. Okay, this one, I don't know, make it that clear. Okay. Now there's sub roles. Woohoo! I don't think there's any point in making me a sub chat or anything because I don't know what's gonna be in there. I've read Soul Man under communism. I mean, it's under socialism, yeah. I read it a while ago, though. It's so good. I don't remember half the shit he says. I remember... all I remember from it is I liked, like, the first few pages of it, and then the next pages of it, the, like, last 10 pages were all about, like, art and theater and shit. It's like, I don't care. Reread it then? Maybe I'll get to it one day, because I need to digitize it. Let me get back into reading political theory. I've been too busy reading theology books and refuting Catholicism. I'm about fucking money. We all get that money. Finding something based on the characteristics of the definition. Sure, I would give you like, oh my god, I don't know. Okay, you guys can fight. You guys keep fighting. Keep fighting. I love the fighting. I love the community I've made. By the way, again, the Discord. Join the Discord. Everyone in the Discord right now. Or at least follow me. At least follow me so you get to fight with people next time I stream too. Okay, back to this. It's if we got so sidetracked. Following morning, May 26th, Bond received a phone call from Rusk. President Rusk said, had asked to postpone his meeting with Abban to Sunday. The reason you thought was due back from Cairo. Oh wait, we read this. Abban then proceeded to the Pentagon for talking to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and General Earl Wheeler, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs. Both men discussed Israeli claims of an impeding Egyptian offensive while appealing to a bond. While appealing to a bond to supply details of Israel's new assessment of impending Egyptian attacks. If you have information to that effect, share it. Western intelligence sources reported that Nasser had no intention of opening hostilities, although he might want to draw Israel into launching a limited first strike, which he would then be able to deflect and would then respond with massive force. Apprehensive and ambivalent, Aban headed for his final and most crucial meeting with President Johnson at the White House. Johnson's mood was no less troubled. He felt impatient with being pushed around, as he called it, by American Jewish groups. Was irked at the Canadians for leaking word of the Red Sea blockade regatta to the press, and resented being faced with what amounted to an Israeli ultimatum. Oh, Jesus. Doesn't matter. Workers' ownership and production, you still only get X amount of dollars. Oh man, oh boy. What a productive conversation. For someone thinking about gay sexuality, it's wrong to see Christianity. What the hell? What the hell? I'm not even going to pay attention. I'm not even going to pay attention. Oh my god. We love the gays. Thanks, Ophelia. Ambassador Harman accompanied Aban into the meeting. President on the American side, in addition to President, were McNamara, General Wheeler, blah blah blah. These people, a lot of people. Eugene's brother, who was a senior White House advisor, Aban began by stating that we are on the footing of grave and anxious expectancy, and reviewed Israel's decision to withdraw from Sinai in 1957 on the strength of its faith in American commitments. He mentioned the telegrams from Jerusalem, the most urgent he had ever seen, that cast doubt on not only Israel's welfare but its very survival. Needed was a public statement to the effect that the United States was coordinating its military strategy with Israel and detailing its response to any future Egyptian attack. The question to which I have to bring the answer is, do you have the will and determination to open the straits? He asked. Do we fight alone or do you fight with us? Johnson's reply was straightforward and somber. The United States was not going to risk war and confrontation with the Soviets just because the Israelis had set Sunday as its deadline. The problem is Vietnam and the need for decisive congressional support for any course of action in the Middle East. I'm not a king in this country, he exclaimed, and I am no good to you or your prime minister if all I can do is lead myself. I know that your blood and lives are at stake. My blood and lives are at stake in many places, and maybe in others. I've got to have the chance. I've got to have a chance to let my people come with me. I do not have one vote or $1 for taking action before thrashing out the matter at the UN. At the same time, Johnson also adjured any trust in the UN a big zero or Secretary General. You don't have to be learned to know what I think about him. The president did go so far as to make general promises to the Israelis. What you can tell the cabinet is that the president, the Congress, and the country will support a plan to use any or all measures to open the straits. Okay. So I want to talk about President Rosto. Okay, where's the fucking Sunday thing? God, my chat's having theology debates. I love it. Stare to be issued, which he hoped would suffice to deter Nasir. Onset Sunday. The deadline for any statements from the U.S. or he had to return to Israel for a cabinet meeting, after which Israel would take actions to open the straits. Vaughn asked if to fight alone with us. Johnson replied, "It's not going to risk war." Just because. Oh my god, I'm drunk. Israel had. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say despite the typos. Not saying your only purpose ever is to reproduce. That would be insane. I'm saying the point of sex. Sorry. First, I'm going to rinse war just because Israel had Sunday. It's its deadline. See Israelis to be patient. Washington was about to shut down for the long Memorial Day weekend, and they utilized the diplomatic ties to promote the convoy project. You and Israel did best intelligence and best embassies, so put them to work and line up all those who line up all those who are concerned about keeping the waterways open. If 10 guys would inseminate me every day. Jesus. Thanks, Ophelia. Conversation then turned to what Abban called the general problem, Israel's inclination to strike. Here the president was most emphatic, citing the conclusions reached by American intelligence that Egypt had no intention to attack. Johnson warned of the dangers Israel faced through unilateral moves. Letting U.S. intelligence that Egypt had no plans for an offensive strike. Johnson warned against unilateral Israeli action. Israel face unilateral moves. Israel should never make itself seen responsible in the eyes of America and the world for making war. Israel will not be alone unless it decides to go in alone. He repeated this last line 3 times and requested information on Israel's plans. Upon did not supply an answer, he merely proposed creating a joint U.S. military commitment to serve as a liaison for the duration of the crisis. On cue from the president, McNamara agreed to look into the matter, but cautioned the body would have to remain top secret. What's up? Gatan Ninjara, something like that. I don't know. I can't read Twitch names. Orange, Gata. Red, yellow, still here. I think the world would be a better place if we didn't have labeled parties and wokeness. Gata was cat. Gata is cat. In Spanish. Orange cat? Oh, no way. Thank you, Ophelia. I would have never. Girl cat? Gato. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because it's Garfield El Gato. One time in Spanish class, we had a Spanish spelling bee. Dog? Good one, Zach. Fucking phenomenal one. We had a Spanish spelling bee. And I am really, really bad at foreign languages. I am absurdly bad at foreign languages. Literally, like, our teacher would, like, say the English word for something, and then we would have to just say the Spanish word. It wasn't actually spelling, it was just saying the Spanish word. I got out first because my teacher said the word for green. My teacher said green, and I didn't know the Spanish word for it. I still don't know the Spanish word for it, actually. I still don't actually know. But it was embarrassing. I love lust and pleasure. Thanks, Ophelia. Real. Because it's anti-Christian, Ophelia. Like, how do you feel that you have less badges now? Well, you have less relative to the other people who've given me bits. Ophelia, you still have all your badges. What do you mean? This is a secret trick. I know how to get a badge. Wait, you might have the power to VIP yourself. Did I take mushrooms or not today? I think you should take mushrooms. My stream on mushrooms would be insane, man. It actually would. My stream on mushrooms. I got iBads. What the hell? Listening only. My stream on mushrooms would not be that interesting. It would just be. You would. I don't know. Maybe come to some new revelations when you play techno. I mean, there's lo-fi in the background, right? That's I'm fucking working, bitch. What? What was I gonna say? Oh, maybe mushrooms is the insight we need to determine whether or not the 67 war was defensive. The 67 war between the 6-day war, it's what it's called a lot, between Israel and Egypt and Syria. Yeah. Well, all the Arab states really, but mainly the big ones were Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. I love to debate when I'm sober, but it's so funny when you're drunk. Well, you guys are both in my server, so I think if Felix in my server, I don't know. We could set something up. I can moderate. But I'm off. Based. Arabs attack Israel in 67 got pushed back. It's a little complicated, more complicated than that, because Israel technically did the first strike. Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran, and then Israel did a preemptive first strike. Oh, what's up, GDX? I think we should get rid of... Oh no, GDX is going to agree with Red Yellow. Oh, my chat's going to turn into a total shoutout match. Pigler has add permanent term. We should get rid of black. What? You should go on my news channel, true. It's false advertising. Stop the false advertising. What the hell? Oh boy. Oh, my chat's gonna... Oh, my chat's on culture war stuff. Oh, my chat's on... Who kicked more ass wins? Simple man. True. It's no Lucian. Our progress has slowed significantly in reading this. My opinion, on Israel. My opinion, Israel should blockade every center of Gaza, and aid that gets stolen by Hamas. Not all the aid gets stolen. The majority of the aid gets to people just fine, Gidiox. It's hidden for non-believers, true. Good one, Zach. Okay. So ended the 90-minute meeting, the diplomatic announcement of weeks of effort to avoid a third Arab-Israeli war. They pronounced little more than Johnson's affirmation not to launch a first strike. His general pledge to use any and all measures in his power to ensure that the Straits and the Gulf will be open for free and innocent passage, and a Bond's commitment to President that is pledged to his government. The foreign minister came away distraught by what he later termed the rhetoric of impotence of a paralyzed president. And after Bond left the room, Johnson slipped down into his chair and sighed, "I failed, they're gonna go." But it was the Egyptians, not the Israelis, who were preparing to go. As Israeli intelligence had warned, the leadership in Cairo had authorized a major military attack against Israel's port city of Eilat and others as strategic targets in the Negev. Okay. As Israel's intelligence warned, leadership in Cairo authorized a major military attack. Other strategic targets. We're on page 22. I need 60. Okay, we definitely need to look more into this. So I'm gonna make this bold and I'm gonna make it green. Oh, sorry, you added me, GDX? Sorry, the chat's going fast. In your anecdotal experience, the Jewish woman... Okay, I'm not answering that, GDX. You already know I'm not going to answer that. I don't know why the fuck you're asking. Plan, codenamed Assad, was to be put in operation the following day. Saturday, May 27th. And would have gone ahead had Johnson not hotlined the Kremlin, passing along a bond's warning of an impending Egyptian attack. What would have happened if Johnson did not pass word of the attack to the Kremlin? Scandal, she's on Pinterest. What? Zach just had. I don't. Zach doesn't have very. I don't know. Zach doesn't have real positions. Ophelia, I feel like. Ophelia, I feel like you've been in chat and seen some of the unhinged stuff JDox has said before. I don't think you and JDox agree on 99% of things. Sexular, true, true. I have. One of the things JDox said it unhinged. Nasir promptly canceled the attack. There was always a visit to Nasir at 3 in the morning by Soviet ambassador who conveyed Moscow's stern objection to any initiation of war by Egypt. Nasir promptly canceled the attack. I haven't been unhinged this stream. You haven't been unhinged this stream, but you did ask a question that you knew I wasn't going to answer. Soviet, what's it? What Soviet ambassador? Met with Nasir at 3 in the morning. Voiced the Soviets' objection to any initiation of war I did. What was it? 37 it was on. 30. Dudes are pretty funny, they're not gonna lie. He is the autistic that talks about Jewish media. War had been narrowly averted, but the crisis remained at full pitch. On Saturday, Aban returned to find Israel in a state of almost unbearable tension. The army calculated that every day of inaction was costing the country $20 million once war broke out, thousands of battlefield casualties, and thousands of battlefield casualties. Rabin, stricken by the sense that he was that he alone bore the burden of Israel's fate, and wounded by criticism of his military leadership from his former mentors, Ben Gurion and Dayan, has suffered a temporary breakdown. On Sunday, Jesus fucking Christ, Sunday. Always weird about my question, bro. JDX, we've gone over this so many fucking times. I'm not gonna answer random, unhinged sexual questions in my chat when we're not even talking about that shit. I don't know how many times I need to say that to you. It's a good. I don't get it. On Sunday, May 28th, the cabinet convened to hear Bond's final report. Alon and many other cabinet ministers were relieved that Johnson had not threatened to punish Israel if it attacked. That it could go it alone if it wanted to. Others were not convinced. The problem was not only that the ambiguity of the American position, but also Israel's ability to win. I have more confidence in American promise than I do in my IDF's capacity to break the Egyptian army, confessed Interior Minister Shapira. You don't get it. Ophelia, you are sexual for no reason in a very different way than Gideox is sexual for no reason, okay? You don't ask me unhinged, weird, sexual, personal questions. You just are like jokingly flirting sometimes. That's it. Warning that future generations would condemn the government if it failed to exploit every alternative to the war. Oh my god, it's true. Aban recommended that the government delay in its decision for 3 weeks, giving the Americans enough time to gather their Red Sea convoy. Okay. Despite Israel estimating that every day of an action costing the country $20 million. Thousands of lives on the battlefield. Like he's sexist? What? Me or Gideox? Oh, me. I am sexist, 100%. Bond. Recommended the government delay its decision for 3 weeks, giving the Americans enough time to gather the Red Sea convoy. In the end, the matter was settled by a message from Johnson that arrived at the height of the cabinet debate. It warned of possible Soviet intervention to aid the Arabs in the event of war, and it petitioned Israel not to take preemptive military action, and therefore make itself responsible for the initiation of hostilities. Another side memoir, this one from Koskin, further specified the dangers that Israel would face if it attacked first. The cables tipped the scales in Eban's favor, and the government resolved to give American diplomacy another chance. Though pessimistic about the chances about the Red Sea Regatta would succeed, Escol agreed to a 3-week delay, and several ministers followed his lead. Privately, the Prime Minister decided to send Mossad chief, this guy, to seek further clarifications with Washington's policy, at the same time to try to focus American Jewish pressure on the White House. Despite Johnson's belief that he had failed to prevent an Israeli strike, true, Holohusk, the government of Israel had decided yet again to delay the action in hope of finding a diplomatic solution. On the next day, May 29th, two reports arrived from Washington which appeared to vindicate that decision. The first, a report on Eban's meeting at the White House from this guy, America's ambassador to Israel, placed specific emphasis on Johnson's vow to employ any and all measures to reopen the Gulf. Second, from the Secretary of State Rusk, outlined substantial progress that had been made in building the international convoy. The Gali also cabled, reaffirming the principle of free passage through the straits. For the first time, the crisis seemed to be heading in something other than the exonerable path towards war. That impression, however, proved to be short-lived. In an effort to calm the country's mood, Esgold had that same day delivered another nationally broadcast speech, again couched in conciliatory terms as a further gesture towards Johnson. The Prime Minister, not the most inspirational leaders, even at the best of times, watched his delivery and appeared to be on the verge of a breakdown. Base. Panic spread amongst the public. One, the army dissatisfaction with Esgold's leadership came to a head. Can we find the speech? That'd be awesome, man. Hey, I was insane. Destiny can't believe what Israel wants to do. I don't know. I mean, it kind of does. Was it May 29th? Oh, got it. Anfon probably is shacking right now. That is true. That's accurate. This is a pre-recorded stream.
If Israel escalates it into something further, God, that would just be so dumb. God, it would be so stupid.
No, is this about Iran?
What makes you think they might? I don't know. Netanyahu and a lot of the right-wing government, I think the Minister of Defense and everybody was saying, yeah, let's do it. I'm hoping it's just like a show for the people. That's what I'm hoping it is. It's just a show for the people. It should be. No more excuses.
I don't know. I've seen. What's that? Okay. I stopped watching this. Okay. With our own hands, we have destroyed our most powerful weapon, the enemy's fear of us, declared again Ariel Sharon at the meeting between Esgol and the IDF division commanders. We will have to pay a far higher price in the future for something that we are in any case have to do now. The people of Israel are ready to wage a just war. The people understand that they feel they have to pay the price. The problem is not the straits. The problem is the survival of the state of Israel. The other generals agreed and charged the government with abandoning its historic duty and endangering the state. This guy feared that the prime minister might conceivably be ousted by his own army, or else succumb to physical and mental exhaustion. Yet, despite all, Esgol remained committed to the decision to delay military action. Meanwhile, Israel's strategic position continued to deteriorate. Jesus fucking Christ. Try that one again, guys. At the UN. Oh, sorry. I rephrased anti-Semitism. At the UN, Youthant had all but abandoned his mediation efforts. Nasser had rejected his proposal for a 2-week memorandum on the blockade, while the Security Council was deadlocked by both French and Soviet obstruction. Moreover, Israel was beginning to experience acute shortages of oil and essential foodstuffs due to the blockade. Okay. The UN Security Council deadlock because of both French, Soviet objections, and Youthant had abandoned any mediation efforts. Moreover, Israel. Oh, we read it. Okay. Israel began experiencing shortages of food and oil. Due to blockade. Moscow's communication had taken a minoratory turn, attacking the reckless activity initiated by warmongering circles in Israel and warning of the grave consequences that would result from any Israeli aggression. Accompanying this depressing news, was word of even more disturbing developments in the region. IDF intelligence reported that another Egyptian armed division had entered the Sinai, that the Sudanese, Iraqi, and Kuwait troops were en route to the front, and that Syrian forces were positioned to invade Galilee. Is this like the Golan Heights? No, this is within Israel. Okay. Okay. Oh no, my chat's turning into a theology debate. The Arabs were in the wrong for blocking trade from the Suez Canal for the preceding 6-day war. Wow, Jidiox, I didn't know that. Are you for real right now? That's new information to me. Do you agree or no? Yes, obviously. Along the Gaza border were former UNICEF positions that have been occupied by the units of the Palestine Liberation Army, shooting and landmining incidents. I know, it's like, I don't understand. Most leftists like me. Yep, definitely disagree that was a bad thing. I think even more pro-Palestinian people agree it's a bad thing. They just don't think it necessarily justified the Israeli preemptive strike. And also, I'm not a leftist. Along the Gaza border were former UNICEF positions occupied by the units of Palestinian Liberation Army. Shooting and landmining incidents increased at an alarming rate, as did armed infiltrations from Jordan and Syria. Don't forget the spirit of the Lord touching the deepest part of your soul. You said you were a liberal. I thought during our first debate, I did say I was a liberal. Yes, I am a liberal. Question by reporters on the fate Israel could expect. Isn't liberal in America on the left? Yes, but it's not leftist. There's a difference between liberal and leftist. Big difference. Leftists are anti-liberal, are illiberal. Most leftists are. Depends on how leftist. It depends. People have different fucking definitions of leftism. Question by reporters on the fate Israelis could expect from the Arabs when coming to war. After the Arabs won the coming war, the PLO chairman replied, "Those who will survive will remain in Palestine. I estimate that none of them will survive." This guy of Iraq, was no less categorical. The existence of Israel is an error that must be rectified. This is our opportunity to wipe out the, what is this word? Ignominy? Ignominy. Which has been with us since 1948. Our goal is clear: to wipe Israel off the face of the map. We shall, God willing, meet in Tel Aviv and Haifa. On the border, forming unit positions occupied the units of Palestine. Was it PLO? Units of the Palestine Liberation Army in Gaza. I don't know. occupied by units of the Palestinian Liberation Army Gaza. Armed infiltrations. Land mining incidents. Just armed infiltration incidents. Irrogated with Jordan. Syria. President by reporter on the fate that Israelis could expect after the Arabs won the Korean War. PLO chairman. I'll take these quotes. The upsurge in Arab preparations climaxed the following day, May 30th, when King Hussein and Jordan signed a mutual defense pact with Egypt and placed his army under Cairo's command. Okay. May 30th, Jordan signed a mutual defense pact with Egypt and placed its army. Imagine believing in an all-powerful being, but also being super upset about the bureaucratic structure of the church. Under what's it gonna say? Under Egypt's control. Dialectics of enlightenment. Jesus, what the hell? God, it's so hard to fucking copy shit from Twitch chat. Oh my god. Why does it automatically jump to all your fucking badges? Was a socio-psychological status quo that had been responsible for what the Frankfurt School considers the failure of the Enlightenment. They argued that this failure accumulated around fascism, Stalinism, blah 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 blah, mass consumer capitalism. Best book ever. Yeah. How long is it? Is it 304 pages? I'm not reading that. What's up, Canadian guy, man? Welcome to the stream. My chat's a little chaotic right now. Harry Potter is cringe and lame. True, true, true. The upsurge in Arab preparations climaxed the following day, May 30th, when the King of and Jordan signed a mutual defense pact with Egypt, placed his army under Cairo's command. He returned to Amman, but with a troop of Egyptian commanders ready for action, declaring all the Arab armies now surround Israel. What is this? Is this the capital of Jordan? It is the capital of Jordan. declared. All Arab armies now surround Israel. 71. Gotta go running. You're running out of data. Well, thank you for being here, Ophelia, and thank you for the bits and the sub. Thank you. I love you, Ophelia. Okay, DM me. 39. You got that exactly right. Hell yeah. No shit, I totally forgot what page on. 22? No. 25. Not exaggerating, Israel suddenly found itself facing the likelihood of onslaught from 3 fronts by armies totaling some 465 men, roughly 3,000 tanks and 810 planes, a force several times the size of the IDF, at a time when the nation's international installation was virtually complete. So far, Nasser had achieved a stunning victory without firing a single shot. We are ready to settle the problem in Palestine, he triumphantly told the Egyptian Popular Council on that day. It is we who decided the time and the place of the battle. We will not leave any decision to Israel, as was the case in 1948. Even without opening hostilities, Cairo is now in a position to strangle Israel economically or force it into war, from which it was likely to emerge humbled and condemned, if at all. Okay. Even without starting a war. Our Palestine is already from the road to the sea. True. Cairo is now in a position to economically strangle. What's the other thing he said? Economically strangle or force it into a war. Let's see if force it. Meanwhile, the Red Sea Regatta plan. Wait, there's another quote I wanted to hear. What's up? Are you a good one, Gidiox? Gidiox, it's not actually the first thing you have to ask. It's not actually. You don't actually have to ask that. It's the very first thing. What's up? Shalom. Welcome to the stream. The last guy that came in and just said hello, I think immediately left. I don't think Canadian guy saw this chat and he just left. Okay. Meanwhile, the Red Sea Regatta plan had foundered. Even the Dutch and Canadians, who at first enthusiastically supported the plan, had backed off, fearing a military clash with Egypt and a cutoff from the Middle East oil supplies. The Red Sea Regatta plan floundered. It's even the Dutch and was it not the French, the Dutch and the Canadians. I think we scared the new guy off as well, the other new guy. Tiljin. Act off. Plan. Fearing losing access to their Middle East oil supply. An increasingly frustrated President Johnson was also minded to undertake the task unilaterally, but the Pentagon strongly objected. In the best case, Defense Department reasoned the United States would be saddled with permanently patrolling the straits. In the worst case, the Egyptians would open fire, triggering a chain of events that would lead to catastrophe. Virtually none of this information was shared with the Israelis. In their conversations with Harman and Hebron, Rostov insisted that Johnson was making good progress and drumming up support on Capitol Hill, and that Americans and British boats were already streaming towards Tehran. Worried that the Israelis themselves might be tempted to test the blockade with one of their own ships, the Americans kept urging them to be patient and calm. Under no circumstances should they be the first to fire. It was not until Wednesday, May 31st, that Israel finally discovered the truth about the Red Sea Regatta. I just realized. This just made me realize we're already in April of this year. That's wild. Okay. Anyway. Not until Wednesday, May 31st, that Israel discovered the truth about the Red Sea Regatta. Final proof of the plan's failure came in the form of an exchange of messages between Eskol and Johnson. The Prime Minister wired the White House welcoming Johnson's pledge to open the straits by all and every means. Israel expected that an Egyptian attempt to block international convoy would be answered with naval power, he wrote. The president quickly instructed Roosevelt to inform Harman the United States could not in no way fulfill such a commitment. The Israeli ambassador responded by reminding Roosevelt of the fateful move when he had implored the Israeli government to defer action on the strength of Johnson's word. What you have told me now will be received as great bitterness in Israel and will certainly generate momentum for a unilateral move. The Israeli public cannot stand it any longer, he said. The public had in fact reached a breaking point. Throughout Israel, people were filling sandbags for the use in defensive measures and donating blood to prepare for expected casualties. 14,000 hospital beds have been prepared, and mass graves dug in Tel Aviv Municipal Park. Jesus Christ. IDF operator chief Erz Arrivan burst into the Prime Minister's office. If you give the order to launch an attack, Jewish history will mark you as a great leader. If you don't, it will never forgive you. At this point, Justice Minister, this guy who was also present, broke down sobbing. Such demonstrations of emotion were becoming common among the nation's leaders. Eskol had lost the will to weather them. On May 31st, he gave in to pressure to create a national unity government with opposition leader, this guy, and the next day, he accepted Moshe Dayan as his defense minister. Okay, do I need to write? I just need to write down. May 31st. Israel found out the Red Sea Regatta plan. It failed from communications with Johnson. Formation of the National Unity Government and the appointment of Dayan were not, however, tantamount to a decision to go to war. In a stormy meeting at the IDF headquarters on Friday, June 2nd, cabinet members and generals agreed to argued the pros and cons of initiating hostilities. Again, IDF intelligence chief opened with an intelligence briefing. This is Egypt's finest hour. The United States does not intend to act seriously to open the naval blockade by force, nor does it intend to take far-reaching steps to settle the conflict between Israel and Egypt. After Yariv Rabin spoke, restating his belief that no one other than we ourselves can relieve us of the military and diplomatic stranglehold that is tightening around us, Our main objective must be to deliver a decisive blow to Nasir. That, I believe, would change the entire order in the Middle East. The floor was given to General Modihad, of the Air Force commander, who outlined the logistics and objectives of the Mokid operation. The Air Force is ready to go into action immediately, Hod continued. There is no need to wait, not even 24 hours. Impressive though it sounded, Hod's elan still failed to persuade many of the ministers. How are our cities protected against bombings? Asked Interior Minister, this guy. What are the estimated losses in planes in the events that we attack their airfields? Asked Education Minister. Hod had ready answers for all their questions, except one posed by a health minister who raised the specter of Soviet intervention following a successful first strike. Sharon rose to the object that Israel's constant kowtowing to the powers. If we want to survive here, we have to stand up for our rights, he exclaimed, prompting Eskol to remind him that the same no-towing had brought Israel the arms it now possessed to defend itself. In a country of 2 million souls, we have to ask ourselves, said the Prime Minister, if we fight every 10 years, will we have an ally to come help us? Can you consult with an ally today? And tomorrow say, we thumb our nose and say you. Conspicuously silent throughout these exchanges was Moshe Dayan. The newly installed defense minister had already made his position known, informally to some government military leaders. He favored launching an attack on the following Monday, June 5th, with the goal of eliminating Egypt's air force and its military presence east of the Military passes into Sinai. He also ruled out any Israeli advance to the Suez Canal, into the West Bank, or to the Golan Plateau. Even in these limited objectives, however, did not yet win Eskol's unqualified approval. This he withheld pending receipt of the latest latest impressions gleaned by Mossad chief Amit on his return that night from Washington. The blunt and dependable Amit met with his defense secretary McNamara, as well as some 30 American intelligence experts, among them CIA head Richard Helms, Deputy CIA Director Rufus L. Taylor, and James Angelton, the agency's veteran liaison with the Mossad. Throughout the talks, geez, every time I hear the word Mossad, I don't think the Mossad is real. I'm like, everyone uses the term Mossad as a meme now. So like, anytime I see it, I'm just like, why are they memeing here? Throughout the talks, Amit, I don't know, has sought to be as provocative as possible, telling the Americans that he intended to go back with the reclamation for war. He learned that U.S. intelligence agreed with Israel's estimates of Arab military might and was willing to share some of his own information with the IDF. Most significant to Amit, however, especially these talks with McNamara, was the absence of any strong American objection to unilateral military action. Upon return to Israel on the early hours of June 3rd, Amit met with these guys. Probably not, Judea. Probably not any unrelated weird sexual questions you can ask me. No. Who had returned from Washington. Amit's message was to the point. Though the United States had no intention of opening the blockade by force, we would not object to Israel's actions to punish the Egyptians. But then, in apparent about-face, he advised the government to wait another week and then send an Israeli ship through the Straits. Harman agreed. In your opinion, what is the difference between a liberal and a leftist? When I hear a liberal believes in like the fundamental like liberal like natural rights, land, liberty, property. Leftists, so generally like a liberal is going to be like a capitalist generally. When I hear leftist, I think like anti-capitalist, and anti at least a property right part of natural rights. That's what I think. Liberal, private property, yay. Leftist, private property, boo. It's basically what I think when I hear liberal leftist. Alon, however, objected. The minute we send that ship through, the Egyptians will know we're about to attack. Dayan could not contain himself. Whoever waits for the Egyptians to start the war has got to know that we'll lose the land of Israel. He added, shouting, it's lunacy to wait. Events over the next 24 hours reinforced Dayan's conclusion. What's the difference between a liberal and libertarian? A liberal is just going to be generally more in favor of like government intervention, welfare spending, the they're going to be more for like what I would call like positive rights, like your right to stuff. Whereas the libertarian is going to be a lot more focused on negative rights. They're going to be a lot more focused on your right from government intervention. And they're going to be a lot less pro-government intervention in the economy. So the liberal doesn't actually believe in property rights. Liberal, they still believe in property rights. You say they... I don't like the words believe in them less. But if you want to say they just don't believe in as strongly protecting them as like a full-blown libertarian might. Events over the next 24 hours reinforced Iran's conclusions and removed Eskol's lingering reservations about going to war. Disappointment with American policy, already keen in Israel, deepened with news that State Department plan, long favored by Nasser, to submit the Straits to an issue of the International Court of Justice. The administration seemed increasingly hesitant to discuss their Brigada initiative, preferring instead to focus on the idea of maritime powers, making a declaration in support of free passage. Liberals and leftists both support central planning. Liberals generally aren't going to be in favor of central planning. They may be in favor of some government intervention in the economy. They may be in favor of central planning in cases like natural monopolies. So what's the actual ideological difference? The actual ideological difference is on the margin. That is also depending on... yeah. Liberals are generally not going to support central planning. Liberals may support intervention in market failures, but they're not going to... They would not support what I would call central planning. Or some right wingers. I mean, it depends how... It just depends on... One can be liberal and libertarian. There are two definitions of liberal. Capital L liberal is just like believing in natural rights, okay? Or is it no? Lowercase L liberal is just like believing in like fundamental freedoms, natural rights, stuff like that, shit like that, okay? Capital L liberal in the US just means like Democrat. Small L liberal refers to people who are ideologically liberal, but not necessarily members of a political party named liberal. Yeah. So yes, yeah, I told you that. One can be lowercase L liberal and libertarian at the same time, but you can't be capital L liberal and libertarian at the same time. The administration seemed increasingly hesitant to discuss the Brigada initiative. Okay, well, I have to read this. Events over the next 24 hours reinforced Iran's conclusion and removed Eskol's lingering reservations to go to war. So which type of liberal are you? I'm both. Because capital L liberals are lowercase L liberals, but I'm capital L liberal. And move Eskol's lingering reservations about going to war. A disappointment with American policy, already keen in Israel, depend with the news of a the State Department plan, long favored by Nasser, to submit the Straits issue to the International Court of Justice. What do you mean on the margins? I mean on the margin. How do I explain to you on the margins? I mean, the difference isn't necessarily the fundamental beliefs between libertarian and liberal. It's differences in how those beliefs are like practiced. Like margin just means like one. Margin means like one additional. Right? I mean, I know it means that, but how do I? The edge of port or something. The amount, yeah. What's the difference between margins between liberals and leftists is my question. There's a disagreement on the fundamental beliefs between leftists and liberals, because there's a disagreement on the fundamental belief of like the right to property, and depending on how far left you go, like free speech and other stuff. It depends what the hell you mean by leftist too. Usually, when I hear leftist, I just think anti-capitalist. It is technically possible to be like a market socialist, and be like a liberal anti-capitalist, because you could believe somewhat in the right to property, but still but be in favor of like worker co-ops or something like that. Liberals versus leftists. Have you ever had Taco Bell? I do. I like Taco Bell because I'm a vegetarian, and Taco Bell has this nice feature where like you can just like they just have like a button on either the app or the screens that they have in the stores, and you just click it, and it automatically makes everything vegetarian. It automatically substitutes. I've never been at Chipotle, but Chipotle looks good. We just don't have anything near it. Yeah, but Taco Bell just has its vegetarian mode, and I like it. And I like Taco Bell on its own too. I actually really like Taco Bell. I like Taco Bell too much. Zach in chat, Zach, tell them about the Taco Bell tomatoes. It's Kyle in chat, tell them about the $1 cheesy roll-up. Liberal generally refers to a worldview that advocates regulated capitalist markets that curb excess, that curbs excess and prevents economic exploitation. It values market regulations while also upholding the supremacy of the capitalist system in terms of social policies. Liberal Senate support civil liberties, democratic institutions. Both are gay and satanic. True. Human rights, equality of opportunity. Leftists generally refer to a worldview that advocates transition to socialism in some or all parts of the economy. Namely, it tends to support government takeover of the healthcare system in America. Liberals support that too. It depends. Leftists often advocate for systematic change to eradicate perceived inequalities and injustices. That's dumb, because you can be a liberal and advocate for universal healthcare. Every European country is I mean, that definition is pretty all over the place. I mean, it's weird, yeah. This might be good. Liberals, capitalism can be reformed. Leftist capitalism can't be reformed. The system is broken, can be fixed. The system is working as it was designed to work this way. Liberalism tries to tackle social inequalities, just to on the base of making individual rights a market. Yeah. Like governments have this up with yeah. It's like, oh, even PragerU has something. A liberal has his views and is content to let you live your own. So leftist, on the other hand, has his views. This is, I don't like the way this is phrased. It's a little bit true in some sense. So like a liberal is perfectly fine if you like go off and do your little socialism town. Okay, if you want to make a worker co-op and do your little socialism, a liberal is fine because you can do your little socialism, and that can exist within a wider capitalist system. Versus a leftist will say everything has to be socialist. You aren't allowed to do a little bit of socialism in a wider capitalist system. Everything has to be a wider socialist system. Depending on how far left you go, like not all leftists, like it's complicated. Not all like leftists are even worker co-op people, or everything has to be worker co-op people. Real band profit enterprise. Leftists just take aims to move away from capitalist market. It's on the spectrum. I get, yeah, it's complicated. And you can be fucking anarchist and you can do shit. I don't know. Point is, there's a difference between liberal and leftist. I don't. Anarchism can accept markets. Problem is, political theory isn't market science. Yeah. Oh, how did I? Oh, what? Why is this shit broken? I don't, Judy. Guys, why do you think I would? Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? It's so loud. Oh, wait, I do know this guy. Maybe. No, I've seen a little bit of this guy's stuff. I don't think I've ever seen this guy before, though. I don't. I just looked him up to the accident. I didn't know who he was. Okay, we have to read this now. But I see it. Magistrates issued an international court of justice. Finding confusing the internet tankies confuse leftism with being anti-American. Yeah, it's wild. And there's some, whatever. I don't know. Listen. Horsey theory is real to some extent. Both the far right and the far left have become increasingly anti-American. Why are the left so retarded? Thanks. I can't say that. Oh my god. Wait, you can't say that. The tank engine. Even if the news of a State Department plan long favored by last year to submit to straight issue in international court of justice. The administration seemed increasingly hesitant to discuss the Regatta Initiative, preferring instead to focus on the idea that maritime powers making a declaration in support of free passage through the straits. I'm going to bed. I need sleep. Good night, Navon. Good night, chat. Good night, Hollow Husk. Thank you. Number 1 offensive order, Hollow Husk. Oh, indeed. Hold on, Iran, Iraq, Syria. I am doing it. Might be new information, because Isaac just DM'd me.
Good evening. I'm Juju Chang at ABC News headquarters here in New York.
Uh-oh.
Interrupting your regular programming with some breaking news. Israel has initiated a retaliatory strike against Iran, according to a senior U.S. official. This comes just 5 days after.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
I'm Juju Chang at ABC News headquarters.
Uh-oh. I don't want to be drafted, guys. I don't want guys.
Israel has initiated a retaliatory strike against Iran, according to a senior U.S. official.
Uh-oh.
This comes just 5 days after Tehran launched a direct military assault on Israel, firing more than 300 drones and missiles. Most were intercepted by Israel with the help of allies, including the U.S. Since that unprecedented weekend attack, Israel has vowed to retaliate. We turn now to ABC's Matt Gutman, who is in Israel with the latest reporting. Matt, what are you hearing?
Juju, a senior U.S. official telling us that Israeli missiles have hit at least one site inside Iran. No reports yet on casualties or what specifically this site was. As you mentioned, Israel has been telegraphing that it will respond. Officials telling me at the time and place of their choosing, they did not specify.
Why do you think I timed you out, TDX? You know, don't ask that question like you don't know why I timed you out. Hold on, I gotta look up. Fuck, what was I gonna do? TDX said that. Yeah, don't ask the question. Like, why do you think? I don't understand. What other possible reason could there be? You knew the answer to that question. I have been for telling President the music was too loud. The fact that I haven't even banned Jidiox yet. God damn. Joe Biden initially, because I remember it came out. God damn it. God damn it, Israel. I remember it came out that they canceled a they said it was going to respond, but then they called it off after Netanyahu got off the phone. Gideox, you can't say it on Twitch, period. It doesn't matter, okay? Listen, when I was reading chat, I said it on accident, okay? I don't have to, like, I don't have any, like, strong moral objection to the word, but you can't say it on Twitch. I've seen it on other people's chats. That's fine. I don't care. It's not allowed in my chat. God damn it, Israel. I didn't think they banned your chat. They don't, I mean, they probably don't ban it, but, dude's just baiting me. He is just baiting me. Nightbot deleted a message. I don't, Gideox. Oh my god. I told you the reason already. You're not allowed to say it on Twitch. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Israel cannot operate in Iran. Uh-oh. Well, we'll see what happens. Israel launched a missile strike in Iraq. Well, it'll be interesting to see what Iran does, because I don't think Iran actually wanted. I don't think Iran expected this to happen. Because Iran, like, literally, like, broadcasted its its plans to attack, and then, like, before the missiles even landed, it was like, we consider the matter closed, because it was like just chest puffing. God damn, what the hell? Put Israel on the rogue state list. Oh my god. Israel needs to get rid of its stupid right wing. Israel does need to get rid of its stupid ass right wing government. I don't know, maybe Iran will get rid of Israel's right wing government. I mean, if I go to war. I don't want to get drafted. I don't want to get drafted, guys. I don't want to get drafted. I don't want to get drafted, and I don't want the price of everything to go up because of fucking shortages. It is more less. I have no clue what Iran's going to do this. Okay, back to reading this. Okay, the administration seemed increasingly hesitant to discuss the Regatta Initiative, preferring instead to focus on the idea of maritime powers, making a declaration in support of free passage through the straits. The president of Washington was willing to abide by the blockade, and the rule of UNICEF was reinforced by the dispatch of two highly regarded representatives of Cairo. The result was an invitation for Egyptian Vice President to come to Washington on June 7th, with U.S. Vice President Herbert H. Humphrey later to pay a reciprocal visit to Egypt. The only encouragement Israel received, however oblique, came from Arthur Grimm and Abe Fortas, both close associates of Johnson. The two told him that Evron and the president had despaired of a diplomatic solution, and that he appreciated the chance of Israel. Jesus fucking Christ! Why can't you read? The chance Israel had given to find them one. UN Ambassador Arthur Goldberg approached his Israeli counterpart, reminding him, "You stand alone and have to know the consequences." But then adding a personal note, "I understand if you have to act alone. You will know how to act." These messages, viewed against the background of Israel's rapidly disintegrating, Jesus fucking Christ, deterrence ability, and the impressions conveyed by Emmett convinced Aban, the most obstinate in opposing the war, that the time had come to act. The United States appeared to be constantly behind Israel, but would it not fault it for defending itself? Or would it? That same day, another message reached Eskil from Johnson. Though the exchange of views with General Emmett was mentioned, the Emery emphasized the importance of ideas for the Maritime Powers Declaration and Convoy, as well as the need for coordination with both Congress and the United Nations. Johnson posed to provide as effective American support as possible and to preserve the peace and freedom of the nation and the area, but then qualified that pledge by adding, "Our leadership is unanimous that the United States should not move into isolation." He concluded by stressing the need for Israel to avoid making itself responsible for the outbreak of war, repeating the warning that Israel will not be alone unless it decides to go alone. Going to the factual cabinet meeting of Sunday, June 4th, the question of whether the United States would condemn or condone an Israeli preemptive strike could not definitely be answered, nor could any military minister or military leader say for sure what the Soviets' reaction would be. The meeting, which convened at 8:15 a.m., opened with presentations by Haman and Yaviv. An analysis of Johnson's policies was heard, as was the report on Egyptians moving its army from a defensive to an offensive disposition, apparently with the intent of occupying Eilat. Ministers, these people continued to raise objections, expressing fear of international censor if Israel fired first. "Let them censor us," Alan snapped. "We'll survive." 7 hours of deliberation followed, during which it was decided inter alia to advise King Hussein of Jordan that no harm would befall his country if it refrained from joining the conflict. Then, as exhausted and emotionally drained government voted unanimously to authorize the security forces, under the authority of Defense Minister and the IDF Chief of Staff, to mount military operations to liberate Israel from the current siege, to preempt the impending attack from the forces of the United Arab Command. Okay. After further actions from the Johnson administration, Russian was Washington. Gave the impression Washington was willing to abide by the blockade. Israel's government said they issued a warning to Jordan. And voted to go to war. And voted you are my favorite streamer. Oh, thanks, Tide Pod Turtle. Carter, by the way, we're gonna get drafted. Hate to break it to you. Israel attacked Iran.
We do have some breaking news. I think we disagree that Israel needs to invade Rafah. So seemingly, there's some agreement between Israel and the United States with regards to invading Rafah, and if that means that Israel.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We're being chilling. It's fine. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Iran's response would be immediate and at maximum level. I'm not going to get drafted. I have a disability. What? I have one too. It's called I was gonna. My God. True. Gay. I'm gonna think something like, "Oh, my dick's too big," but I couldn't think of anything funny. Iran's response to Israel takes any further military action. Oh wait, any further? Wait, when was this written? Written today.
And I am now inside the Iranian permanent mission.
Oh, so we might end up being fine.
And I am now inside the Iranian permanent mission to the United Nations here in New York. And I'm here with the Iranian Foreign Minister, Hussein Amir Abdullahian. And Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you so much. Israel has vowed to retaliate against the Iranian strike over the weekend. Do you think Israel could strike as soon as tonight?
Oh, so it's not further action. They hadn't struck yet when they filmed this.
We have given an answer on Saturday night to the action that during the past few months, particularly 2 weeks ago, the Israeli regime, through the attack carried out against the consular building in Damascus, Syria, our response to the Israeli regime was limited and stayed within a minimum of frameworks, whereas we could have given a much harsher response to the Israeli regime. Following that, we announced that this response is within the framework of legitimate defense according to international laws. We will not continue. However, in case the Israeli regime embarks on adventurism again and takes action against the interests of Iran, the next response from us will be immediate and at a maximum level.
Oh no.
It will be decisive. Our response will be decisive through the Swiss embassy in Tehran.
Were you joking? No, you don't actually have a legit chance to be. I don't think so. Probably not. Because I think Biden said that they weren't gonna, like, if Israel attacks Iran, we weren't gonna help them. And we probably wouldn't. The U.S. wouldn't. We would never get. I don't think we would get drafted. I think it would just. It would be similar to like Iraq and Afghanistan, if anything. Israeli military says they have no comment following reports of explosions in Iran. Dude, that's awesome. U.S. had advance warning of Israel. Oh, cool. Awesome. Israel. They have no comment, but the U.S. had advance warning of Israel retaliation against Iran, but didn't endorse it, U.S. official said. Israel takes any further action to be immediate at maximum level. Israel carried out a strike inside Iran. U.S. officials tell CNN a move that threatens to trigger further deadly conflict throughout the Middle East. The attack comes hours after Iran's foreign minister told CNN that if Israel takes any further action against Iran, its response would be immediate and at a maximum level. Details of potential maximum response have been planned by Iran's armed forces, he said. Israel, after days, been weighing its response to keep to Iran's unprecedented weekend strikes, most of which are intercepted. Oh, one new update. Australia urges citizens to leave Israel. Womp womp. I get 10 minutes to preview, guys.
War that Israel has waged against Iran since about 2010.
Oh, it fucking has to.
Suicide quadcopters, taking out
it blocks it.
Of the new...
It blocks screen captures of it. Oh. Let's see what Kyle Kalinske says. Oh no.
Alright guys, we have...
To be clear, I think this attack is cringe, but I think Kyle Kalinski's cake is going to be more cringe.
Major breaking news that just came out here. Now I'm coming to you like within 2 minutes of seeing this. So the details right now are few and far between, but I'll tell you what's floating out there in the ether. It is confirmed that Israel has directly attacked Iran. Now, leading up to this, we all know the chain of events. You had Israel attack the Iranian consulate in Syria. They were trying to kill the person who was General Soleimani's replacement. They succeeded in doing that. Now, understand that alone is a direct act of war. If you're bombing an Iranian consulate, that's the same as bombing Iranian soil.
I think bombing... Okay, I'm pretty sure bombing an Iranian embassy would be the same as bombing Iranian soil. Bombing a consulate in a different country, I don't think is the same as bombing Iranian soil. No, I don't think that's true. Protections are... Consulates... given. Jesus fucking Christ, you can't type. Under. I don't think. Okay, here's a question. Okay. Do consulates and embassies have the same protection under the VNAC? The legal framework is different, but what matters is, in specific cases, inviolability. And this rule is virtually the same for both consulate and diplomatic premises. A few differences. Okay. If you are at war for a country and their embassy or consulate is in your own country being used for military activities, it's still protected. Yo! Nikki again with the raid. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Welcome everyone.
In response to that,
oh, Miguel,
Iran
you're back. Thanks, Miguel. I remember you from last time.
But basically the point of the attack was more to serve as a warning because they gave everybody a lot of time to react. It was like
I mean she is, but
2 or 3 hours.
I think she is. I don't know actually, but
in advance they said they were going to do it. They purposely
only. But it doesn't matter. I don't care. I appreciate the support either way. That's what matters.
Picked military targets. The reporting is that the overwhelming majority of the missiles and the drones that they sent were shot out of the air because there was.
God, I hate to agree with him, but he's right.
A warning. So it was basically like, look, you attacked us. We have to.
I still raid long.
Save face here
Listen,
and respond.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But it wasn't an actual attempt to do massive damage. So.
God damn it, he's right.
In response to that, the basically like virtue signaling fake attack.
Well, you don't want an echo chamber. That's true. That's fair. That's based.
Israel, of course, decided to unleash holy hell. So, what we have.
Listen, you're lucky because you rated me on the one day that I get to be anti-Israel now. Because holy shit, this attack is unhinged. Like, Israel attacking Iran is not good. As pro-Israel, as you know, Mossad agent as I am, which I'm actually not that Mossad. Like, my chatters tend to be more pro-Israel than I am. Holy shit, this attack is unhinged.
Right now is that not only are there attacks in central Iran, there's also potential attacks in
Israel attacking Iran is based. I believe we should regime change in Iran. JDX, this attack, like most of what he said here is true. Iran literally like broadcasted the fact that it was going to attack Israel, and before the drones or missiles even landed, they were like, we consider the matter closed. There was obviously more of like a warning attack. It was just so Iran's stupid regime could chest puff and be like, oh, we're bombing Israel, fuck yeah. And nobody, there's no reason Israel should respond to it. Because they won. They shot down like 99% of the fucking missiles. They won. Tactical incidents looks like a slim shake.
In Syria and Iraq as well. The particular place, this is what the rumor is at the moment.
Either way, regime change in Iran. I don't like the Iranian regime. Just so we're clear. But I don't think regime change should come through war with Israel.
Yet, but...
And I don't think regime change should come through foreign interference at all. I mean, if the Iranian people want to fucking overthrow the regime, whatever. Like, it's not a very, I think it's a pretty cringe regime in general. Regime change should definitely be forced in Iran. I think that's unhinged. You realize what war for Iran would mean, right? Oh my god, okay, JDX. Well, now I have to time you out again, man. Joke. I don't care. You can't. How many times have we been over this, JDX?
Iraq involved a high-level meeting that included a lot of like Iranian Shia proxies, including some members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is basically like some of the highest ranking officials of Iran in that meeting who were just targeted. So
I mean, okay, but that's because Iran has been funding 3 different proxy groups that have been shooting missiles into Israel for years. Okay.
Iran
leaving that part out.
Cleared their airspace when this attack happened. Again, this is all ongoing right now.
I need to do actually more research because I'm pretty sure, because they didn't technically attack the embassy, and my understanding is that embassies are granted pretty broad protection under international law versus like the whatever consulate they attacked, I thought wasn't granted as much protection. But this makes me think it's about the same protection. You're leaving out the 1953 coup? Bro, how is that relevant right now? The 1953 coup was bad, but who cares right now?
Now, again, reports that the capital of Iraq, Baghdad, was hit. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps came out and said, verified that there was an attack on Isfahan. Now, this place, this is what I predicted would happen, guys. This place is where they have one of their main nuclear facilities. And I told you that I thought Israel was going to retaliate. They did. And they targeted their main nuclear facility. Now, there's reports of strikes elsewhere as well in Iran, so it could be multiple nuclear facilities. So everybody needs to understand we are in a treacherously dangerous moment right now. We all know Netanyahu has wanted war.
I'm pretty sure Biden has said that we're not gonna, like, we didn't approve of the strikes. U.S. had an advance warning, but it didn't endorse it, which makes me think that we're not actually going to stand behind Israel. Damn, is Koptanok still here? Are you still here, Koptanok? I don't know if he's still here. I hope he's still here. Tell me if you're still here. Iran's air defense activated. No threats reported across the country. No threats reported? What? Following the activation of air defense in some parts of the country to deal with possible targets. No large-scale strikes or explosion caused by any air threat has been reported. What's that? What? Okay. Sick.
With Iran, going all the way back to when George W. Bush was in office. And, you know, he was a cheerleader for the Iraq War. He was very open about the fact that he also wants regime change in Iran. He's been lusting for it. He's been maneuvering to bring it about. And then now we're at a place where it looks like...
Listen, right-wing people are just cringe. You know, was it Bush that did the axis of evil thing? Yeah. Yeah, George Bush doing throwing Iran in the axis of evil. That was fucking dumb. Trump pulling out of the nuclear agreement for Iran. That was fucking dumb. Netanyahu being so fucking vehemently anti-Israel and he gets a fucking raging boner every time he kills Iranian children. That's fucking dumb.
He's gonna get his wish. And, man. Look, I want to be able to come out here and tell you guys that, like, hey, Joe...
Even podcast folks thought... Even podcast was Gonzo Bean. Garbanzo Beans. What about it? Garbanzo Bean. I don't know what that, I don't know. That half of the words you said are gibberish. John Pastetta. I don't know who that is. Who's that? Listen, I'm new to Twitch politics. I don't know who this guy is. American consul served as a senior. Oh, wait, no, this isn't a guy I'm thinking of. No, I have no clue who this is. Not only should America pull it out of the Iran deal, we never should have entered it and waged war immediately to remove the regime for funding terrorism globally and nationalizing Western oil. True. Thanks, J-Ox, for the hinge takes as normal. I don't know who this guy is. The only criticism of Trump and Netanyahu is Iran is they didn't go far enough. Like, I have no clue what the... I know what the JCP... I know what the joint... I forget what it stands for. I don't know. It's the Iran nuclear deal. What joint protocol fucking... I don't know who this guy is, though. Senior advisor to President Clean Energy. Previously, White House Chief of Staff, President Bill Clinton, and Consulate Barack Obama. What did he think was bad about it?
Joe Biden said some words about if you attack Iran back, like you're kind of on your own. We're not
Emails were leaked by WikiLeaks.
going to aid
What
and abet you with that.
What were in them?
But
Can you give me a
the fact of the matter
summary?
is, Joe Biden says a lot of shit about, oh, we're against the bombing of civilians in Gaza, and you guys need to be more careful and targeted.
Oh no! Well, now he's being
and
cringe.
then ultimately, when push comes to shove, what happens? He ends up giving Israel the green light. We've sent them more money. We've sent them more weapons. And in this instance, my fear is, I mean, we're already at war here. Like, Iran and Israel are already at war.
I don't know if that's true.
You have war here. Like, Iran and Israel are already at war. When you have one strike, a retaliatory strike, and then another retaliatory strike, that's war. But my fear is the U.S. is not just going to provide arms and money, but also we will be dragged in quite directly, right? Really devastating. Iran had made clear, crystal clear, that if you attack us back, after you already...
There's a lot, but my favorite one is one where he says, I believe it was the chief of staff sent an email that says, you realize this deal condemns the next generation to cleaning up nuclear war in the Gulf, right? And he said, yep.
The consulate,
Cleaning up nuclear war in the Gulf.
and we did our little virtue signal response. If you attack us back again, the next time, it won't be a virtue signal response. It'll be a real response. And if that's the case, Israel's about to get hit hard. They're about to get hit hard. And then Israel will respond again. And here we are. So, the war in Iraq growing up was a major eye-opening moment for me. It was an enlightenment moment of like, holy shit, stuff is really incredibly fucked up. And what's happening in Gaza, I think, is a wake-up call for the younger generation. But we might have another chapter here of a giant war with Iran. And Iran is 4 times larger than Iraq, guys. It's a...
I don't think... Would the U.S. ever actually deal with war for Iran?
Iraq war look like peanuts in response to it, if this continues to go the direction that it's going. And I guess final word I'll say on this. Netanyahu and the Israeli government, they are the single most unhinged group of motherfuckers on the planet.
Real.
I mean, there's literally no logical, rational argument for acting the way that they act. They're totally rabid and unhinged. You have Israeli government officials on a regular basis saying flat out Nazi-like shit when talking about Palestinians in Gaza, lusting for war with Iran. And now it looks like they're going to get their way. And it looks like the U.S. is going to aid and abet them. And this comes, by the way, this attack on Iran comes immediately after the U.S. at the UN vetoed a resolution to have
Palestinian statehood
Palestine as a full member state. So all this, we're for the 2-state solution. We're trying to get it. We'll work it out. Well, you had an opportunity at the United Nations where every other country was like, yeah, we're going to recognize a Palestinian state. And the U.S. used its veto power to say no. All this is for what? The idea, Israel as our top ally. What the fuck have they done for us? We send them money. We send them weapons.
True.
And we go to war with Iran. It's fucking disgusting, man. They're unhinged. Obviously I'll give you guys more updates when I get more specifics. But again, what we know now, Israel attacked central Iran. They attacked at least 2 places in Iran. One place.
Anything more based in... Oh my god. Idiots.
Known to have a very important nuclear facility.
I need to make sure I don't get
saying, well, if we
El
have to
Khamenei.
do it because we can, that's the first complete admission that somebody of his standing that I have seen.
Hold on.
And that was just said last night. So the Iranians certainly are ramping up the rhetoric. We know that
today actually his birthday?
Below this crisis is the spectre of, as it were, nuclear destruction between the two. Not nuclear weapons used between the two, but both of them trying to go after the nuclear programs of each of them. That's not going to happen at the moment, but that's not so far off the spectrum at the moment. Not so far off the threshold.
Thanks
as
for the
things
follow.
progress. And both sides
Look at this guy. Let's get in this guy.
But equally, both sides feel drawn.
He doesn't even know what Iran is.
So the Iranians will try some sort of response, whether it'll be a military response or maybe more seizures in the Gulf or some other way of trying to attack Western interests, Israeli interests, Jewish-owned interests, American, British, European interests in the Gulf. That's possible, and we'll see what they do. But they'll definitely do something because, again, just like the Israelis, they feel that they can't let this go unanswered. Both sides here demand the last word militarily. You know, Netanyahu always has to have the last word militarily, and Ayatollah Khamenei also has to have the last word militarily, or feel that they do, at least for the sake of their own people.
That's interesting. You touched on that. Is it a point, Michael, that the proxies might get involved here? Iran might.
Oh my God! It is his birthday.
Further in action or in offensives.
Absolutely. I mean, the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, have got people all over, particularly Iraq and in Syria, helping their interests in those countries.
Hold on, where's the
sort of
Discord name? Hold on, I'll find it.
They've got people on the Golan Heights, in effect, and they've got lots of groups that they could instruct as.
Oh, it just downloads it. Yeah, he's 84. Wow, this.
Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran.
This is gonna look unhinged to anyone who comes in my stream just now.
Some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah gonna put you in a box. Bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran. The country's got a feeling, really hit the ceiling. Bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran. All of the Sam's getting pretty hot. Time to turn Iran into a parking lot. Bomb Iran, bomb, 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 bomb Iran. Bomb Iran. The country's got a feeling. Call the bombardiers, call the financiers, better get.
I don't think we're willing to, because if we didn't approve of Israel strikes, then probably not going to do shit.
To get their defenses
Hopefully not.
On high alert. So there was a physical danger to the US presence as they saw it at that time. Things happened differently this time round. The Israelis did tell the Americans.
I'm just curious. What the fuck? Like, let's say, oh fuck, what the hell is China gonna do if we did go to war for Iran? That's what I would really want to know. What is China doing in that situation?
Made it clear to Netanyahu in a phone call that the United States would not support.
Isn't China trying to build diplomatic relations with Iran? Like, weren't people concerned over that?
Eyes of Iran, and therefore does Iran try to rope in the United States?
I think the relationship with Iran is a farce. Why?
Appropriate, as we have been reporting.
I don't have much to offer them. That's kind of true.
Be a degree of measure in what has happened. Now, time will tell exactly what has happened, the damage it has inflicted.
That's kind of true, yeah.
It is an act that Iran will feel compelled to respond to, or otherwise. But if we are talking about a measured strike with limited to no civilian casualties, a middle-of-the-night strike that the Iranians can dismiss as something that doesn't necessarily strike at the heart of Iran, and that is the way the ministers seem to be talking in Tehran at the moment from their early statements, then perhaps that is the road back from escalation. Of course, that is the big American fear, that there will be escalation, that a state-on-state strike will involve a continuous era of tit-for-tat, where there is military development that Joe Biden or nobody can control. And of course, Joe Biden is an individual much criticized for an inability to control the course of events in the Middle East. as we await to
I
see.
feel like Biden was doing a really good job until now. It seemed like he was doing a good. He literally called Netanyahu and said, "Hey, don't do your fucking strikes." And then Netanyahu called off whatever meeting. Hold on, we have that. I had that New York Times article. They literally. Iran's war cabinet met this afternoon to discuss how they would respond to the Iranian attack. According to two Israeli officials, they said one possible response, a retaliatory strike that some members of the cabinet proposed, was called off after Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke on the phone to President Biden on Saturday. You know what website is that? What this? The website I'm on now? Yeah, it's a program called Notion. Never seen that. It's just my note-taking thing.
All right, I'm so excited. Hopefully he answers.
What the hell? Okay.
Specify what that response would be like.
I need that.
We didn't know when it would come, and of course, this is in
I
response
keep
to
too much of my
that
bookmarks.
massive missile salvo from last Saturday, the largest ballistic missile
I
salvo
have a ton of bookmarks too. I don't use them
in
anymore though.
history. And
My bookmarks are awesome. I can't play that much of it because it'll get copyrighted on YouTube. Those are my bookmarks. And Piglord17 on YouTube, the best YouTube channel. That was awesome. Consulate embassies protected under different Vienna conventions, respectively the Vienna Convention, blah blah. They confer broadly similar but not identical positions, protection to embassies and consular premises. Both of these conventions confer on receiving state an obligation to protect embassies and consular premises. Therefore, Israel has no obligations towards the Iranian embassies other than those conferred generally to civilian. Okay. Neither IHL nor Just as Bellum has any special protections of embassies or diplomats. Oh, shit. So if it's not in your country, regarding locations in third countries, it would be a violation of the sovereignty of the third country to conduct it. That's true. An embassy could be a legal military target under IHL. Attacking a consulate would constitute a violation of the sovereignty of the third country. On the other hand, allowing your country, including embassies, on your territory used to be used for acts harmful to the country outside, blah, 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 whatever. This code is inside the embassy compound. Mission coming out of Iran is not contributing any great sense of clarity about what's going on. The current official line is that there were no missile strikes, but air defense batteries in various places operated. This is in contrast to reporting coming out of the US, so far unidentified officials to numerous news organizations saying there has been an Israeli strike, perhaps involving drones. Reuters is quoting an Iranian official saying there was no missile attack on Iran, and the explosion heard near Insafah was the activation of air defense system on several such incidents across Iran. So maybe, I don't know, that makes it seems like Iran doesn't want to attack back, which is good. But even if, okay, just so we're clear, even if Iran doesn't attack back, this was still unhinged on behalf of Netanyahu, just because of the large risk that it would carry.
Israel might not comment on what exactly they targeted.
I think because the Israelis are also busy elsewhere. There is Rafah, and that's a priority, taking care of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Hezbollah on the northern border,
Jesus.
and to
I don't know why they would have chats enabled for these types of news streams.
Within central Iran, Isfahan is a city, if I'm not mistaken, Iran's a second largest city after Tehran. You got Tehran, Isfahan, Tabriz, Mashhad. These are the largest 4 cities in Iran. Isfahan is also a central city in Iran. It's a somewhat religious city, but also houses some of the most valuable sources of cultural heritage inside Iran. Isfahan is also a city that not that far away from it houses Natanz nuclear facility, perhaps the most important nuclear site to the Iranian regime. Now, the site that was targeted appears to be the 8th Tactical Wing of the Iranian Air Force. This is not the IRGC we're talking about. Again, we're going based on the sources and what we're hearing right now. The 8th Tactical Wing of the Iranian regular military houses a number of aircraft, the most famous of which would be the 1970s F-14 Tomcats. Iran bought about 77 of them. Less than 10 are operational and airworthy. A few are housed there. Key word is tactical. Why would you want to hit a tactical airbase? Probably to ground anything that's going to take off of it and take off from it, to decapitate and disable any potential airborne targets. Question is, what's Israel going to do next? Is there going to be another wave? I am not convinced, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not convinced this is it. It's now almost 8 o'clock in Tehran. The sun is up, so Israel has lost the element of surprise at this point, and especially the element of operating in the dark. Question is, those F-35 stealth Lightning bombers, Lightning Joint Strike Fighters for that matter, can they reach and can they deliver a blow? Is Israel going to continue this, or no, that's it? A limited strike showing A, they can reach inside Iran within at the very heart of it, and B, sending a message that no attacking Israel is going to go unanswered, but also keeping President Biden, and the White House happy that they did not escalate beyond the point of no return. My questions are going to be answered in the next few hours when the Iranian leadership decides how to do it and what to do, because Iran doesn't see this as a retaliation or as a measured counterstrike. Iran views this as yet another renewed offense, yet another renewed attack against its soil. Iran viewed the first attack that Israel launched a few days ago against its consulate in Damascus, taking out 8 IRGC top brass, including Brigadier General Zahidi, the deputy commander of the IRGC Quds Force. That's their special operations external wing, carrying attacks outside Iran, and 7 other top commanders. They viewed that as the initial attack. Therefore, their response to Israel was supposed to be their measured or their retaliation. Israel doesn't see that as such. Israel views October 7th as a massive strike, a massive attack on its soil, and Iran as the main culprit behind Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Islamic Jihad, you name it. So question is this: what's the objective? What's the end game? Every time you deal with any military operational planning, you have to consider 3 things. Who am I sending? What am I sending? And what's my objective? People and personnel, equipment, and what's my objective? What's my strategy? Is my objective just to send a message to Washington and other capitals in Europe and Brussels and other capitals in the Middle East that Israel was attacked and we retaliated? Or no, is the objective something grander, something larger? Now,
God, Netanyahu's unhinged, man.
Not something very limited and not something so grand. Again, as I mentioned, Isfahan is very close to the Natanz nuclear facility, which means Israel is trying to send a signal. They can reach that far. They can hit Isfahan. They can also hit Natanz. Therefore, they can also hit other nuclear facilities.
God, we should have fucking done a coup in Israel, okay? Listen, at this point, it's a matter of our national security. Are you kidding me? Israel's gonna potentially drag us into war with Iran? Holy shit. It's a matter of our security now. Should do a fucking coup. That's what we should do.
The Bushehr nuclear facility in southwestern Iran is far closer far closer to the Iranian border than Isfahan is. So a lot of unanswered questions. But again, if I were a betting man, I wouldn't be surprised if Israel's actions and the plan of action was not just done all of a sudden. I'm not sure if this is it. Maybe today, maybe in other days, the next phase is going to come. But again, keep in mind, the Iranian air defenses were on high alert. This did not happen next week. This did not happen a month after the fact. This happened while the Iranian air defenses were on high alert. Israel took this risk. But again, as it appears to be the case, these were unmanned strikes. No F-35s or F-15s, most likely drones or missiles. So we'll have to see what the next few days, or the next few hours for that matter, have to unfold.
And what's your inkling towards how Iran might respond? Is it in anyone's interest to inflame the tension that's already high in the Middle East?
So Iran is already trying to downplay this. From what I'm reading inside Iranian sources, Farsi sources, and sources in English inside Iran, they're saying that a few drones, a few basic drones were shot down by Iranian air defense capabilities. So they're trying to minimize this, downplay this, to say this was not much Iranian air defense capabilities and they just shot everything down. And Israel did not dare send missiles, did not dare send manned aircraft. They sent some basic pedestrian elementary.
I swear to God. Netanyahu got so lucky that Iran's doing this.
And they all got shot down. That's the message from Tehran. Now, we know they're playing to their domestic audience. We know that. But are they also trying to play to a wider international audience to say nothing happened, therefore Iran is not going to retaliate? Not convinced. I think the Iranian modus operandi has changed in the past 2 months. 2 months ago, they attacked northern Iraq, Mosul. They also attacked Pakistan, their eastern neighbor, a mighty military force. They attacked them with missiles, and Pakistan retaliated within 48 hours. Right away, they hit Iranian soil. Iran's the military doctrine, in my humble opinion, has changed in the past few months. They are more on the offense than on the defense. They are more aggressive than defensive, and they are more of the provocateur than they are of the sort of more of a cool-headed nature that they had been. Now, with all the ills and evils and flaws and problems the Iranian government has had for the past 44 years, Khamenei, the supreme leader in Iran, and the IRGC, that's the main military force behind pretty much every aspect of life in that country, they've made sure of one thing: not to go above and beyond a certain point of no return, that the legitimacy and also the existence of the republic, the Islamic Republic for that matter, could be jeopardized and threatened. I'm not sure that's a calculation at this point, or maybe it is. Actually, maybe it is, but they think to secure that objective, they have to be more offensive. They struck Pakistan, they got hit back. They struck, they carried out strikes against Mosul in Iraq, and they also claimed that was a main Israeli Mossad hub. And they very openly, exactly on the other side of the aisle when it comes down to this White House, but I've been rather critical of this administration.
We're done with breaking news. Done. I think. What? Oh, I only have 6 viewers left anyway. Okay. We're done with breaking news for now. Back to reading this. We're just going to pretend like nothing else is happening in the world right now. We're just doing a historical analysis, and nothing else is going on right now. Nothing else is happening. There's nothing going on. We're just getting to the interesting part, too. I mean, goddamn. There's only like 2 pages left. 3 weeks of unbearable tension, of exhaustive efforts to impel the United States, United Nations, world community to restore the status quo and prevent the outbreak of war had ended. Israel decided to go at it alone. By 8 the following morning, Israeli planes had penetrated Egyptian airspace. The newly released Israeli diplomatic documents from the period leading up to June 5th, 1967 offer overwhelming evidence against any suggestion that Israel sought war with the Arabs, nor do the tens of dozens of papers so far declassified from contain a single reference to any desire to divert public opinion from the economic situation, to overthrow the Arab rules, or to conquer and occupy the West Bank, Sinai, or Golan Heights. On the contrary, the picture that emerges is one of a country and leadership deeply fearful of military confrontation and desperate to avoid it at almost any price. The sole hope of doing so, the Israelis believed, rested with the United States, but the Johnson administration, though favorably disposed to Israel, was severely limited by domestic political constraints and its all-consuming involvement in Vietnam. These limitations prevented the Americans from taking the measures that might have restored the status quo ante in the Sinai and the Straits of Tehran, and steamed momentum towards war that Nasir had generated. Moreover, it could not be claimed that Israel was wrong in considering the use of force. Confronted with a harsh economic blockade, military pacts between heavily armed neighbors for the express purpose of aggression against Israel. And thanks for the follow, GMV777M. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Let's go to twerk break with that. We haven't had a twerk break in a while. Run of harsh economic blockade, blah, blah, blah. Hundreds of thousands of enemy troops actually massed on its borders. It would have been the height of irresponsibility for Israel not to plan for preemptive action. Nor can Israel be faulted for employing that threat of force to spur the United States to intervene diplomatically. The few measures Johnson did adopt, the reiterations of America's 1957 pledges in Tehran, the Sea Regatta proposal, the representatives of the Arab leaders, were directly attributable to those intimidations by Israel. And in a final analysis, the Israelis held back from acting militarily until the very last opportunity for diplomatic settlement had passed, even though they knew every day they waited was costing them dearly in resources, readiness, and morale, was likely to constrict their own maneuverability if war became unavoidable. Given the Ark Harbor records, it seems that new historians face a formidable task in trying to prove that Israel had hostile intentions in 1967, but the historiographical battle over the Six-Day War has scarcely begun. In addition to Israeli archives, numerous other primary and secondary sources must be called, and further controversies tackled. Researchers confront the battle of potentially explosive issues, among them the conquest of the Golan, the flight of West Bank refugees, the annexation of Jerusalem, and the origins of the peace process. The conclusions reached here can only be considered preliminary, if not quite the first round in this battle, then certainly an opening shot. True. No, we consider, okay. Newly released documents show Israel's repeated attempts to avoid war. Up until the very last diplomatic option had been exercise. I'm getting DMs from a friend. We're talking about Israel. I don't want to leak DMs on stream or anything. I mean, they're not like personal or anything. God, I don't want to get drafted. I don't want to get drafted. I don't want to do it. Okay. And also, cannot be claimed Israel was wrong for considering military force when under a blockade. what's the other thing? Another blockade. With neighbors. Signing mutual defense treaties. And Egypt amassing troops on its border. Especially when they had plans to attack. All right, sick. Iran fires air defense batteries. Iran semi-official news agencies reporting that the central city is completely calm and secure hours after reported explosions. People are going on living their normal lives. Port Harbor, sounds were heard over the cities, adding that. God damn, Netanyahu, please. Let me demonize things like Iran. Been downplaying it. Might not respond in a major way. Jeez, oh wait, Israel's attacked Iran. Okay, I thought it was already on the Oh wait, no, this is the new thing.
Reports of near simultaneous strikes on Iran targets in Isfahan, homes of
God, bro is pumping out videos. Jesus, 44 minutes ago? What the hell?
and Suwaida in North.
Hold on, I have to take notes. This guy, he's probably, I mean, this is just his editor, right? Israel's gonna have a peace treaty with Palestine. I mean, it's gonna have to happen. If they want to avoid future conflict, it's gonna have to happen after this war. Especially if they actually do end up getting rid of Hamas. Like, it has to happen. This conflict cannot fucking continue, man.
Northern Syria, home to the radar and air defense sites.
Dude.
Developing. If they're
Hold on. I have to take notes because I have to, dude, I actually don't really like, okay, covering like breaking news can be fun. Like what we just did, like that was like fun, okay? But for the most part, I like just like reading like actual thing, like what we just did on stream, like reading actual things and like just taking notes. And I'll debate people if they want to debate. I like just doing that. I like just doing this. And I don't really like reaction content, and I don't really like just like reading like Twitter threads and stuff. But those seem to be the things that successful streamers do. Like, listen, I much prefer just reading shit that I find interesting, taking notes on it, and then talking to people if they want to talk. I don't really like this dumb bullshit reaction content. And covering breaking news can be fun, but yeah, I don't like doing it. Like, I don't like milking it, I guess. I liked for the first 10 minutes, like refreshing the page and seeing the new updates, but like nothing is happening anymore. Like nothing like that new is happening. So it's just like, yeah.
targeting air defense sites and radar, and it's not a one-off, or maybe it is, I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it would be a one-off. Intel Doge says 2 flights over Iran bound for Dubai turning around. I mean, that's just 2 flights. They both turned around right before getting near Isfahan. I mean, they're probably turning around, I assume, because they saw the explosion and they're worried. The Suwaida 24 correspondent, preliminary information indicates that unidentified warplanes carried out airstrikes on Syrian military sites between the governments. More details they come in. Strong sounds of warplanes flying in the southern countryside. Arma footage, okay?
Flight tracking that a number of flights have diverted their flights over the skies and away from the skies of Iran this evening. We also understand that a NOTAM...
But he just reacts to like CNN for like an hour. So like I can't do I can do it for maybe like 10 minutes. And it's just like I can't. Just like, what am I supposed to say?
Yes, and I mean, we hadn't heard from Netanyahu at all after the initial attacks last Saturday.
It's just like I'm not. It's just like I'm not that interesting,
Was
or not that interested in it.
Respond, because,
if nothing new is actually happening.
A lot of the international community saying, "Be very careful. Just think about this. You know, get the political benefit from it. Don't retaliate." And then he had the hardliners, as you say.
Like nothing actually news. Nothing news. Okay. By the way, people, I don't know how many new people are here, but I suspect there's a decent amount of new people here right now. I have a Discord. If you want to join it, you can talk to me about some stuff if you want to, or just yell at people in there, or hang out and chill. That is an option. That is something you can do. I need to find a good... There were 2 really good things that we read. This article about the concept of intent. Targeting and the concept of intent. This is really good. And so was a similar article we read about a different thing, but like a similar, like, see how this is like an actual like law review. That occupation and war self-defense become illegal. And this one. So both of these were really good. I need to find one of these on like from an international law perspective, what constitutes a war of self-defense. Let's see, 6-day war. Defensive international law. Here you go. Oh fuck, no, I can't use that. I need to find 6-day war under right self-defense. Oh, this might be a good one. Can I get a $26 super chat right now? Oh, no way. Okay, so this is like what I need. Okay, let me download it so I don't have to use like this IO thing. Slash toggle heading 2 6-day war and the right to self defense. So just if I copy that, that'll work, right? It will. Okay. No, it's not ask AI. Fuck you. You know what I wonder? Okay. I wonder if Google could find something. Google Gemini, I mean. Find an article. I don't know if it's called an article. From a law. College. Law publication. About the 6-Day War. Self-defense. Under international law. God fucking damn it. Wow. I guess we'll just read this. Okay. Oh, it just came out of reading shit though.
Defenses and the way they structured it, the timing, drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles in various combinations from an arc of 180 degrees around Israel, so they all came in different directions. That was clearly designed to hit more than they managed to hit. And so there's a degree of humiliation to Iran in the result of that attack last weekend, even though they're making the most of it in propaganda terms. And now in this case, it suits them to say, well, the Israelis have responded, but the Israelis were ineffective. Doesn't really matter. And that, in a sense, I think is a way of them trying to put a lid on this whole thing. And Israel will be able to turn around to the world community and say, look, we haven't gone berserk, because that was what Ben Gvir was saying, the right-wing Zionist. He was saying we should go berserk. That was the word he used. We should go berserk in order to make them fear us again. Well, the Israelis will be able to say, if this is all the attack has been, we have not gone berserk, but we have responded, and we're proving to the Iranians that when we attack, we get through. So they're showing that if we choose to do this again next weekend, it might be worse, and you really won't be able to defend yourself against it. So as things stand, until we hear about any more things that may have happened overnight, this looks like a limited but relatively effective attack in terms of conveying the messages that the Israelis will want to convey, both to the Iranians.
Okay. 16 pages. Oh, let's go through all 16, not even like a page in notes. Although there are footnotes. We might be able to get through this in an hour. I usually stop streaming at 2 a.m. I might stream later depending on what happens with Israel and Iran. And depending on how many viewers I have. If I still have 6 viewers at 2 a.m., I'll probably keep streaming. If I get a sub right, if someone uses their Prime sub right now, I'll keep streaming. Okay, let's go to twerk break, and then we'll lock into reading this. God damn it! I shouldn't have played twerk break. Someone left. They always leave when I play twerk break. It's not a good strategy. Oh shit, I've clicked on Frederick. Oops. Well, I'll play it now. Frederick. Whoa. Frederick. Ooh, let's play Dumpster Dog. Guys, Dumpster Dog. What the hell? Dumpster Dog. Let's play Dumpster Dog 2. Isn't it wild, guys? Isn't... Look at Dumpster Dog. Okay. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. The 6-Day War and the right to self-defense. Brief factual background. Wait, I just want to check how exactly this is laid out. Okay, I'll do it this way then. Slash toggle. Heading 3. Factual background. It is not proposed here to unfold it is a... Let's try that again. It's not proposed here to unfold the entire history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Our purpose is rather to outline briefly the major and by large undisputed events preceding the outburst of all-out hostilities on the morning of June 5th, 1967. In the aftermath of the First Arab-Israeli War in 1949, Israel and its surrounding Arab countries signed an armistice agreement, according to which all hostile military activities between the signing parties were to cease. However, throughout the years following the signing of the agreements, innumerable border incidents, military or semi-military raids and reprisals, sabotage and mining operations, and other belligerent actions occurred, each side charging the other with aggression. In May 1948, Egypt closed the Suez Canal to passage by Israeli ships, and at the end of 1949, installed guns at Sharm el-Sheikh, overlooking the Straits of Tiran, thus blocking the Israeli port of Eilat. To justify her actions, Israel persistently asserted the existence of a state of war, or a state of belligerency, between Israel and herself, irrespective of the armistice agreement and her obligation under the United Nations Charter. In October 1956, the Second Arab-Israeli War, known as the Suez Campaign, broke out. But even this violent confrontation and the arrangements was followed, including the stationing of the United Nations Emergency Force, UNICEF, in Gaza Strip, and Sharm el-Sheikh. How do you... Sharm... I don't know, man. Did not bring about stability and peace. Tensions continued to mount in the area. The first few months in 1967 were marked by increasing violence on the Syria-Israel frontier. Oh, I should take notes on this a little bit. Okay. After the 1950 armistice agreement, I don't know, border clashes and I guess small hostilities still continued. You've closed the Straits of Tiran. I love my chat right now, by the way, because you're all lurkers. I love you guys so much. I know because you're lurkers, I don't like interact with you, but I love you guys so much. You're just so calm and nice, and you never say anything mean. It's wonderful. Thank you, guys. Okay. Assault guns, overlooking the Straits of Tiran. Find any feeds from Iran. I mean, what do you mean feeds from Iran? I don't... Has anything new happened since I last checked 10 minutes ago? Yes, Defense Secretary spoke with Israel's husband. No, yeah, like... Oh, I guess my title is still... whatever. I'll keep the clickbait title. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Get fucking baited. But any images of anything being hit? I mean, there were... I saw images of explosions that were like listed on news articles. But we don't even know. We don't even know the full extent of the attack yet. Like, we don't actually know. We don't actually know what it what was hit. Like, I thought them Jews got fired. Well, yeah. So Israel doesn't want war with Iran. So Israel probably did like a limited retaliatory strike just to show Iran that they're not messing around. Yeah, it's just retaliation for the other strike. What the fuck did USA supply them with? I mean, well, we give Israel a lot of our best stuff, yeah. But it wasn't. This isn't like a full-scale strike against Iran. At least, not yet. hopefully, it won't turn into that. And I don't think it will. But Clear Iran is clear Iran. Clear not Iran. Still on the map. True. Oops. Shit. Whatever. Retaliation for, yeah, it is retaliation for the retaliation. Hopefully there's no retaliation for this retaliation. I'm more like impressed by I mean, it was kind of surprising when they did shit, yeah, because, I mean, what do you mean you're impressed by it, though? And I was surprised by it, honestly. I didn't think they were going to do shit. And to be fair, their strike was, I mean, they didn't end up doing much. Like, they announced that they were going to strike beforehand, and I think they literally told everyone, I think they, before the missiles even landed, they were like, we consider this matter closed. And they told everyone. They didn't, well, they had the balls to do it. Well, that's true. But it was very much like a warning strike. You know, it wasn't like a full military thing. Bullet test, yeah. On April 7th, the escalation of fighting reached a new peak. Artillery batteries, tanks, motors, and aircraft took part in battle. On that day, Syria lost 6 MIGs, information gathering drill, and claimed that they had shot down Israeli Mirage jet, a claim denied by Israel. The intensity of Al Fatah raids increased at a dangerous rate during the first 2 weeks of May. On May 12th, Prime Minister stated that in the view of 14 incidents of sabotage and infiltration perpetrated in the past month alone, Israel has no other choice but to adopt suitable countermeasures against the fussy sabotage and their arbitrators. There will be no immunity for any state which aids and abets in such act. Israel shall choose when and where and how to reply to the attacker. On the night of May 14th, the Egyptian troops were sent to the Sinai border of Israel. On May 16th, okay. I don't even know. Do I even need this? I already did research. May 16th, the commander of UNICEF received a message from the Egyptian chief of staff requesting the immediate withdrawal of the UNICEF troops. Okay, yeah. May, hostilities began to increase. UNICEF troops were expelled, I should say, after the Suez crisis. UNICEF troops placed in the Sinai. You're doing your homework. I'm not. I mean, do you mean literally, metaphorically? Because I have had people literally believe that I'm doing homework when I do this. It's not actually homework or anything. I just like reading. People, yeah, literally believe that this is a school project or something, but it's not. Well, thank you, Swift Footsteps. Taking notes. Pressing immediate UNICEF troops expelled, whatever. The official Egyptian request to withdraw all United Nations forces from the Egyptian territory in the Gaza Strip was received by Secretary General Youth on May 18th. On that same night, he ordered the withdrawal of UNICEF troops in the area. 4 days later, May 22nd, President Nasser officially announced a closure to Straits of Toronto Israeli shipping. Oh, yeah, that's right. Nasser announced closure of the Straits of Toronto to Israeli shipping. Thus blockading the port of Eilat. Commenting the possible implications of this step, he publicly declared on May 26th, taking over meant confrontation with Israel. Taking such action also meant we were ready to enter into war with Israel. The battle will be a general one, and our basic objective will be to destroy Israel. This is an Arab power. A partial mobilization of Israeli reserves was ordered on May 16th. According to Israeli estimates, the Egyptian forces in Sinai increased by May 22nd from less than 2 divisions before May 14th to almost 4 divisions. Towards the end of May, both Egypt and Israel were fully mobilized. On May 30th, King Hussein of Jordan suddenly flew to Cairo and signed a mutual defense pact with Egypt. All attempts on the part of Israel to get the big powers, the maritime powers in the Security Council to do something about the mounting crisis, particularly with regard to the blockade of the Gulf of Aba, failed. The international community did not relinquish itself in this affair. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, the big thing you mentioned was Jordan then signed Mutual Defense Treaty. Egypt, and it also placed its army under Egypt's command. And then actually, when Israel attacked Egypt, they warned Jordan that if Jordan didn't do anything, that they wouldn't be attacked. What's the next thing? Oh. All Israeli attempts at diplomatic options, be it from the UN or the large powers with the Red Sea Regatta, failed. Beginning in June, saw the bulk of the Egyptian army arrived in offensive positions on the Israeli border in Sinai. And he didn't mention here, but Egypt had plans to attack Israel that were only thwarted because the Soviet Union told them no. Egypt had plans to attack Israel. Only the Soviet Union. Like, it was like last minute too. Getting saw the bulk of the Egyptian army arrived in offensive positions. Okay. Sinai. Okay, it's what his footnote is for this. This massive military build-up, accompanied by an ever-intensifying flood of official and semi-official declarations of belligerency and open threats of war. By June 4th, the Israeli government may link a non-Israeli political link. How related? If it's not totally unhinged, idiots. reflecting strong unanimous public sentiment, was convinced that nothing less than Israel's very existence and its survival of the people were at stake. On the morning of June 5th, the Israeli Air Force knocked out several Arab military airfields, and large-scale hostilities broke out. Israel has claimed that the actual military actions on the part of Egypt, shelling from the Gaza Strip, as well as the forward movement of land forces and aircraft preceded the Israeli assault on the Egyptian Air Force. The course and outcome of the Six-Day War are all too familiar and need not be recounted here. One observer observed that the Third Arab-Israeli War may well have resulted from an experiment in controlled escalation that went out of control. It appears that brinkmanship has that went over the brink. Oh, what's 11? Actually, it's more of a contemporary thing.
But overall,
see, Jidiox, this is a fine thing to link. See how this is hosted on YouTube? There's at least a TYT clip, okay? Actually, you can send stuff from actual Justice Warrior, okay? He's a little unhinged. I think he's kind of unhinged, but he's not totally crazy. This is a relatively fine thing to send. Actually, I don't know what actual Justice Warrior is on the Arab-Israeli thing.
I agree with Sean.
Because a lot of the how's he entrenched? He's unhinged in a way that all Trump supporters are unhinged.
He creates content on YouTube under Actual Justice Warrior if you want to check out his content. But what he says there is totally true.
He's not a Trump supporter. I've seen him defend Trump before. I've seen him debate with Destiny over whether or not to vote for Trump.
Welcome everyone. My name is Sean, and today we got to talk.
Unless I'm hallucinating. Maybe for Trump to Biden, but it's not a dry. Okay, sure. Yeah, they debate a modern day debate. I remember because it was during like the modern day debate live event. There are two evils. I can't sleep. What the fuck? Oh, hey, Ophelia. Oh, Ophelia, have you heard the news? Israel is striking Iran. I would hope that you've heard that. But it looks like it was concerning at first, but it looks like Iran is down. It doesn't look like Iran's going to respond, hopefully. 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 That is why I can't sleep. You unironically now, wow, what a hinged question, Jidiox. That is not related to anything. So we're going to time you out for, 20 seconds. 35 seconds. Have you seen this, Ophelia? That Israel struck Iran? We don't know the full extent yet.
The situation.
But what the hell is going on in here? Did your regime really think they could strike Israel and Israel wouldn't strike back? There was no good reason for Israel to strike back. I think it's totally unhinged. Otherwise, fucking go beat this shit. Really, I feel, dude. Okay, I might break from all my Zionist chatters here. This seems unhinged. Israel had no good reason to respond. Iran wasn't going to do shit after. Israel shot down all the fucking missiles Iran launched at it. Like, I feel like they didn't have any good reason to respond. The U.S. told them not to respond too. Biden called Netanyahu and said, Netanyahu, don't fucking respond. It's like you're risking war for like what? For like what? Just so like your stupid ass right-wing government can look good? Yeah, Jews are crazy. Okay, Nightbot didn't like that one. want to start it. I feel like this is unhinged. Iran has been the enemy of Israel since the beginning. That's true. Listen, okay? I'm like, I think I didn't ask you anything unhinged. Oh my god, Didiox, I don't understand how you don't know what is acceptable behavior in my Twitch chat by now. I don't understand how you don't know. Justification is fucking anti-Semitic regime. It's just like, I will agree with you guys, okay? With my Zionists in chat. I think Israel was perfectly in the right to strike that, the RRGC building, okay? Because they have been funding groups that have been lobbing rockets in Israel for 30 fucking years, okay? I think they're perfectly in the right to do that. But this just seems unhinged.
Out of Bakersfield, California, where a
through us to the rest of the world, do not try and attack, make a wide-scale, large-scale attack on Iran. And by all accounts, this could be seen to be very low-scale. So I'm sure everyone would be working massively behind the scenes to try.
And it was, again, it was like a low-scale attack, not like a full-scale attack or anything. So it's probably not going to drag anyone into, like, actual war.
In fact, the first indication from the Hezbollah leadership is that is how they're viewing it. That they don't see, in their words, that the Israelis don't seem to have a plan, that it's clear they don't have the attempt.
About time someone showed Iran what the fuck the West do. I feel like you're being unhinged. This was an unhinged attack. There was no reason. There's no reason to do it. Israel won. Israel shut down all of Iran's fucking rockets. Okay. I don't think Israel should be attacking Iranian territory directly. I think that's unhinged. I think it's unhinged. They want to do whatever. If they want to bomb shit in Iraq and Syria, where Iran proxy groups are, that's fine. But oh my god. Oh my god. Unhinged.
We woke up in the early hours of the morning to learn that Israel had launched an attack on Iran. We understand and early indications suggest that it was a single strike on a carefully selected target.
Single strike on a carefully selected target.
Reporting that air defenses were fired close to Isfahan International Airport at around 4 a.m. local time in Iran. They say that drones
saying someone should. Oh, okay.
There were no explosions on the ground. Now, we haven't been able to verify those claims, but that is what they tell us, is that Iran, and the views that we're getting from our correspondents and what we're hearing, is that is Iran downplaying this situation. Now, that could be crucial to what happens next, but what we have learned in the early hours of this morning is that Israel did launch a strike, from what we understand, on Iran. Let's bring in our U.S. correspondent James Matthews, who joins us live from Washington. And James, we are hearing from U.S. officials that this strike was limited.
Yeah, that's the word coming from U.S. officials, who are not saying much, I might say, Yalda. I mean, it's the middle of the night here in the United States.
That is true. I think I should lead Iran. The non-Fawn Caliphate. It would be awesome, bro.
Keeping their head down.
Supreme leader non-Fawn.
Whilst they had prior knowledge of this Israeli strike, they don't want to be.
You know, you don't actually have to be a citizen of Iran to be a president there. I mean, none of us could be president there because you have to be Muslim, and you have to be like you have to be approved by. I don't think you have to be Muslim actually, but you do have to be approved by the Assembly of Experts, I think. Oh, wait. I might be wrong. The Iranian constitution stipulates that candidates must have Iranian. Oh. I thought you didn't have to be a citizen to be president of Iran. I was wrong. We swear. Are you gonna watch that HW? I mean, we might. We just got sidetracked. Where's that? That's it. Azerbaijan. Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, France, Germany. I could be president of Germany. Israel. What? Why can't I? No, I don't. Because of his atrocious past and unique law of return. Israel is a nation composed of citizens from many different countries. Due to the uncommon circumstances, there were no restrictions on where an Israeli prime minister may have been born to qualify for office. Let's go. I could be prime minister of Israel. Vote for me, prime minister of Israel. Do we have any? I don't think we have. I don't think there's any Israelis in chat right now. I don't think there's any lurkers or non-lurker Israelis, at least. But I love my lurkers. I love you guys.
Pro-Palestinian protester thought it would be a good idea, she felt entitled to, threaten the Bakersfield City Council with murder because they weren't going to vote the way she wanted on a non-binding symbolic resolution calling for a ceasefire in the Gaza-Israel war that's going on right now. This is a real thing that happened. This is absolutely amazing. She did it a couple of times, dose to be precise, and it just goes to show you how crazy things are getting in terms of American political discourse and how entitled certain groups of people in the United States of America feel to threaten and try to intimidate with violence in order to get their way. Now, we're going to get into it, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who signed up over an actual justice.
Tales from last night's intense city council meeting. A pro-Palestinian protester was arrested for making threats toward elected officials.
So look, I gotta be perfectly honest with you guys out there in the audience. I am always quite skeptical when somebody is alleged to have made threats in terms of this whole situation.
City council members to pass a ceasefire resolution for the Israel-Hamas war.
First and foremost, I want to address two things right off the top. Number one, this is a non-binding resolution from a city, Bakersfield, California, that would have no impact on anything at all whatsoever. So whether this passed or failed, that would not change the situation in Israel and Gaza. And secondly, as I've said repeatedly on this channel, I'm not in favor of a ceasefire. I don't care how many people in the United States of America say in polls they are in favor of a ceasefire, because if ceasefires actually created peace, then this would already be the most peaceful region across the world. The fact of the matter is, as I've said over and over and over again, when you have one party that attacks another party and they know for a fact that they're going to be able to skirt the full consequences of their actions because people across the world are going to demand a ceasefire when they get responded to, that is only going to lower the consequences for initiating force and thus prolong the conflict. And I believe that this is what has been going on in terms of Israel and its surrounding neighbors, Gaza and the West Bank, and it's just not productive. It is not something that will lead to an everlasting peace, which is why I'm not in favor of it. Again, if there was any evidence that ceasefires actually worked in this particular context and didn't just enable the Palestinian side or the Gazan side to regroup and then attack again, then I would be in favor of it. But just practically, the fact of the matter is, people used to know that if they started a war with another party, they
True. Rare actual justice warrior W.
the level of criminality. And even though she was taken out, even though she was detained, even though she was arrested, this is actually not the focus of what we're talking about in terms of the charges. And if they do charge her in relation to these statements, honestly, I think it's inappropriate and she should win on those regards. So even though I can't stand these pro-Palestinian protesters, even though I think their cause is stupid, even though I think their rage about a non-binding resolution is even more stupid, even if their cause was legit or not, the fact of the matter is I gotta be 100% fair, and that was not a threat. It was not a specific call to violence. It does not rise to the level, although it is quite troubling that this is the attitude that is prevalent among this group of people, among this group of activists, that they feel entitled to say that. But there is in fact more, and that's what I want to get into, but it is important to clarify, at least with this particular instance, that did not cross the legal threshold, in my opinion.
Councilman and Vice Mayor Andre Gonzalez says things have gone too far.
And to have that type of a threat in that type of public setting is completely inappropriate, unproductive, and it's deeply concerning.
Last month, the city increased security measures at meetings, leaving many questioning the timing, including Patel.
Now look, I do agree it is in fact concerning, and I do agree if things are...
Just go. What was the actual...
Gonzalez says her...
Oh, okay. That's a little unhinged.
Are just nuts over this issue.
You guys want to criminalize us with metal detectors? We'll see you at your house. We'll murder you. Gonzalez says her threats prove the measures are needed now more than ever.
Now that right there is over the line. That right there meets the threshold, in my opinion, for a threat, for a prosecutable threat, because this isn't this woman just saying, I hope that someone abstractly brings the guillotines in order to execute you for not bowing down to the Islamic terror organization that's trying to attack Israel. This is her saying that we will show up to your house and we will kill you in your homes.
You guys want to criminalize us with metal detectors? We'll see you at your house. We'll murder you.
Obviously.
Okay. Fuck, we're definitely not getting through this before 2 a.m. I might have to stream longer. Or we could just read it tomorrow. I don't know. It depends how I feel. We'll see. You said some more stuff as well. Well, the fact that she said we'll come to your house and murder you. Maybe they want to be I would guess. I don't know. I mean, that's a direct, literal threat. She may reiterate it. Jesus. Listen. You cannot, listen. Not all of, like, the pro-Palestinian side is, like, based on, like, disinformation or, like, is wrong about everything or, like, or it's stupid or something, okay? I have decently strong Palestinian sympathies, okay? Again, I'm pretty sure I'm more pro-Palestine than, like, most of my chat. But, except for, like, the fucking Hamas supporters that come in. But, what was I going to say? Oh. But you can't convince me that some of these Palestinian protesters aren't in some way being informed by Russian bots. Or Chinese bots. Or Iranian bots. Because, like, literally, like, even in, like, 2020, maybe after 2020, like, there have been BLM groups that have had links to Russia. It's like, most of what BLM did was not, like, disinformation or anything. But regardless, it still had links to Russia. Not, like certain BLM groups on Facebook, not the whole movement or anything. Because it benefits, because that type of, discourse can benefit Russia. Like, that is absolutely happening right now with Palestinian protests. Maybe you should murder true. That's absolutely happening right now. There's some level of Chinese, Iranian, or Russian disinformation, or North Korean, the axis of evil, okay? I'm making death threats to someone as a crime, even if the person wants to be murdered, true. What is it? What do you guys parade? Indians? Oh, Jesus. Oh, one day brings a green tea, yeah. Yeah, I think, well, the video we watched, he said that part doesn't actually constitute a direct threat because it's sort of like, it's more like abstractly, just like, I hope you die someday, which is probably not good to say still, but it's not like a direct threat. Yeah. Jesus. Alright, let's get some fucking subs for that one, chat. This poor man. I mean, I just wanted to cover the screen while I drank on camera. But yeah. Or at least follow. What the hell, guys? What the hell? What the hell? Swift Footsteps, have you been followed? You're not even followed? What the hell? Just kidding. I love you. I love streaming so much. Oh my god, I like streaming. Oh my god. I love streaming. My brain. Pay me $10 and I'll sub. My brain loves streaming so much. It's so nice. I don't really know why, but it's I love streaming and I love my viewers so much. Okay. Beat picks for the next guy who subs. Subs are earned. That's fair. With Professor Logic. Can I ask something a bit more lighthearted and less political? Maybe, GDX. I just literally can't trust you. That's the thing. It's like half the links you send are still unhinged. Like, the last thing was fine. Like, that was mostly related. It was from a not totally unhinged person. Can I get a toe? What do you think of Destiny's take here? Oh, is this about Taco Bell? Oh, it's food takes.
I'm about to give you a food take. I'm about to drop you a real, true food take. This is for the real ones in chat. This is for the real ones, okay?
Getting hungry.
Don't know why, and I don't know how, okay? But every fucking time, every single time, Taco Bell will release some fucking thing with some random fuck combination of ingredients. It is always fucking a banger. It is always good.
True. I mean, I get like almost the same thing every time I go to Taco Bell, but I mean,
I actually,
it's not wrong. Taco Bell is amazing. Their menu, okay, they're fucking Doritos Locos Tacos, and they release their wild, crazy shit. I can't wait to get that Crunchwrap Supreme, with the Cheez-It in it. Dude, once this comes out, oh my god, a Crunchwrap Supreme with a big Cheez-It in it. This is fucking awesome. Talk about looks kind of ass. Listen, you're not American, okay? I don't want to hear shit from you, because if you're any true red-blooded American sees this meal and it looks like the most delectable shit to me. I'm vegetarian. I am vegetarian. Guess what? Guess what? I went over this earlier. Taco Bell is one of the best places for vegetarian. Probably the best fast food place for vegetarian. Because whether you do it on the mobile app or you do it on the like touchscreens that they have in the stores now, there's a little toggle icon and you click it and it automatically swaps beef for beans for everything. And it's so nice. You just turn on vegetarian mode and you can order anything and it'll automatically substitute the beef for beans. It's so nice. I love it so much. It is the best place for vegetarians. It is, its food is banging, okay? It's awesome. I love it. God, and I used to go there sometimes when I was a young boy, when I was like 7 years old. I would go there with my grandma and we would have a great time at Taco Bell. I used to love going to Taco Bell with my grandma. And I remember I used to get like they have like cheap cheesy roll-ups, you know. We get cheesy roll-ups. That cheesy thing looks terrible. Wrong. That looks fucking awesome. The cheesy roll-ups are good. All the freezies are good. Wait, did they not do it? Cancelled? What? They canceled it? Why would they cancel it? There's no way they cancel it. There's no way they cancel it. I don't know. Maybe they did. I don't know. Whatever. But it's fucking awesome. And their freezies. Okay. Your cucks say Americans don't have culture, and yet Taco Bell items exist. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. What's I gonna look up? Oh. Oh, all their freezy things. Okay, they come out with like a new one every summer. They're all banging. Okay, they're all amazing. I remember their watermelon one. This shit was banging. Okay, the watermelon one was good. They kept releasing new ones. Like every time me and my grandma go to Taco Bell, there was a new freezy. And it was fucking amazing, okay? And I love them so much. Taco Bell is awesome. Look, I want to go to Taco Bell right now. Well, I don't want to dox myself because I feel like it's going to expose my location. Wonder, where is it? I don't know. I'll just look it up. Taco Bell vegetarian mode. Look, it's awesome. Vegetarian with veggie mode. It's so nice. It's so nice. I've never had a watermelon, but I love dragon fruit. Yeah. Listen, Taco Bell is fucking amazing.
Don't know, and I'm trying to think about this. I've never really given this a lot of thought before. I'm trying to think about this. Does Taco Bell have any bad food? I don't want to do the virgin. There's always this virgin shit where people are like, oh, it's good drunk food. Bullshit. What does Taco Bell have that's bad?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I think at most, I think Taco Bell might have some food.
Fuck it. Reactivage.
Oh, come to the States just to go to In-N-Out.
Let's go to the Fortress Arc without.
I've never actually had In-N-Out because it's not on the East Coast. It's only on the West Coast.
Cheese roll-up is dog. Okay, people are saying coffee. All right, I don't order coffee from fast food places. I only get coffee at enlightened places like Starbucks. But I don't even do that because I don't drink coffee. So, hold on. Hold on. Their desserts are trash?
That's bullshit.
The churro things? The cream-filled, like, fried what are you talking about? Which desserts are trash? Destiny, these are dog shit. .nl, bro, your opinion literally doesn't matter.
No paste.
I don't even know what Netherlands. Sorry, bro. Opinion immediately discarded. Their crisp tacos are gross and get soggy in 30 seconds.
Jeez, I can't. I hope I'm popular enough one day where if someone links a European link, they'll start screaming Euro cuck, Euro cuck, Euro cuck. Oh, you're still here, Nikki? It's fucking awesome. Any red-blooded American should see this and think it's awesome. Yeah, I've been here. It's awesome. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. Look at all the veggie meal for two. Damn, I want Taco Bell now. Only $12.50. If I got it like Uber Eats, it'd be a lot more. I wasn't listen. Flame Jidiox, he was the one that made us go on the food thing. I'm hungry now too. I always forget to eat before streams. And I'm like, when I stream, I don't want to go upstairs and get food because that takes forever. And then I eat on stream and that's cringe. Have you never had it? Are you talking to me or Ophelia? I've had Taco Bell before. I love Taco Bell. Zach or Kyle, are either of you here? I don't think they're here. But there was a time where we ordered Taco Bell from Uber Eats at like 3 in the morning. Kyle is still not recovered from the $1 cheesy roll-up. I agree. It does probably taste like watermelon. Hold on. See if I can get him on. You have a bedtime? What? Kyle, you need to do a lore drop.
What?
Explain the $1 cheesy roll up to chat.
Why?
Because we're talking about Taco Bell.
I ate it, and it killed me, but I came back. Almost. It gave me some bad symptoms that it should not have given me.
Yeah, you're still not recovered from the $1 cheesy roll-up.
I have still not recovered. It like permanently fucked up with my nervous system. You know how the stomach and the intestines is like the second brain because there's so many nerves centered around there.
Yep.
It got me fucked up, bro. You don't even know. You don't even know. Do not eat the $1 cheese roll up from Taco Bell. I'm telling you,
it's too good a deal.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it's worth it, man. I mean, you could try. Maybe it's normal in a country that's not our country, but I have yet to confirm that.
I don't even think Ophelia has Taco Bell in her cucked country.
Well, they don't respect those over there.
I know, exactly. Oh, there's Taco Bell in Germany. Ophelia, get your ass some Taco Bell. Right now.
Well, I mean, maybe they'll have human-grown cheese and not vat-grown cheese. You never know. I'm assuming they have slightly better ingredients over there.
But they gotta make it $1, bro.
They do. I don't know how many euros that is. It's close.
Yeah, it's like 1.1 euro. Their stupid currency's better than ours now.
Chat, do not buy the 1.1 euro cheesy roll up from Taco Bell.
All right, well, thanks for one in chat.
Yep, that's why I live.
That's why you're like
I made it. I made it through. I'm like a survivor coach.
Yeah, exactly. You're a survivor coach. The $1 cheese roll from Taco Bell.
Don't even think about it, man.
Do you remember the big?
That's all you need.
You were there for the big ass slug, right?
I was. That was the same day.
Yeah,
it was the same night.
I wonder if I could find the big.
You woke me up for that shit, bro. I was asleep, and you woke me up. So look at this big ass slug on the window.
They went to big ass slug. He was on the window.
It was yellow. Yeah, it was yellow. It was like an 1.5 inches long, and I was like, "That's crazy, man." Was that the same day? I think it was.
I'm pretty sure it was the same like weekend. At least.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe not the exact same night, but
probably not. I barely remember it, but I do remember that.
But there was a big ass slug. You had to see it.
I did, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is that my signal to go?
Get fucked. Okay. Awesome food takes. Destiny is like a spirit animal. True. Exactly true. I'm wondering if Paul Krugman likes fast food. I'm assuming, I would guess Paul Krugman thus partakes in fast food from time to time. That would be my guess as an avid Paul Krugman fan. That would be what I guess Paul Krugman is or does. Destiny is like my spirit animal. That's so true. I don't understand. I actually don't think it's possible. Is it at all possible to just be a streamer who does political stuff? And if you're liberal, not be called a Destiny clone. If you're a socialist, not be called a Hassan clone. Because I don't think it's possible. I think no matter what you do, can you become famous and hook me up with Destiny? Ophelia, if I ever become famous, I could hook you up. I will. I'll do it. You're in Europe though. He doesn't go to Europe since the divorce, so. One level streamer who's not a Destiny clone. Like, it's literally, I don't understand. Everyone's a Destiny clone because Destiny was the first full-time streamer. Destiny was like literally either one of the first or the first full-time streamers. Like, I mean, literally, every live streamer is a Destiny clone. I don't get it. And just like, he was probably one of the first people to do more political oriented content. Although no, maybe he wasn't, because I think he was more like dragged into it by the community at the time. Some leftists are Vosh clones. I mean, I don't understand. Would it be possible to do a Vosh is a Destiny clone. Vosh is a socialist, but Vosh literally came from Destiny's community. Okay, I don't think it's possible to don't agree with him on most shit, but he's cute. True. We need more Francis too. I don't. It's like I don't think it's possible. To do shit without being called Destiny. Is what I do even that similar to Destiny? I don't know. I guess it kind of is, because I read shit like this and take notes, which he does, yeah. Or do people... Yeah, it's their non-fun clone. That's how I know. If I ever get to that point, that's how I know I made it. When people start calling people non-fun clones. Listen. If anyone ever does twerk break like I do, that's how you know they're a non-fawn clone. That's how you know. Or if they have the thug shakers. God, I miss Discord Clyde when he was stuck on the thug shaker. You've made it whenever you get more real YouTube subs than not. I actually have more real YouTube subs than not. Well, actually, it kind of depends on your definition of real. Because a lot of them are from shorts. I only have here. Let's go to my sub analytics. Analytics. Really? 0 views? Come on, guys. What the fuck? I guess I didn't promote it on my Discord. Oh, my 48-hour viewership's fallen off because I haven't posted shorts. God damn it. We go to my lifetime here. Okay, this sub-audit. This sub-audit. This is sub-audit. Past this point, past 350. This wasn't sub-audit. This was from Yoshi screaming. And then this is all. This is, I mean, you can see the big spikes when I push shorts really heavily. Shorts. Yeah. I gotta work on more shorts. God damn. I woke up early today. Early, which was 3 p.m. But my sleep schedule has been fucked, okay? So 3 p.m. was progress. Order Burger King Happy Affiliate. I woke up at 3 p.m. today and I was like, I'm gonna make it short. And I wrote like most of the script for one, and I didn't have enough time to film it or anything. Yeah. I'm struggling. I forget exactly what I was struggling with. Oh, I was struggling exactly with how to convey the difference between cash flow taxation and corporate just corporate income taxes. How the fuck did I get a bug bite? I just realized I have a bug bite. And now I'm itching it, and now I'm not going to be able to stop itching. Sometimes I sleep later than I should. I mean, it's just because, well, Jitteriox, it's just because, like, I don't go to school or anything. Like, I just do this. So, like, like, that's all I've been doing. So, I'm supposed to get up. I'm supposed to be awake by 2 p.m. every day. With, like, just the schedule I made for myself. I stream until... Oh,
can you send me in
can
and
you
out?
send me
TLS?
in and out, please? I mean, there's no in and out on the East Coast, and I live on the East Coast. Like, I would have to travel pretty far just for some in and out, and then, how would I don't know if I could get it to you. If I could, you want Culver's? We do have Culver's. Yeah, we do have. Where is it? Okay, chat. Non-fun lore drop here. I'm so hungry. I am
so
only a
hungry.
shell of a
I am
person.
only a shell of a person.
It's, non-fun lore drop here. This isn't gonna make sense to you for any of you because none of you were here during the gaming days. Okay. Let me just hide a chat. Okay, this is Ninja. Ninja likes the Big Mac better. And this is Pokimane, and she likes the Whopper better. And there's Mr. Beast, and he likes Mr. Beast Burger, but he's filming a video right now. And there's also Gumbo from Fortnite down there. And then there's Markiplier, who likes the FNAF Burger. And Dr. Disrespect, who likes the Baconator. And then there's Clicks, and Clicks likes the Culver's Burger. And there's also the Fortnite Chicken. Is this making sense to any of you? Do you want to see Vegeta react to it? Hold on. Oh, fuck, it's fucked. What if Goku is evil? Full story. Evolved Jake jump scare. Have you ever had raisin cane? I've had raisin. There's raisins. Be like, I probably have had them. I should have Ninja Logan. Oh, I haven't. No, I haven't, JDX. This is a restaurant. And I mean, I'm vegetarian, so I'm probably not going to have eaten at most, like, meat-centric restaurants. None of you guys even get this bit. None of the people here even get this Vegeta bit because they weren't here for it. What do they actually have at Hooters? They have like wings. I mean, the boobs is obviously the main thing. I only know boobs and wings, and I think they probably have beer. I keep forgetting. If I search like Hooters, like it comes up with the Hooters closest to me. I need to figure out. Maybe I should just use a different browser for when I stream versus when I'm not streaming. That way, like when I click on Amazon links, it doesn't automatically dox me. When I click on eBay links, it doesn't automatically dox me. And anytime I search up a restaurant, it doesn't automatically dox me. Food. Appetite. Wings. Yeah, wings, burgers, sandwiches, and tacos, salads. VPN? Maybe I could do that, yeah. I don't how much is NordVPN? $69% off, free month free. TDX is bot I created. Hey, listen, if TDX was a Russian bot, it wouldn't shock me. A Russian troll would not shock me. Do you want to be a woman who will be scantily clad at home? Scantily clad? What the fuck? $15 a month. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not paying for NordVPN. Okay, what's a... World War 3 happened yet, or nothing ever happened as usual? It's right now we're leaning towards nothing happening because it looks like Iran isn't going to retaliate to this strike that Israel did. But that is definitely a big deal. I don't know if any new news has come out. Israeli military carried out an airstrike inside Iran, and Israeli officials said on Friday in retaliation for an Iranian barrage of missiles. It's not clear what the damage the strike caused, but the official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive military matters said it was intended to signal to Iran that Israel had the ability to strike inside the country. So yeah, this was just a because this was just a strike that was meant to signal that Israel could strike inside Iran. It's probably nothing is going to happen. That's what we're leaning towards right now. They always attack when people are bet. Well, I think they just want to do it with the cover at night. Like a bitch who wears cleavage, revealing dresses and butt form at home. Jesus. I don't know. I don't fantasize about living with a woman for butt out all the time. I just don't do that. I'm curious, once sample text gets up, what he'll think of it. What's the time in Israel? 8 a.m., 9 a.m. I think sample text is probably sleeping, but he's in Israel. So I wonder if sample text is going. Low-key believe Iran is letting Israel take out the most radical elements within the Iran military to avoid getting coup and escalating. I mean, that's a theory I haven't heard before. I don't know. I think it was just because Netanyahu was such a fucking unhinged right-winger. I think he just wanted to be a strong man towards Iran. Hopefully Trump gets in and destroys those terrorists. Bro. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, daddies. Thanks, Ophelia. Iran will attack? It seems like Iran's been downplaying it. It's like, I don't know if Iran will attack. I don't know. I don't know if they want to. Can't we get it home? It's 2 a.m., but I have 12 viewers, so I'm going to keep streaming. My problem is now, when I was trying to become Twitch affiliate, it's like, oh, I'll keep streaming as long as I have above 3 viewers. Because that way it would bring my average up. But now that I average more than 3 viewers, it's like, well, I don't know. I'll keep streaming as long as I have a big number that makes the dopamine receptors in my brain go off. 12 makes the dopamine in my brain happy. 12 the dopamine in my brain makes me happy. But God will kill the earth. Jesus. Third temple. Okay, we gotta read this. Also, I guess technically I was a little late streaming, so I should probably stream later. Luckily, your dumbass sleep schedule lets you take advantage of free time slot when the normal American streamers are asleep. It's strategy, man. It's strategy, okay? It's the strategy, I'm telling you. It's a strategy. As long as my mom doesn't make me get a job. Which reminds me, I still need to do more research into college shit. Which I haven't done. I don't know. I need to do that shit, but whatever. I just don't sleep. I can kind of tell, I feel like, considering you're always in my chat at unreasonable European times. So that's based. Is your mom hot? She's married to my dad, so I don't know, man. Listen, my dad is the ultimate pickleball champion. So, good luck, man. I mean, yeah. If you could beat my dad in a game of pickleball, then maybe. I am its mom. You're the pickleball. Oh. That's true. It's real. All right. The obligation of the United Nations members to refrain from the use of force. The controlling provision of the United Nations Charter in this regard is embodied in Article 2, Section 4. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or any manner inconsistent with the purpose of the United Nations. Okay. Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter states that nonsense. It's not nonsense, actually very based. Article 2 does not forbid any threat or use of force whatsoever. The prohibition is limited only by terms of threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of a state, and a threat to use of force which are in any manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. By clear implication, threats or use of force which fall within neither of these categories are not prohibited. This qualified language, according to some writers, suggests the possibility of a lawful resort to why are you reading this? What do you mean, why am I reading it? Because I want to know whether the 6-Day War was defensive or not. And whether the 6-Day War is defensive has large implications on whether or not the occupation that Israel of the West Bank is legal. And the occupation of Gaza, if you consider it an occupation. Which I'm actually, I don't know. I'm a little more open to considering Gaza an occupation now. It may not be... It's obviously a different occupation, different like type of occupation than it is in West Bank. It don't matter what's legal. I mean, it kind of does. When people like make a claim like it's legal Israeli occupation, it's like if it's not illegal, I want to be able to refute to that. If you got the guns, oh, I mean, if you're just saying that, this guy loves the law. I do love the law. I am a base neolib globalist law cuck. Law is fucked. I mean, the law has implications for like what Israel should do, right? But I mean, I don't know. They make laws to control the people. Laws can suck my dick, true. Dude, I fucking wish laws could suck my dick. Are you kidding me? With the amount of laws I've read, I would need that. Actually, again, I goon and read at the same time, actually. Like, you know, you can't see my hands right now. I'm currently gooning as we speak. That's the only way I can get through reading. You worship international law. True. You want to marry it? I would marry international law if I could. I would do it. I would do it. Unless Ophelia wanted to first. Prohibition is limited by its own terms. Its value use of force against territorial integrity. Blah, blah, blah. We read that. When any manner consistent with the purpose of the United Nations, by clear implication, threat to use of force, which fall within neither of these categories, are not prohibited. I didn't listen. Oh. This qualified language, according to some writers, suggests the possibility of lawful resort to forceful norms of self-help other than self-defense against armed attacks under Article 51. You weren't listening, Ophelia? This guy said I want to marry international law, and I said I would if I could, unless Ophelia wanted to do it first. Okay, so... only limits the... Sure, let's do it based. Listen, can I... Do you... How... Yeah, exactly. Wait, no, I don't want... No. You don't get to move here. I'm moving there. I don't know why you thought you would move here. I want to move there. Are you kidding me? Can you actually get mutual green cards? I feel like... Because it's possible to be a dual citizen, right? I feel like it should be possible to get... Like, I get a green card for Germany and you get one for America. I feel like there's got to be some way to do that. Why do you want to live here? I want to go to Europe, man. Listen, Ophelia. I'm thinking about. I'm probably going to go to college in the Czech Republic, in Czechia. I want to go to Czechia for college. I like your cities. Well, I haven't looked at Germany, but I like the nice walkable cities, public transit. Okay. Yeah. You guys got cool shit over there. What's it gonna? Oh, you can look at. Oh. Can you be dual citizen? U.S. Germany. Come to my city. What do you want to study? Economics. Macroeconomics. I want to go to Mendel University in Brno. They have an economics department and they teach economic classes in English. They have a they have like 20% international students. And they teach classes in English, so I can take a nice economics class in English. I can be in Europe and be cool. This isn't they have like a business department, which business economics. Yeah, this one. So you want to study voodoo? Yes. They have like a macroeconomics and public administration degree. Why is it showing me like shit? I don't care about like agroscience. Who the fuck cares? Germany's banning driving? Based. Holy shit, based. Oh my god. A child born to American parents and a German parent requires both German. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about that. If you apply for foreign citizenship, you obtain it. Your German citizenship. Oh, god damn it. Oh, you can't be dual citizen of U.S. and Germany. They must relinquish their U.S. citizenship and only obtain their. God damn it. Okay, damn. So we'd have to choose either Germany or the U.S. But I mean, you get EU citizenship if you're a German citizen, right? So I mean, you can be anywhere in the EU. Unlawful use of force. Bro, like, can't even enforce speed limits. That's true. So ramification threats to use of force which fall in neither of these categories are not prohibited. Where do you get your news from? Germany's transport minister floated the idea of a weekend ban. Floated the idea of a weekend ban after the country failed to meet strict 2023 emission targets, however critics have called. I would imagine. Like, it's not that unreasonable for a city to do, but I think the federal government doing it would be insane. I don't think there'd be no way they could even enforce that. The entire country. Like, if there might be a city that institutes a ban like that. That wouldn't surprise me. But the entire government doing it would be wild. I don't believe that. This qualified language, according to some writers, suggests the possibility of lawful resort to forceful forms of self-help other than self-defense against armed attack under Article 51. Yeah. This includes this suggests the lawful possibility of outside the strict self-defense cases provided for in Article 51. The only thing I want to own non-fun, I want to own non-fun in a debate. I don't even know what we disagree on. They're brutal. What, for instance, expresses the view that action taken for, limited to, the protection of a state's political independence, territorial integrity, and the lives of both property of its nationals is not forbidden by Article 2, Section 4. Protection of a state's political independence. Yeah, they can do worse. I don't know. You know what happened in Germany in 1993, bro? In view of the openly proclaimed Arab design to liquidate Israel, the formidable offensive mobilization of forces along Israel's frontiers, and the inability of the Security Council to discharge its responsibility under the Charter, he argues Israel's actions cannot be regarded as a violation of any Charter provision. The Israeli action, he writes, can scarcely said to be directed against the territorial integrity and political independence of Arab states in a sense of Article 2, Section 4. It must rather appear as defensive, as a defensive action of beleaguered state against military measures openly and immediately threatening its territorial integrity and political independence. So I guess this could include any force many wars since World War II. That is true. That is a fact. Not every war since World War II has actually been World War III. Considering the circumstances around the Six-Day War, Israel's use of force clearly not aimed at or not directed against territorial or political independence of Arab states, and since Article 264 and must rather appear as a defensive action against a beleaguered state openly. Yeah. Rather, it's defensive action against defensive action against interaction. They want this to happen. Who is they? Leave it on. Fuck, I just realized I probably should have been. Oh my god, oh my god. I never turned the lo-fi off, which kind of made sense, but now I'm regretting it because I can make a VOD out of at least one thing today, which is going over the Israel striking Iran. I can't upload that to YouTube, and now the entire time I'm like yelling at people. I'm like going over Israel striking Iran. Oh, hey, wait a minute, what the hell? Hey, swift footsteps. Hey, maybe you want to calm down on the anti-Semitic rhetoric there, buddy. Maybe you want to take a chill pill. Maybe you want to take a chill pill there, buddy. You know, we'll give you a, I don't know, 1 minute chill pill. 63-second chill pill. Okay, you're gonna come back and you're gonna be calm and you're gonna be not anti-Semitic. That's what's gonna happen, or else you're gonna be banned, buddy. You know, if you just want to say, I think World War III is going to happen, that's fine. But when you start saying they want this to happen and they is the cabal of evil Jews, then we start having some issues, buddy. The key question in this interpretation of Article 2 is whether one can and should recognize the possibility of threats or use of force, which though are not literally self-defense under Article 51, or collective measures under Article 39, 41 or 42. What are these? I don't know what these are. Fuck, I'm gonna have to, okay. Article 39. Security Council determined the existence of any threat. Article 40. Jeez, I hate how the UN security, how the UN Charter constantly references itself like non-stop. It's so fucking annoying. Hold on. Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, shall make recommendations, or decide what measures shall be taken according. Okay. So that's just like the UN can fucking tell you when to fuck shit up. Okay. Security Council may decide what measures not involving the use of armed force may be employed to give effect to its decisions. It may call upon a member of the UN member states to apply such measures. These may include complete or partial Hillary Clinton and Democrats. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Basically, we can tell states to give us non-military shit to do the shit we want to do. 42. And then 42 is just, if we can't do it through non-military shit, we'll make it do it through military shit. The Security Council considers measures provided by Article 51 be inadequate or have proved to be inadequate. It may take such action by air, sea, or land forces as may be necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. Such action may include demonstrations, blockade, and other operations by air, sea. Yeah, okay. So it just goes over. It just goes over when the UN, if the UN tells you you can do something, then you can do it. Are not inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Saying Jew itself is not anti-Semitic. No, but the way you are using it absolutely is 1,000% anti-Semitic. Not inconsistent. Okay. The key question interpretation, Article 2. is whether one can should recognize the possibility of threats or use of force, which though are literally not literally self-defense under Article 51 or collective measures under Article 39 or 41 or 42 are still not inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. The relevant purposes of the United Nations under Article 1, Section 1 are as follows. They just want Iran gone. I don't really know if that's true. I don't know. There are some that might want regime change in Iran, but that kind of makes sense considering Iran's attitudes towards them. Genius analysis we got going on in chat right now. To maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures to the prevention and removal of threats to the peace, and further suppression of acts of aggression and other breaches of the peace, and to bring about peace by peaceful means. To bring about by peaceful means, and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law. Adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of the peace. It's religious? It's not just religious, man. Religion may have a little bit to do with it, but I don't think that's okay. Good question is the interpretation of two. Whether one can and should recognize the possibility but the use of force. So not literally self-defense under Article 51 or collective measures under those are inconsistent. Okay. Question then becomes, threats or use of force that are not literally self-defense under Article 51. Inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Which are listed in Article 1 as follows. These formulations represent the overall goal of the new international order purported to be established by the Charter, wherein the prohibition of the use of force, subject only to carefully defined exceptions, ranks very prominently. They're ready to destroy the democratic government in Iran. What do you mean? Are you talking about the Shah? The Shah is not democratic. Hate to break it to you. Oh, you're talking about the coup. Oh my god, you're talking about the coup of the democratic government in Iran. Oh, you're talking about in 1953. And we all know who they refers to, so it's unhinged. How the CIA overthrew Iran's democracy in 4 days. An overly permissive attitude towards the obligation. Oh, sorry. Wait. Okay. An overly permissive attitude towards the obligation of the UN member states under Article 2 does not serve the purposes of this order. Such an attitude is likely to encourage states to resort to armed force whenever it deems it advantageous and expedient to the detriment of international peace and security. The prohibition on the use of force might be floated, and the availability of war. They cause it. CIA. I mean, it is true. The CIA However, yeah, I was about to say it is true the CIA did that, but we all know who you're really saying did it. So don't pretend like you're just saying the CIA did it when you're not just saying the CIA did it. You're saying a very big group of other people did it. As legitimate historical national policy, reintroduced through the back door. Under such circumstances, one could hardly distinguish between lawful and unlawful and permissible uses of force. On the other hand, the aspired new international regime presupposes a centralized system of guaranteeing that effective, collective measures be taken for the suppression of aggression and that international disputes will be settled in conformity with the principles of justice and international law. In the conspicuous absence of these institutions and procedures enduring such effective collective measures, what should states do when subjected to lawless or otherwise injurious behavior on the path of injurious behavior by others? Fulfill prophecy. If the centralized system of collective security does not work in unilateral self-redress or self-help, is nonetheless essentially forbidden, who will regress the violated rights to protect the vital national interests of the self-preservation, security, and independence? Turning back to the Six-Day War and the events which precipitated it, it is obvious that both Israel and the Arab states did not retain from the threat or use of force at one point or another. But insofar as Israel is concerned, it is doubtful whether her actions must be considered in violation of Article 2, Section 4. Nonetheless, the following analysis will proceed on the assumption that the only exception to the prohibition on the use of force, relevant in circumstances and the right to self-defense, Article 51, can Israel rightfully invoke the principle of self-defense in the context of the Six-Day War? Okay. States would advantageous resort to armed conflict more often.
Mr.
Judgment of peace and security. Prohibition needs enforcement must be floated and revealed to war as a legitimate instrument of national policy reintroduced back into the door. It's literally like the fascist talking point of like my enemy is both really weak and strong at the same time. Like that's a consistent thing in fascist like talking points. Is, yeah, my enemy is both really weak and strong at the same time. This analysis will assume the only exception to prohibition is Article 51. My waffle tastes good. Oh, sorry, exception. On the use of force itself defense under Article 51. Slash toggle heading 3. Oops. Toggle heading slash Article heading 3. The right to self-defense under Article 51. Wonderful conversations happening in my chat right now. Wonderful conversations. Yup, unknowingly. How's that even possible? How's that even possible? I don't understand. Running back to the 6-Day War and events which precipitated... Oh, wait, we read that, okay. Article 51, the last article in Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter provides as follows. Nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individuals self-defense. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What is the exact meaning and scope of Article 51? Article 51 states... Nothing in present charter shall impair the inherent right of individuals. Collective self-defense if an armed attack, blah 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 blah. God, I wish I read this before the another conversation. Satan. What is the exact meaning and scope of Article 51? Inherent right. The right of self-defense is described in Article 51 as inherent. This points to the natural law origins of the right under international law. The right of self-defense in general, in its general international law sense, is rather wide in scope. States could invoke it as justification for the use of force in defense of their political independence, territorial integrity, and the lives and property of their nationals, and possibly their economic independence. Traditionally, this right has been anticipatory as well as remedial in nature. Action in self-defense may legitimately be taken in the face of imminent danger of armed attack, not only to repel actual attack. Furthermore, the exercise of the right was not conditional on the absence of intervention by some international organization. Word. Inherent. Point to the natural law. I guess origin. Yeah. Article 51. Provides a broad scope. What is considered self-defense. Damn it. Furthermore, the exercise of the right was not conditional in absence of intervention. We read that. It goes without saying that such an inherent right of self-defense is not necessarily compatible with international regime committed to the maintenance of peace and security by collective means. States have habitually sought to justify all kinds of threat or use of force on the grounds of self-defense. It is no wonder then that those who framed the Charter probably endeavored to define the right to delineate circumstances which it might be lawfully invoked and thus to delineate the scope of the application. But the question still arises: to what extent Article 51 excludes legitimate resort to inherent right to self-defense in situations not covered by this article? To put it differently, is Article 51 declaratory or constitutive in essence? On one hand, the very characterization of the right as inherent could indicate that a design to safeguard it in its natural law or general international law magnitude. On the other hand, the Charter does in fact not attach much significance to this characterization, as it plainly seeks to restrict the right in self-defense in a traditional sense. Such restriction, as already noted, is in keeping with the overall goal of maintaining international peace and security through effective collective means and peaceful settlement of international disputes. There is no place for free-willing exercise of open-ended inherent right of self-defense and an international order, which in principle forbids the use of force. But again, bearing in mind the non-existence of a collective machinery for maintaining international peace and security, is it at all desirable, let alone practical, to impose restrictions on customary right to self-defense? Be it as it may, for the purposes of in the present analysis, it will be assumed the law of the Charter is designed to limit the customary right of self-defense. Hence, Article 51, and in and of itself, ought to be regarded as the sole legitimate grounds of member states of the UN seeking right of self-defense. Please no. Oh no. Who do you want to debate political person right now? I don't know if I want to do it right now, but I am willing to do it in the future. Does he have a Discord? Oh, he's streaming right now. He always streams like super late. My time, at least, super late. Sometime, if does he have like a Discord or something that I can join, or you can join mine? What would we debate on? I'm sure there's a lot we disagree on, but what would we debate on? He's been to Harvard Spanish.
Back because this is something that can tumble.
Hey, listen, we probably agree on the most recent attack, but I mean, I'd be willing to talk to him. Yeah. Probably Israel Moss. Well, I just mean like, yeah, I just meant like what specifically, but yeah. Like, because if you wanted to do the recent Iran stuff, I'd probably mostly agree with him on the Iran stuff. I think the initial, I think Israel is perfectly within their right to strike that embassy. I'll give him the Discord link. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, we'll set something up.
That they do not have the capability to ever invade Iran, dude. It's just not gonna happen, dude. It would destroy the American empire completely. The resources that you would need, the everything that you would need, right? They probably could do it, but it would weaken the American empire so much that Russia and China would just take over completely globally, influence. They would not have anything. No, the only thing that America has now, honestly, against China.
Who is we in the situation? Is we Iran or Israel or is
Iran? That it would destroy itself, dude. So they're put between a rock and a hard place. It's either they don't want Iran. They legitimately don't want Iran to have a nuke, but they can't invade Iran, dude. So they don't know what to do. They're trying to play both sides, dude. The Zionists want the right-wing Zion insane maniacs. They want to push us into a war with Iran so that they don't give a fuck about the American empire dying.
Bruh, Israel can destroyed Gaza.
You know what I mean? So
I actually don't know if that statement is pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, because I don't know if you're saying.
I mean, Israel can try to strike them, and they have struck.
Israel can destroyed Gaza. I don't know if you're saying like Israel
the most sensitive parts of the
had the right to do that, or if you're criticizing Israel for doing that.
Could tumble into a much more conventional war that pulls in the
or is he joining it?
And Iraq doesn't like that all this is happening from its territory or over its airspace.
So
you get a lot of countries caught in between, and that's
all right. He's in it. Woohoo!
that's when people will hopefully, perhaps Russia, perhaps China, step in and say, okay, this is going too far.
All right, this is the problem, dude. This is the other problem. I don't know if you guys heard about this shit. I don't care. I still tell you to vote for Joe Biden, but
Oh, he wants people to vote for Biden?
man. All right, so
Oh my god, I've actually, dude, this guy reacts to TYT so much.
where's this shit?
Want to talk about Palestine? What about Palestine? What do you mean? Does he actually just plays TYT videos? Oh my god, 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 oh my god. He has more viewers than me! He's just reacting to TYT and has more viewers than me! Look at what I'm doing! Look at what I'm doing, okay? Look at the effort I'm putting in, okay? Look at this. Look at what we've done today. We've read 2 law articles. I've yelled with chat about stuff. Look at this, okay? This guy, no offense, okay? I respect the hustle. I saw him visit a beer keg once. Okay, that changed my opinion on him. He's actually based. Okay, I was gonna go on a rant about how he's just doing reaction content and it's lame stuff. And then he pissed on Splart. But now that you told me he pissed on pissed on it in a beer can and in his floor, I think that's based. I think it's based now. Yeah. It's new. You were talking about viewers and maybe you debated me get more. I don't listen. I actually really like my viewership right now. 8 viewers right now. And I'm just reading shit. I really like where I am. I don't actually care about my viewership that much. I streamed for how many years with 0 viewers. I really like where I'm at right now. I like all you guys that are here right now. I love you guys. Okay, I love my viewers. All right. It's just the fact that people, you are my favorite streamer. Oh, thanks, Hi Pot Turtle. It's just, I don't get genuinely annoyed. But listen, I think the world would be a better place if instead of people watching that guy react to TIT, they watched me actually read stuff. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Okay. That's all I'll say. Where does he live? Because his time zone must be wild. Okay. Yeah, Will set something up and I'm sure we'll have a wonderful conversation. People watch him because he goes off. I go off sometimes sometimes. And he doesn't even have twerk break. Oh, he doesn't even have twerk break. He's in LA? Okay. Then why does he stream? Bro, he starts streaming at 12 a.m. his time, doesn't he then? $11 p.m.? Didn't he just start streaming? How long has he been streaming? I don't know. He streams all night. I mean, I don't stream all night, but maybe it works like I don't know. Get fucked on beer. That's so based. I'm gonna go watch him. God damn it. God damn it. I just gave him free promotion and now. I think go to the casino based. This guy sounds like a real fucking man. Oh my god, I'm just sitting here doing this fucking cuck shit and he's drinking beer and going to casinos. That's awesome, dude. He's not based up. Listen, I'm sure I'll debate him at some point, and we'll again. Oh boy, we'll have some disagreements. I gotta make more video. You know what's really annoying? I've become increasingly less. I've seen increasingly less what are called moderate socialists, liberal socialists, people who are just this was never a super common position, but people are just or market socialists who just want worker co-ops, and I started making reels about worker co-ops, right? Long time, people have been trying to marry the reduced inequality and worker-managed structure of firms under socialism. Wait, what did you have drama with him about? With the efficient market structures under capitalism. Most commonly, this will come through some type of worker ownership at the firms they work at, called worker cooperatives, or just co-ops for short. Co-op But like we have history. People have gone off the rails with the socialism shit. Like no one even holds the position anymore. They're like way more radical.
Substantially decrease labor market mobility by increasing the transaction cost of the hiring and firing of labor. Firstly, workers would have to buy into firms to start working, meaning every hiring decision becomes not just an issue of wages, but an issue of company value. Ordinarily in a capitalist firm, a company's valuation is decided by thousands of actors who are buying and selling shares, or by a venture capitalist who has the time and resources to determine a company.
By the way, I posted this video to YouTube Shorts and it got like mass fucking disliked. They don't like hearing about the problems of market socialism. Even though like everything I said in here is true. You could argue that the trade-off is worth it. That's an argument you could have. But everything I said in here just is true. It would do this. Maybe you think it's worth it to do this, but it would do this.
Since co-ops don't allow any type of outside investment, workers will have to spend their own time trying to determine the value of a company who has much more information and resources than they do. Co-ops will be heavily incentivized to overvalue the company when workers are buying in and undervalue it when workers leave. And when workers leave co-ops,
they don't working class, so they won't rebel. Thanks.
Even have any leverage. They will have to accept whatever offer the company gives them if they want to leave at all. Many workers also won't have enough money to buy into firms. If Apple were a co-op, every member would have to pay over $400,000 just to join. There are ways to offer workers credit which they pay back over time, but this would undoubtedly lead to some workers stuck with low wages as they pay back high monthly payments. Just think about how long a cashier at Apple, even one with a wage premium that worker co-ops undoubtedly have, would have to work to pay back the $400,000 buy-in.
You need to read. Is it actually? What is it? What the fuck was it about? Wasn't it about not the Frankfurt School shit? I don't know. The failure of the Enlightenment. Okay, I don't. Is it actually? Would it actually be useful to me? It's about everything. It's 300 pages. I have a lot of books to read that I haven't even like started reading yet. You're a genius. I mean, maybe. Would it be good to read on stream at all, or is it would I have to read on my own time? You will read it. I think I will read it on stream whenever I start streaming. Well then I'm just incentivized to wait till you start streaming it. Listen to the fucking you do an audiobook of it. There might be other audiobooks of it. Listen. Stop the false advertising and I'll consider reading it. But I think for your first reading, I think for reading for the first time, you need to do it by yourself. I have audiobooks, but I don't actually absorb the information nearly as much. You just tell me I did, and I'm based for it, and I don't regret it. I'm so right. Article 51, sanctions report. So I'll read exactly, yes. Well, I don't see a problem with what I said. Article 51, sanctions resort to measures of self-defense only in a case of armed attack. Valid. Against the member state exercising the right. Anything short of an armed attack cannot therefore legitimize the use of force in self-defense. Naturally, much of the debate concerning Article 51 is centered around this key phrase. What is an armed attack? When can it be said to have occurred? What occurrences or situations come with or fall without? It's a bit. The framers of Article 51 presumably had some criteria in mind for what they coined when they coined the phrase armed attack. Suppose we could ascertain this criteria with comforting assurance. Even so, should we now confine ourselves to the initial legislative intent, ignoring the critical changes in international realities and military technology since 1945? But not such an approach render Article 51 obsolete and futile. To what length should one go in interpreting the phrase armed attack? This is the crucial problem here.
Narrowly conceived, this phrase means a massive hostile frontier crossing by military forces, infantry or shells, or armor. Here, wait, I should probably... Okay, I did that already. Or guided missiles. Anything short of such a large-scale physical penetration into the territory of an attack state does not, under this strict view, warrant a lawful resort to self-defense. A state confronted by threat or danger, not consulting an armed attack, not constituting an armed attack, in the above sense, must count on the willingness and capacity of the competent United Nations organs to take effective action. To be sure, a prompt and adequate action on the part of the United Nations cannot always be guaranteed, so that disputes, the continuance of which is likely to endanger the peace, may remain unsettled, and violated rights may remain unenforced. But any reading of the phrase armed attack, other than the strict literal one, might open a floodgate for unilateral abuses of the right to self-defense. A more realistic appreciation of the limited capacity of the United Nations effectively to maintain international peace and security, coupled with a keener perception of the potential present-day military technology, have led to the formation of an altogether different conception of the phrase armed attack. No state shall be required to maintain a sitting duck position in front of an impeding attack, which could seriously hamper its capacity to defend its territorial integrity or political independence. Okay. The right to self-defense. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't type. I'm so tired. Defense. Generally. Considered include the notion that no state shall require to remain in a sitting duck position. The history, ancient and modern, of international relations proves that states cannot be expected to wait passively and indefinitely an anticipated attack which might impale vital interests of peace and security. The clearer imminence of attack, the greater its anticipated proportions, the smaller the chances of threatened state to absorb the initial blow and mount to effective defense, the lesser the likelihood of the United Nations taking effective measures, the more prone the state in question be to initiate a preventative or preemptive action. Hence, the phrase armed attack must, under this broad view, accommodate an anticipated or imminent or impending attack. Any other interpretation would be unrealistic and would give Article 51 a meaning totally divorced from the actual conduct of the states. I'm tired. I might summarize these notes more later, but okay. I don't want to. I thought I was almost done with this section. Fuck. Okay. I'm not reading this today. All right. We'll fucking finish this tomorrow. Yeah, we're on page 10. You're good? Thank you, Ophelia. Okay. So what did we learn today? Don't ask me that. I don't remember. We learned that Israel made repeated attempts and even I learned... What did I learn? Israel, during the entire lead up to the Six-Day War, made repeated attempts to seek diplomatic up early and thinking about non-fun stream. Thanks, Melanie. Israel made repeated attempts up until the very beginning of the war to prevent all-out hostilities from breaking out in the '67 war. constantly went to the U.S. and the U.K. and France with the Red Sea Regatta plan. They even, when they did attack, they actually warned Jordan that they wouldn't attack Jordan if Jordan didn't, you know, Jordan didn't involve itself in the war. I learned that Egypt actually had a plan to attack, and it was only thwarted by the Soviet Union, because that Soviet Union found out about it. Because the Israeli ambassador received an intelligence report saying that they knew that Egypt was going to attack in 2 days, and then he told President Johnson that, and then Johnson told Russia that, and then Russia told Egypt, hey, don't fucking attack Israel. And that's the only reason Egypt didn't attack Israel. Israel is an occupier of Palestine. That is an accurate statement. Israel does occupy Palestinian territories. That is accurate. What else did I learn? I don't know. I learned a little bit about Article 51 and what self-defense under Article 51 includes, but we didn't read too much into that today. Yeah, that's what I've learned today, Ophelia. Oh, and also all the Arab states were fucking warmongering and making awesome threats to Israel. All the Arab armies now surround Israel. Yeah, it seems like they were constantly. The Red Sea Regatta was a plan that they wanted. Trying to negotiate with Egypt. They even delayed their strike by like 3 weeks. Oh, and the UN was fucking useless the whole time. The UN Secretary General literally, Egypt ordered the UNICEF troops out of the Sinai, but he told them to go to Gaza, and then the Secretary General said, they don't actually need to be in Gaza. We'll just pull them out of Egypt altogether. Thanks, Melanie. They killed more than 10,000 children in Gaza. Again, an accurate statement. It's not actually meaningful in any way. So, yeah. At least you didn't say illegal occupation. Yeah, Melanie's from a European time zone too, so you two can relate. Melanie, have you ever had Taco Bell? I just woke up. I know you just woke up. Yes. What do you think? What do you think of Taco Bell, Melanie? Also, the new pro. Okay. There we go. Okay. There's no Taco Bell. I googled Taco Bell in Germany and stuff came up. Taco Bell, Germany. Also, what the hell? Oh, all of them are military bases. Okay.
Don't worry. There are Taco Bells in Germany, but only on American military bases that are in Germany. Taco Bell in UK is such a blessing. By the way, Isami, I'm about to end stream, but you seem like you might be interesting to chat to. So either follow me if you want to chat later, or I have the Discord link too. You can join the Discord. We can chat on Discord if you want to do that at some point. Love to have a conversation, but not tonight. Or I mean, you can follow me too. That works. I think you might be gone. Wait, actually, Melon, didn't you go on a whole thing about? Didn't you post like in the literally? I like this channel. Didn't you? Oh wait, that's a woman's ass. Hold on. Yeah, you did the volcano burrito meal. Almost showed a woman's ass on stream, but I didn't. I love the volcano burrito. Fuck, I just realized again I need to formalize my thoughts on all this stuff because I need to. I read all the articles and shit. Well, not all of them. I still need to read more. I need to like formalize my shit. I don't know. I'll do it. I guess I'll do it before I debate that political persons guy. I'll do it before I debate him. Unless he wants to debate tomorrow or something, then in which case I probably won't have time, but whatever. I kind of want to reach the 8-hour mark on the stream because I feel good on the Twitch analytics if it when I stream long. Debate would be a disaster either way, but well, I mean, I would just be more prepared, but yeah. I want to start. I know 8 hours isn't like 8 hours is like a decently long stream, but I kind of want to. I want to stream relatively long. How long is like Gorp stream whenever he streams? Well, how long is Isaac? How long do these people stream? The neutral waters people. How long do they stream? Videos. 11 hours. 5 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. Bro, 8 hours is a full work day? I know. Isaac doesn't stream that much. And okay, life. 7 hours, 9 hours. Yeah. That's what I did do that. How long does this guy stream? Oh, he only streams like 3 hours. 3 or 4 hours. Sorry, I stream more than this guy. I'm more than the other. I predict missiles will be launched then. 7 p.m. around time. Okay. No, we should write that down to see if you're accurate. I don't know. You probably won't be here next stream, but 7 p.m. Iran time. Chatters say missiles. Missiles coming from Iran or missiles going into Iran? The Simpsons have already. Bro, I'm pretty sure. Bro, a potential war between Israel and Iran is the easiest thing to predict ever. What are you guys on about? Why won't it? What the fuck? Hey, Chad, are missiles from Iran to Israel or missiles from Israel to Iran. They predicted Saudi. Wait, there's finally channel point? Yeah, I'm Twitch affiliate, Melanie. How do you feel, Melanie? I'm finally Twitch affiliate. That means you can sub to me. If you have Amazon Prime, you can actually sub to me for free, Melanie. You can use your Prime sub on me. That'd be pretty cool. What else? The channel points, yeah. So you can get channel points. I can run ads now. But if you sub, you won't get ads. If you sub, you actually don't get ads. Feel great, but I don't have Amazon. Darn. Well, I'm glad you feel great. What else? I don't know. Wait. Oh. No, I could do that before. Never mind. I need to figure out that. I know there's a way to Oh, posture check. Thanks, Melanie. My posture is never going to be good. We need to figure out together some better channel point rewards, because like I just have like the stupid default ones like posture check, no cursing. No cursing's a good one, okay? No cursing's a decent one. But like posture check is dumb, like stretch is dumb, like most of the ones I have are dumb. Even highlight my message just isn't worth it because I read all the messages anyway. Iran will shoot 3,000 missiles and drone at Israel. Feet pics. I'm going to be a hunchback by 20. That won't happen. That won't happen. That won't. Definitely won't happen. Usually I'm like slouched back. I feel like. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Actually, not when I read, because I read like this. Feet pics is a good channel. I'm not doing... No, we're not doing channel points or feet pics. I'm charging... If I'm doing feet pics, I'm charging real money for that shit, not fake channel points. That shit. And then also we need some better like sub emotes, because right now the sub emotes are like just bullshit. Some of them are like inside jokes, but there's not enough non-fun lore to like have really good sub emotes. I'm always hunched over on my phone and my laptop. I'm so cooked. Frederick, we do have Frederick. But like affiliate, like my subs don't know what Frederick is. Like affiliate's not gonna know what Frederick is. And even that, I think one of them is literally like a screen door zombie from Plants vs Zombies. It's like literally just random shit that I threw in there. Guys, let's wait. I can do a slash prediction. Slash prediction. Guys, how many channel points do you guys have? Guys, new prediction. Bet all your money on it. Bet all 1.8k. I feel like I put all 1.8k in. Guys, submissions are closing in 8 seconds. Are you all boycotting the prediction? Are you kidding? Nobody made it. Nobody predicted anything. You guys are fucking stupid. Slash prediction. None of you guys know how Twitch predictions work? I'll give you guys 5 minutes to figure. No, not 5 minutes. I'll give you guys 2 minutes to figure it out. How do you gamble? Look, I'm gonna make a thing, and then on top of chat, there should be a thing, a big banner that says prediction started. Is it not? Look, prediction started, and you click on it, and then you should be able to bet channel points. You should be able to do like 10 channel points at a time. I don't do shit. You guys, what? You guys are no fun. Nope. You're all boycotting the channel points prediction thing? Are you kidding me? Oh, somebody did it. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we're doing it. I want to hugely inflate the non-fun points economy. Jesus, Ophelia, did you put all of yours on tails? Someone put a lot on tails. Okay, you guys got a few more seconds here. I just bet 1K. I better win. I mean, I'm not in control. Oh, hey, my dolphin. My dolphin, spend all your channel points right now. Spend all the non-fun points. Come on, guys. Alright, I'm about to do it. So what now? Well, tails. Hell yeah! Did you bet it all? You bet it all on tails, right, Ophelia? I don't know. I don't have a actual gamble bot installed. Tails won. See, now all the tails people get free money. No one has ever done that with you guys before? No one. You've never used the Twitch prediction things? Twitch predictions are awesome. As you get into gambling, I saw Stream Elements has like a, not Streamlabs. Stream Elements has like a, you work for Biden. That's true. I actually get paid by the Netanyahu administration. That is a fact. Stream Elements actually has a bot that like lets you do gambling shit, but I don't know how it works. Copy of a copy of a copy of a... it's supposed to be in here. It's supposed to be, you might have to have premium to do it. There's 8-ball, but 8-ball still doesn't work. I don't know exactly. Is it, oh wait, is it because I'm on YouTube? What if I do it through Twitch? Why do I have to... How did it not have EST? It's a time zone. What? Eastern Standard Time. Australia? No. What the hell? Am I being stupid? Isn't... Okay. Time zone I'm in.
Eastern Standard Time. And I'm pretty sure it's +8. New York. Okay. Wow, it doesn't have the New York. What is the official name? Hold on, where's UTC +8? Because I'm pretty sure we're UTC +8. Bolivia time? There's no way it's the same as Bolivia time. Does it even matter? I don't think it matters. EST, UTC, plus. Let me win my money back. -5? We're -5? Okay. Eastern. I typed in Eastern Standard Time. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna shoot myself. Chatbot. Okay, check. Oh, 8 ball. Enable. What is a duel? I don't know what that is. Roulette. Enable. Command cost 10. Save. Slots. Enable. Command cost 10. Save. Does that mean you It doesn't seem to be working. How do I do a raffle? I don't know. Okay. Someone see if you can do exclamation point roulette or exclamation point slots in the chat. I don't think I can do it because I don't have channel points. I mean, you can do 8 ball. Fix my. Did I miss? You missed me adding commands. Do it, Melanie. Do like exclamation point slots and see if you can do it. Or exclamation point roulette. What slots? What? What? I don't know what you're trying to say, Melanie. What slots or plots? I don't know. The gambling doesn't seem to work. But 8 ball works. I don't know why 8 ball works and gambling doesn't. But the bot is a mod, so I don't know why it can't work. I don't know why it isn't working. Anyways. Okay. It's 3 AM. Fuck. I haven't got... God damn it. I streamed too long now, actually. Because I want to go to bed early so I can get up at a semi-reasonable time. But now by the time I go on a walk and go back and come back home, it's gonna be like 4 AM. And then, goddamn. Okay. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Appreciate everybody here. Love all my viewers. I love all my lurkers. Early 3 AM. Well, I want to go to bed at a little earlier, but whatever. Appreciate everybody watching. Thank y'all so much. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow should be doing similar stuff. Eventually, I will be having a debate with that political persons guy. That'll be interesting. I'll make sure to notify people when that happens. Yeah. I think I probably have some more stuff with Isaac coming up. Isaac's cool dude. Guys should like that. Yeah. Thank y'all so much for being here. And goodbye, chat.